A meeting of global importance. This meeting wasn't just any meeting, it was a convergence of individuals who had the power to shape the very structure of the world. Leaders of nations, decision-makers whose influence extended across continents, were gathering under one roof. Such a gathering allowed no margin for error. No risks could be taken. Failure to protect these individuals could plunge the world into chaos, spark conflicts, or even trigger war. Ensuring the safety of these high-profile attendees required unparalleled security measures. That's why Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, and Captain America, Steve Rogers, had been chosen for the task. As two of the most capable individuals on the planet, they embodied the pinnacle of human strength, skill, and determination. Their combat expertise surpassed even the most elite special forces. They were the perfect guardians for such a monumental occasion. A heavy responsibility. Natasha Romanoff's face was serious as she surveyed the security protocols. "This is one of the most critical missions I've ever undertaken," she admitted. Despite her years of experience, even she felt the weight of the responsibility. "I feel the pressure too," Captain America said, exhaling deeply. He understood the stakes all too well. If even a whisper of this gathering leaks to the wrong people, terrorist groups could stop at nothing to disrupt it. The fallout would be catastrophic. Natasha nodded solemnly. "We can't let that happen." Even with the enormity of the task, there was a faint flicker of pride in both of them. To be entrusted with the protection of the world's most powerful leaders was a testament to their abilities. Their governments and nations had placed their unwavering trust in them. For all their discipline and humility, both Natasha and Steve couldn't help but feel a small sense of satisfaction at this recognition. A game changer. "If we want absolute security," Natasha began thoughtfully, "Lin En's presence would make a huge difference." "Lin En will be there," Fury said evenly, stepping into the room. At those words, both Natasha and Steve visibly relaxed. Their faith in Lin En was absolute. They had witnessed his strength firsthand, a strength so overwhelming that even the Hulk, a force of nature in his own right, had been no match for him. Lin En had effortlessly subdued the green behemoth, leaving no room for resistance. With Lin En on their side, even the most ambitious terrorist would find no opportunity to disrupt the meeting. But Fury wasn't finished. He hesitated briefly before continuing. "Lin En won't be working security with you two. He'll be attending the meeting." A stark contrast. Both Natasha and Steve froze. It took them a moment to process Fury's words. "He's attending the meeting?" Natasha repeated, her tone incredulous. Fury nodded. "Yes, he'll be in the room as a participant." The realization hit them like a bucket of cold water. They were here as bodyguards, while Lin En was going to sit at the table with the world's most powerful figures. The gap between them felt insurmountable. Natasha's lips twitched in disbelief. "This guy, he's rising too fast," she muttered, half in awe, half in frustration. She recalled the early days when she had first evaluated Lin En's potential alongside Fury and Phil Coulson. Back then, Lin En had been strong, no doubt, but manageable. Natasha had even believed she could outmaneuver him if the situation demanded it. But now? In just 2 short months, Lin En had transformed into someone far beyond her reach. His power was unparalleled, and his influence had skyrocketed to levels she hadn't anticipated. A miracle. Phil Coulson, who had been quietly observing the conversation, finally chimed in. "He really is something of a miracle, isn't he?" he said, shaking his head in amazement. Lin En's rise had been nothing short of extraordinary. He had gone from a promising talent to a figure of global significance in the blink of an eye. It wasn't just his power, it was his intellect, his charisma, and his ability to make the impossible look effortless. "It's hard to believe how quickly he surpassed us," Coulson added, his tone filled with admiration. Natasha sighed, crossing her arms. "He's not just surpassed us. He's left us in the dust." Steve chuckled lightly, trying to lighten the mood. "Well, at least we know the world's in good hands. Even if we're playing catch-up." As the gravity of Lin En's influence settled in, Natasha, Steve, and Coulson couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and determination. Lin En had proven that even the sky wasn't the limit, and now they were determined to rise alongside him, no matter how far behind they felt. In the conference room. Inside the dimly lit conference room, Fury leaned back in his chair, his single eye sharp and contemplative. He shook his head slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face, though it quickly faded. He'd seen extraordinary individuals before, Captain Marvel for instance, so while Lin En's meteoric rise was impressive, it wasn't entirely shocking. Turning his attention to Natasha Romanoff, he spoke, his tone firm but calm. "Natasha, I've noticed that you're always tense around Lin En." The comment caught Natasha off guard. Her expression shifted subtly, though she quickly composed herself. As a master of emotional intelligence and diplomacy, Natasha prided herself on maintaining excellent relationships with those around her. She had even tried this approach with Lin En initially, but somewhere along the line, things had shifted. She wasn't sure why, but something about him unsettled her. Natasha hesitated, her voice faltering. I'll be more mindful in the future. Fury nodded, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. The steady thud seemed to echo in the room, striking a nerve with everyone present. Lin En has been more generous to you than you realize, Fury said, his voice carrying a weight that made Natasha uneasy. I assume he asked you to read that file? Natasha's eyes widened slightly, and after a brief pause, she nodded. Yes, he did. A faint, knowing glint flashed in Fury's eye as he leaned forward. Do you understand why? Natasha remained silent, her mind racing. Fury shifted his gaze to Phil Coulson, who stood nearby, unusually quiet. Fury's intense stare bore into both of them. Never forget what your duty is, Fury reminded them, his voice like a warning bell. Both Coulson and Natasha understood the gravity of his words. Natasha, in particular, began piecing things together, her heart sinking with each revelation. The implications of what she had done, reading the classified file, suddenly became painfully clear. A dangerous mistake. Natasha felt a chill run down her spine as realization dawned. She had read the file Lin En had given her without permission, assuming it was just another classified SHIELD document. But Fury knew. And if Fury knew, others could as well. Her hands trembled slightly as a terrifying thought gripped her. If anyone else had discovered her actions, it could have been catastrophic. The file contained secrets about extraterrestrial threats, information so volatile that even a casual slip could have dire consequences. If this breach had come to light, she wouldn't just lose her position at SHIELD, she'd likely face imprisonment, or worse. But Lin En had known this. By deliberately giving her access to the file, he had effectively shielded her. The act had saved her from potential ruin. No one, not even Fury, would dare accuse her of wrongdoing if Lin En had authorized it. Natasha's mind whirled with conflicting emotions. She murmured, her voice trailing off as the weight of Lin En's actions hit her. He hadn't just protected her. He had done so despite sensing her hostility toward him, a hostility she now realized was entirely misplaced. For the first time in her career, the top agent, the master manipulator who could mask her emotions better than most actors, found herself unable to maintain her composure. Her expression betrayed a mixture of guilt, gratitude, and something else she couldn't quite name. Unspoken understanding. Captain America, sitting nearby, glanced at her with a puzzled expression. He didn't know the specifics of what was unfolding, but he could tell something significant had just happened. Whatever it was, it had left Natasha visibly shaken. All right, Fury said, breaking the tension in the room. You're dismissed. As Natasha and Coulson prepared to leave, Fury picked up a small recorder on the table. With a quick motion, he crushed it in his hand. The sharp click of shattering plastic filled the air. Not stopping there, he retrieved a lighter and set the remnants ablaze, watching silently as the flames consumed the device. The message was clear. The information on the recorder was too dangerous to exist, even in SHIELD secure archives. Its very existence posed a threat to the world. A new perspective. As Natasha exited the room, her thoughts remained fixated on Lin En. Fury's words, the events of the past weeks, and her own emotions all swirled together in her mind. She realized how deeply she had misjudged him. He wasn't just powerful, he was deliberate, calculated, and far-sighted. Even when he had every reason to dismiss her hostility, he had chosen to protect her instead. It was a level of consideration she hadn't expected, and it left her questioning her previous stance toward him. For Natasha Romanoff, the master of control, it was an unsettling yet humbling moment. And for the first time, she found herself wondering not just who Lin En was, but what his true goals might be.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
In the conference room, Fury couldn't help but shake his head, with a look of surprise in his eyes. But fortunately, he had seen a gem like Captain Marvel before. Although he was surprised, he was not that surprised. Natasha Romanoff, I noticed that you are always hostile to Lin En. As soon as these words came out, Natasha Romanoff's expression changed. She has always used her high emotional intelligence and wisdom to get along very well with everyone. Makes people happy. In the beginning, she also had this strategy for Lin En. I don't know why, but when I get to the back, I can't help but Lin En. Even the people around know it. Natasha Romanoff said, I will pay attention to it in the future. Actually Lin En treats you well. Fury tapped 07 on the table. The sound of dong 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 seems to be clenched in people's hearts. I guess Lin En should have asked you to read that file. Natasha Romanoff hesitated and nodded. Yes, this is what Lin En asked you to see. A faint glint flashed in Fury's single eye. Then he looked at Phil Coulson thoughtfully. Never forget what your duty is. How could Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff not know this at this time? Natasha Romanoff's viewing of the archives was dismissed. Phil Coulson wants to help Natasha Romanoff keep a secret, and Fury knows it too. Only, during the whole process, they were the only two people who had access to the files, so how could Rui know about it? Natasha Romanoff even trembled, and in an instant, she understood everything. She peeked into the files. If you can be discovered by Fury, you can be discovered by others. And after knowing the secret of the aliens, you may not accidentally reveal something in your future life. When the time comes, S.H.I.E.L.D, she won't be able to stay any longer. Even, she must be arrested. And Lin En asked her to watch. It directly saved her from this disaster. As for the file, it was Lin En who leaked it. S.H.I.E.L.D will not arrest them, and the government does not dare to arrest them. Because Lin En's status is already very high. We have people like Thor and Tony Stark as our comrades and as our backstage. And it is so powerful that it serves as the first echelon to attack alien planets. No one dared to target him. Actually, Natasha Romanoff's mind was racing and her emotions were mixed. This top agent, this executive-level agent who is more skilled in acting than actors. At this moment, he couldn't control his expression, and his face suddenly changed. A different kind of emotion arose in my heart towards Lin En. Yes, even Fury can feel targeted. Lin En's feeling is so strong. But even if it comes to this, still protecting her. 970 save her. Captain America looks to the left and Stone looks to the left. Although I don't know what to say. But deep down, I understood that something must have happened. Okay, you go back. Fury said with a smile. Pick up the recorder on the table and hold it in your hand. Push hard. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the recorder became shattered. Before it was over, he picked up a lighter and burned the recorder quickly. The information revealed in this thing is really terrifying. It's so terrible that it shouldn't exist in this world. Natasha Romanoff returned to her residence in a daze. She washed her face. Take off that delicate makeup, revealing a somewhat youthful face underneath. In the red room, I took the imperfect potion developed based on the super soldier serum. This caused her cells to age much slower than ordinary people. She was still a child when she took it at the age of 11 or 12. Now after decades, even if she removes her makeup, she looks like a 20-year-old girl from the outside. Looking at the young face in the mirror, she couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if this face will be full of wrinkles in the next moment. Yes, imperfect medicines naturally have side effects. Increasing a person's physique is not as scary as the super soldier serum. And, can't stop taking it. Once you stop taking it, the body will age rapidly. During this process, the heart will beat faster, and blood will flow rapidly throughout the body, tearing blood vessels, tearing muscles. It was extreme pain. Every part of the body, as long as the blood passed through it, was in extreme pain. Finally, when the heart cannot bear it anymore and explodes, you will die completely. As for potions, only the Red House has them. The other is SHIELD. And there is also a person in S.H.I.E.L.D who takes similar medicine. Fury? This is why Natasha Romanoff, as a top agent, chose to join SHIELD. Without the potion, she would die. The scene of her former companion dying in extreme pain has become a shadow for her. Even when she thinks about it now, she can't help but tremble all over. And today, there is no doubt that Lin En saved her. Otherwise, being tracked by S.H.I.E.L.D, it would be difficult to escape capture, and even more difficult, how she could obtain the imperfect super soldier serum. Lin En. The handsome face and majestic body appeared in Natasha Romanoff's mind. I don't know why, but my heart couldn't help but beat 2 minutes faster. The most important thing is those indifferent eyes. He teases himself casually, but his eyes are always very clear. No desire at all. Thank you. Natasha Romanoff's lips parted slightly. This moment, she seemed to understand why she targeted Lin En. After washing, she wrapped herself in a white bath towel and sat by the bed. The proud breasts are even more curved under the white bath towel. Wiping my wet hair, I couldn't help but think of Lin En in my mind. I suddenly thought of Wanda, Gwen, May, and others again. I felt very uncomfortable immediately. He threw the towel directly on the table, turned over and got into the quilt. This Lin En is not a good person. There are so many women around him. After Ma Zhao finished speaking, she closed her eyes. For some reason, that gentle smiling face appeared in front of him again. Asshole, get out of my mind. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help shouting. But the less you think about this situation, the clearer the face becomes. Her breathing also began to quicken. His fingers slowly caressed his body. Then a charming voice sounded from the bed. Natasha Romanoff returned to her residence in a daze. She washed her face. Take off that delicate makeup, revealing a somewhat youthful face underneath. In the red room, I took the imperfect potion developed based on the super soldier serum. This caused her cells to age much slower than ordinary people. She was still a child when she took it at the age of 11 or 12. Now after decades, even if she removes her makeup, she looks like a 20-year-old girl from the outside. Looking at the young face in the mirror, she couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if this face will be full of wrinkles in the next moment. Yes. Imperfect medicines naturally have side effects. Increasing a person's physique is not as scary as the super soldier serum. And can't stop taking it. Once you stop taking it, the body will age rapidly. During this process, the heart will beat faster, and blood will flow rapidly throughout the body, tearing blood vessels, tearing muscles. It was extreme pain. Every part of the body, as long as the blood passed through it, was in extreme pain. Finally, when the heart cannot bear it anymore and explodes, you will die completely. As for potions, only the Red House has them. The other is SHIELD. And there is also a person in S.H.I.E.L.D. who takes similar medicine. Fury? This is why Natasha Romanoff, as a top agent, chose to join SHIELD. Without the potion, she would die. The scene of her former companion dying in extreme pain has become a shadow for her. Even when she thinks about it now, she can't help but tremble all over. And today, there is no doubt that Lin En saved her. Otherwise, being tracked by S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be difficult to escape capture, and even more difficult, how she could obtain the imperfect super soldier serum. Lin En. The handsome face and majestic body appeared in Natasha Romanoff's mind. I don't know why, but my heart couldn't help but beat 2 minutes faster. The most important thing is those indifferent eyes. He teases himself casually, but his eyes are always very clear. No desire at all. Thank you. Natasha Romanoff's lips parted slightly. This moment, she seemed to understand why she targeted Lin En. After washing, she wrapped herself in a white bath towel and sat by the bed. The proud breasts are even more curved under the white bath towel. Wiping my wet hair, I couldn't help but think of Lin En in my mind. I suddenly thought of Wanda, Gwen, May, and others again. I felt very uncomfortable immediately. He threw the towel directly on the table, turned over and got into the quilt. This Lin En is not a good person. There are so many women around him. After Ma Zhao finished speaking, she closed her eyes. For some reason, that gentle smiling face appeared in front of him again. Asshole, get out of my mind. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help shouting. But the less you think about this situation, the clearer the face becomes. Her breathing also began to quicken. His fingers slowly caressed his body. Then a charming voice sounded from the bed. Hey, isn't Christmas over? Why do we have to prepare so many things? In the supermarket, Daisy looked at Lin En and couldn't help but ask. Today, Lin En suddenly took everyone to the largest supermarket in Queens, and then went crazy to buy food. TCH, you don't know, right now, in Dragon Kingdom, this is called New Year. Gwen happily took Lin En's arm and turned around to explain. Seeing Daisy still looking blank, he added again, it's the most important thing of the year, almost like our Christmas. Oh, that's it. Daisy suddenly realized. 040 carried the potato chips in his hand and walked over quickly. Then I will also prepare a dish for Darling's birthday today. As soon as she finished speaking, several women looked at each other. They all laughed. Okay, let's make a dish together. Let's see who makes it more delicious. Wanda waved her fist. This girl who once came to New York out of revenge could not see any hatred in her eyes at the moment. Those eyes were already full of tenderness and brilliance. Do you want to cook? I'm not very good at this. Teacher Chin, can you do it? She flicked her finger to her chin and asked the intellectual Chin Gray next to her with her head tilted. Chin Gray smiled helplessly. You ask her to fly planes, participate in technological research and development, and even help people perform surgeries. She is a good hand. But, to make this kind of thing, she would only use a toaster to heat the bread. Others don't know at all. Seeing that you are so interested, let me add a reward. Whoever cooks the most delicious food, I can grant her a request. Lin En said with a smile. A condition came out of his lips that made his children almost crazy. Several people looked at each other with eagerness in their eyes. Although Lin En has been accompanying everyone and can basically satisfy everyone at night. But after all, duplication is useless. They wanted to stick to Abi, Lin En all day long. So they all want this. Then let Lin En stay with them alone for 2 days. Okay, I'm going to choose the dishes. Gwen happily let go of Lin En's arm and ran towards the distance. She wanted to buy the ingredients herself and then make delicious food. Then aren't we doomed? Flicker held her face in her hands and said worriedly. She didn't want it to be very unpleasant if she cooked the same way as Lin En for the first time. No, I have telepathy. I just need to find someone who knows how to cook and feel her thoughts. Chin Gray shook her head slowly. He gave an answer that left Shuang stunned. May followed behind without saying a word. However, his head was slightly raised, and there was a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. For other competitions, she might not be able to. But when it comes to cleaning and cooking, she is a very good person. After cooking for so many years, she is still very confident. Everyone else in the supermarket looked at Lin En with envy. There are so many people in this world. But beauties are in the minority after all. As for Wanda, Gwen, Chin Gray, and others, almost everyone has a different character and a very different temperament. The most important is, look at their intimacy with Lin En. The relationship doesn't seem simple either. These men looked at Lin En with deep jealousy and envy in their eyes. It is already their dream to be favored by a beautiful woman. And now, there is more than one beautiful woman around Lin En. It's like the stars are holding the moon. The chattering discussion made their hearts itch. Lin En can naturally catch the attention of people around her, but he didn't care at all. I treat Wanda and the others sincerely. This is a two-way love choice. Just at this time. These women are really just following a man like this. TCH, Bai Zhang looks so good, he's a shameless guy. This is disrespectful to women. Some women couldn't help but curse. What's more, several obese women walked over directly and blocked Lin En's way. But when they saw Lin En's handsome face, they were still stunned for a moment. Then they looked at each other and confirmed their thoughts. Apologize to us, and write a letter of guarantee. You also have to compensate for the harm you caused us. Several people pointed their fingers and looked at Lin En fiercely, with saliva flying from their mouths. Lin En took 2 steps back in disgust. I instantly understood in my heart that I had met the legendary female boxer. But, has female boxing evolved to this point? I took Wanda and others shopping smoothly, but I just wanted to face him and ask myself to apologize, write a letter of guarantee, and compensate. These women also felt happy. They are not stupid, so it is natural to see that Lin En has an extraordinary temperament. And with so many women's favor, he must be very rich. Putting on the big hat of disrespecting women, basically even if you get angry again, you will choose to compensate for the sake of peace. Otherwise, there will be a big trouble, and the loss will be even greater. They have done this kind of thing many times. Take advantage of women's equal rights to seek benefits for themselves. I don't know you, why should I compensate you? Lin En spoke indifferently. 0. Seeking flowers. With so many women around you, you are objectifying women and disrespecting women. We are women too, so compensate us. They all volunteered. Lin En frowned, and stopped Wanda and Mei who wanted to get mad, then turned and left. I don't care. Men are born with sins, especially people like you. With your face, you must have deceived many innocent women. I'm going to sue you now. 0. If you don't apologize and compensate today, you won't be able to leave. But he never thought that these women, seeing this scene, immediately blocked Lin En's retreat. Lin En also laughed angrily. This is already unreasonable. He even started to fabricate trumped-up charges and directly pinned them on himself. Fake, you guys, do you want to die? A hint of wolfishness flashed in Wanda's eyes. Mei also pinched her waist, and pushed the car directly to stand out. Go away, you shameless bastards, you have no ability, and you shout about women's rights all day long, but you are actually a bastard that no one wants. Okay, you still insult me, it must be instigated by this man, you are a traitor to women. Just watch, I will sue you first. Contact the organization and don't let them go. The people around him had different expressions when they saw this scene, but they didn't express any complaints. After all, the increasingly magical feminist organizations are like an infected body, and whoever messes with it will be unlucky. Lin 350 and was also a little bored at the moment. Usually when I see this kind of video on my mobile phone, I just find it a bit funny. But when I actually met them, I realized how disgusting these people are. What is beneficial to them is the pursuit of equality between men and women. What is harmful to them is infringement on women's rights. As a result, now, let me say it again, men are originally wrong. When we talk about pursuing equality, we are actually seeking benefits for ourselves. Go away. Lin En was a little bored. He didn't even bother to say a word to this kind of double-labeled goods. What, you want to take action? Do it if you can. These women showed no fear. As long as Lin En takes action, he will lose more. It's enough to keep them food and clothing for a period of time. Hear this. Wanda was no longer angry, folded her arms on her chest, and looked at the people with a half-smile. Gwen originally wanted to use cobweb to cover the mouths of these fat women, but at this moment, she stopped. Ask Lin En to take action? This kind of request is really weird. However, the outcome of Lin En's actions is not that simple. Lin En also had a smile on his lips. Take action? Killing these people will definitely relieve your anger, but he has even more cruel methods. How much do you want me to compensate you? When several women heard this, their eyes lit up. No, it's a success. 3 million per person. A woman with freckles on her face said. 5 people, a total of 15 million. Also, you have caused damage to our hearts. From now on, we will have to pay each of us 50,000 yuan in medical expenses every month, and we will also have to arrange for nurses to take care of us. Another woman spoke. Hiss. When the onlookers heard this, they all took a deep breath. This is nothing short of extortion. You can't rob a bank so fast. All right. Lin En spread his hands, and at this moment, a file suddenly fell out of his clothes. A fat woman with quick eyesight and quick hands held the file directly in her hands. I pinched it and found that it was not money. But she doesn't care either. The thing being held in his arms was definitely not ordinary. She used force and tore it open directly. The action was rough and the contents inside were torn apart. Destroy the files and seek death. Lin En showed no hesitation at all, stretched out his palm, directly pressed the woman's hand, and violently pressed 35,000. Click, accompanied by a crisp sound. Then there was the woman's cry like a pig being killed. How dare you do it? I'm going to call the police, I'm going to have someone arrest you. When the other women saw this scene, they immediately gathered around. Did you see that this man hit someone? Oh my god, he did it. This is the enemy of women. They are also really not afraid of death. Seeing Lin En taking action, he was not afraid at all. Enemy? I am your nemesis. An indifferent smile appeared on Lin En's lips. Now that he has taken action, he will wipe out all women's rights in the lighthouse country. Director Nick Fury, the file you gave me was destroyed. Lin En dialed a number directly. By the way, the contents of the file were seen by people from the feminist organization. I don't know if the news has leaked out, but I suggest you catch them all. After Lin En reported his address, he hung up the phone. The rest of the things have nothing to do with him. Don't care if it's true or false. As long as Lin En said that the file was taken away by people from the feminist organization, then S.H.I.E.L.D must check it out. Now is the time for the meeting to attack alien planets to begin. There is no room for any surprises. In any case, these women's rights are fair and just, but they seek benefits for themselves. This time it hit the wall. How dare you make a call? Give me your phone. You damn man, you look so disgusting. Several other women were still pointing at Lin En, but the next second, there was a rush of running sounds in the distance. Several men in black couldn't help but push the 5 women to the ground. The one whose arm was broken suffered a second injury, with white bone stubble exposed and bright red blood staining the white flesh. It looked extremely miserable. And that woman screamed like a slaughtered pig. What are you doing? Who are you? Why are you catching us? You men are indeed criminals and guilty. Several women were still chattering, but the next second, the man in black who was holding them down slapped them. At the same time, he pulled out a pistol from his waist and pressed it against the heads of the 5 women. Blood mixed with the teeth spurted out from the fat mouth. However, perhaps driven by death, these 5 women did not dare to say a word. We are from the FBI. If you say any more nonsense, we will kill you. S.H.I.E.L.D personnel usually assume the identity of the FBI when performing tasks. It's easy to use and can manage many aspects. Lin En smiled. Sure enough, S.H.I.E.L.D has secret agents everywhere in New York. They may be a tourist, a cashier, or even a salesperson. They have never met each other. But when the task is given, they will quickly change their clothes 767 and carry out their tasks. However, there were actually 7 or 8 agents in this mall, which was beyond Lin En's expectation. Even this coverage rate, if calculated in detail, is extremely amazing. No wonder that no matter where in the world a special event occurs, we can be informed of it as soon as possible and rush to it. Sir, what are they going to do? Among the men in black, the one who was obviously the leader stood up. He bowed and said to Lin En. Immediately, the onlookers looked at Lin En completely differently. Being able to be protected by the FBI in such a short period of time. Identity must be extraordinary. If you dare to arrest us, even if you are the FBI, don't even think about running away. Just watch, I will definitely sue you. We are taxpayers, you can't arrest me. The middle-aged woman with a broken arm started yelling like crazy. A pair of eyes looked at the FBI people and Lin En with hatred. However, the next second, the leader directly pulled the trigger. Boom! A crisp sound. Blood flowed from the dark bullet holes along the brain. The few feminists were trembling and did not dare to speak. FAQ? He actually shot. Oh my god, how could this happen? The onlookers retreated one after another. This kind of thing has exceeded their imagination. However, shootings are normal in the lighthouse country, so even though I was panicked, I was not too scared. How are the things you bought? Let's go back to the warehouse. Lin En spoke calmly. This kind of person is not worth affecting his mood. Then let's go back. Let's go. Daisy and May spoke quickly. The 2 of them were still frightened when they saw a living person dying in front of them. However, they will not have any objection to what Lin En does. Furthermore, those who insult Lin En deserve to die. By the way, the file matter is very important. You must investigate it carefully. Lin En said slightly seriously. The person who was obviously the leader nodded heavily and replied seriously. Okay, Mr. Lin En, we will handle this matter. Lin En nodded. Under SHIELD, feminist organizations are doomed. As for the reason, it is also very simple. Although feminist organizations are powerful, many people join them for profit. Even some politicians are having a headache. But, times are different now. All focus has been placed on invading alien planets. This unsettling factor of feminist organizations offended Lin En again. And it has something to do with the Alien 1 file. Regardless of whether there is or not, the end will not be easy. He shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts. Instead of using the portal, he drove an extended business car and slowly returned to the villa, just to enjoy the scenery along the way. Arrive home. Lin En and a group of people started washing vegetables. Prepare for the arrival of the new year. What are you going to do? Daisy asked around. I want to make spicy chicken, I just learned it. Gwen looked at the tutorial on her phone and rubbed her chin. I'll simply make braised pork. May said confidently. Twinkle remembers running around, she can't even turn on the gas stove. Wanda, on the other hand, has already started to heat the pot. Bang! Wang Hao was accompanied by a loud noise in the kitchen. A lot of smoke was flying. Lin En's mouth twitched. Is this your specially trained cooking skills? Did you say that your cooking skills will improve a lot? Speaking of surprising yourself? Well, Lin En admitted that he was indeed surprised. Just at this time, Lin En feels something and is bearish. His eyes narrowed slightly. The person you least want to meet is here. The surrounding space was turbulent. Very slightly. However, Lin En noticed it. He looked up. In the void, there is a figure wearing a yellow robe. The figure just floated in the void so quietly. Wanda, Jean Grey, and others didn't notice anything. Lin En, what's wrong with you? Gwen asked, following Lin En's gaze. There was nothing in front of her, but spider telepathy told her that there seemed to be something unusual. It made the hairs on her arms stand up. Okay, you wash the dishes first, I'll take care of some things and be back later. Lin En patted Gwen's head affectionately and smiled softly. The latter was confused, but still nodded obediently. She believed that even if there were any 683 things, Lin En would be able to come as a pair. Ancient One. Lin En looked and turned around and walked towards the study on the second floor. He turned his head and glanced into the void. Unseen by everyone, the yellow figure had been following him. Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One, why do you have time to come to my place? Lin En was lying on the chair with a calm expression, chatting like an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Although he didn't know the purpose, Lin En clearly noticed it. The Ancient One is not hostile. He won't take action against himself. Furthermore, if we really take action, the outcome is still uncertain. You should know why I'm looking for you. Jean Grey, Wanda, Gwen, these people who were originally very important in this world, have all had their timelines changed. The face under the hood is hidden in the darkness and cannot be seen clearly. The wind outside the window blew slightly, bringing with it a hint of coolness. The wind blew up Lin En's clothes, but not the monk's robe on Ancient One. The latter is as if it is in another time and space, and what is here is just a projection. Lin En did not make any statement or speak. He believed that if the Ancient One came to him, the latter would tell him even if he didn't ask. I discovered you when you appeared in this world, but I didn't pay much attention. Why? After a long silence, Ancient One spoke again. I didn't expect that I had only been in the dark dimension for a few months and you had already turned the world into this. I didn't expect you would become so powerful. Really? When you travel to this world yourself, you know this. I was originally wondering why the Ancient One didn't appear when I first changed the fate of important people. It turns out that he went to the dark dimension. But it's too late to stop myself now. Haha, I just treat them sincerely, and I don't force them. Lin En said calmly. Besides, if you want to talk, at least treat them as equals. Why are you covering your face? In the comics, Inri is an old man. But in the movie, she is a skinny woman. I don't know which one this Ancient One is. The yellow hood was taken off. Lin En was stunned. Because the Ancient One in front of him was completely different from what he thought. Why is she such a cute girl? Lin En looked at the cute little loli in front of her. His face was full of surprise. He imagined various ways the Ancient One could look like. Only, the appearance in front of him was beyond his imagination. You will also meet such an exquisite Ancient One magician. He is young, probably in his 20s. The Ancient One magician with his hat off. Only one pair of eyes is full of indifference that sees through everything. It doesn't fit in with this face. Why do you look like this? Lin En couldn't help asking. He believed that if he had a mirror now, his expression would definitely be very weird. Why can't it be like this? Ancient One asked nonchalantly. Her tone was calm, but she revealed a sense of confidence. As a sorcerer supreme who has been guarding the earth for hundreds of years, she had seen so much. Even Lin En only interested her, but still couldn't make her take it seriously. She possesses the eye of Agamotto. I don't think I'm afraid of anyone. This is too foul. Lin En muttered. Ancient One heard Lin En's response. Her beautiful almond eyes looked at Lin En coldly. Lin En, Ancient One said calmly. There is a depth on her cute face that doesn't match her appearance. All right. Lin En shook his head. I accepted the appearance of Ancient One in my heart. After all, there are thousands of Marvel worlds. The Ancient One is a girl, so that's okay. Besides, this is also eye-catching, and it is more pleasing to the eye than the withered old man. Okay, let's talk. Lin En stretched out his hand. A seat appeared opposite. Ancient One looked a little surprised. She just felt the fluctuations in space. However, I still haven't discovered how this seat appeared. Lin En, what do you want to do? Ancient One was silent for a long time and then spoke slowly. I just want to live, if possible, to protect this world. Lin En got straight to the point. There is no hiding anything. Face the Ancient One. Making things clear is the correct way. Protect the world. 0, please give me flowers. Did you know? The timelines of important characters such as Jean Grey, Wanda, and Gwen have all changed. Ancient One magician said seriously. This means that it will bring many unknown crises to the world. Ancient One is very aware of the crisis caused by this domino effect. Due to the changes in the timelines behind Jean Grey, Wanda, and Gwen will become uncontrollable. The only way is to start from the source. Yes, the person who caused this situation is Lin En. So Ancient One magician, after returning from the darkness, after discovering these anomalies, she immediately found them. The instigator Lin En. If we can bring order to the chaos, it will be the best result. You don't understand at all. Lin En said calmly. I don't understand. Ancient One smiled. There was a hint of sneer on her delicate face. A tap of her fingers. A long golden line appeared in the sky. Around the long lines appeared many fine linemen. A long golden thread spans the entire length of the room. The other end disappeared into space. There's no end in sight. Did you see that because of your appearance, so many facades appeared out of thin air? Once it is out of control, it will cause disaster. If this continues, this world will be destroyed sooner or later. Ancient One pointed at the thin lines and scolded Lin En. Lin En moved his fingers and said 2, 3, 7. Then he slowly said, you are right, this world will be destroyed sooner or later, so I have to do something. You should know that I don't belong here. In the endless planes, there are also main universes and sub-universes. I'm sorry. What I can confirm is that this world is not the main universe. So, you know what I mean. What? Ancient One's expression changed? She understands, how could she not understand? She could see the disaster ahead. But I didn't expect that this world turned out to be a sub-universe. Even, this universe is just a branch of a plane. Just like the thin lines split off from the main line. Just in case. Get the same person and eliminate the fine lines. Then the universe she protects will die. How could this happen? Ancient One muttered to himself. I have my family and friends here. I don't want any accidents to happen in this world. Lin En spoke slowly. Venerable Ancient One, I know that you have a long life and have seen the future countless times. I am more convinced of the butterfly effect and believe that changes in the future will cause greater disasters. But, who knows what will happen in other universes? If it really affects us, will we survive? This world is always changing, and it will never stop changing. Otherwise, you wouldn't check the timeline often. Lin En frowned when he said this. This worry is real. Every moment of opportunity, planes are born in the world of American comics, and planes also disappear. This cannot be changed. He only hopes that he can quickly use the power of the entire Earth to fight against aliens, obtain more supplies and let the Earth's technology develop. At that time, with the growth of Gwen, Wanda, and others around him, we will have greater confidence to face future crises. I hope you can believe me. Lin En's face was full of sincerity, a pair of dark eyes, blinking tightly. If you want to take action, I can only resist. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is a terrifying existence, because the other party holds the most powerful artifact, Eye of Hmph, also known as Time Gem. At that time, Doctor Strange relied on this method of constant resurrection, lived and died tens of thousands of times in the dark dimension. Finally, the dimension Mephisto and Dormammu were forced back. 2.3. This means that as long as the latter does not want to die, he has almost no way to kill the other party. Ancient One's lips moved. Her face was full of sadness. She has always stood tall and looked at the world from God's perspective. When she saw the timeline, she thought she was seeing the future. But I have never considered such a macroscopic thing. The Ancient One is gone. Not a word was said. It was silent when I came, and it was the same when I left. Squeak. The study door was opened. Gwen poked her little head, glancing inside the room. After finding nothing unusual, he walked in mysteriously. Lin En, let me tell you something. I just noticed that something seems to exist. Gwen said softly. Oh, did you feel it too? Lin En said with a smile. 09 Sure enough, spider telepathy is really a bug in some aspects. Even the Ancient One in another plane could detect it. Oh my god, it really does happen. Gwen's eyes widened. At first she wasn't sure. Now that she heard Lin En's words, how could she not understand? Sorcerer Supreme, Gu Yi. Lin En said slowly, I hope not to become an enemy. As the Ancient One left, he didn't say anything, so Lin En doesn't know her specific thoughts. But, the world has become like this now. The development of the world is definitely different from that of the original world. The Ancient One protects the Earth in its own way, even if future disasters continue to occur, even if many people died for it. For example, the Chitauri attack Earth, resulting in the deaths of millions of people in New York. For example, the birth of Ultron led to the complete destruction of a town, including Thanos. Many of Jean's heroes died miserably. She also has to let the timeline develop the way it did. Because, she is afraid. I'm afraid that the world will change too much. As a result, the difficulties that could have been overcome by paying a price directly turned into a dead end. Lin En is different. He holds the system. Those future dangers are all due to lack of experience. For example, Ancient One, she is not unkillable. To survive, she learned dark magic. These dark energies will constantly erode her body, eventually making her evil. Therefore, she must take the initiative to die before her body completely decays. Also, her body is very fragile. A sneak attack, or even a bullet, could seriously injure her. She didn't even have a chance to use the Eye of Hmph. But Lin En is different. His strength increased and he was barely online. As long as it's strong enough, he can tear Thanos apart with his hands and kick Dormammu with his feet. Any danger will be gone by then. Ancient One and Lin En have chosen completely opposite paths. It's also because their trump cards are different. But, even if the Ancient One really stops it, he will also go down this road. 750 After all, it was impossible for him to watch Gwen and Wanda die beside him. Even there are them in another dimension. But, two people with completely different experiences just look the same. Are they still the same person? You look very sad. Is there anything that worries you? Gwen came over. He looked a little worried. A pair of small hands pressed on Lin En's temples and rubbed them gently. It's nothing, I just thought of some bad things. Lin En rubbed his face. A faint smile appeared on his face again. Gwen, it's been a long time since I had a big sausage. Lin En hugged Gwen and smiled. Oh, it's so annoying. Gwen hit Lin En with her small fist. But there was no force. Instead it was like a gentle caress. Eat the marrow to know the taste. Gwen sometimes thinks about that kind of thing every night. To be honest, it's really comfortable. Return to the bedroom. Gwen looked at her phone and ate the sausage. Lin En closed her eyes and rested, relaxing herself. It's good that he's very strong. But sometimes, I still want to take a good rest. Wait until he wakes up in a daze. Then I saw Gwen who was brushing her teeth. How long have I been sleeping? Lin En didn't expect that he fell asleep just by squinting his eyes. I looked at the sky outside and it was already a little dark. About 2 hours. Gwen answered vaguely. The white toothpaste in his mouth accidentally dripped on the ground. My dear, I feel that you should take a good rest recently. There was a flash of frustration in her eyes. Before, Lin En goes shopping with her every Saturday and Sunday. Sometimes, the two of them can be together for half a week. Life at that time was really simple, but also very happy. Now Lin En is always busy. Sometimes, I can't even see him. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. Sorry, Gwen, I've been ignoring your feelings lately. Lin En walked over gently. Hugged Gwen from behind. This recent period. It's just too busy. S.H.I.E.L.D. Xavier's school. Magneto, White Queen. He needs to pay attention to these. We must also think of various ways to promote cooperation between guest countries. When I finish these 2 days, I will feel relaxed. Lin En's voice was full of doting. Gwen nodded obediently. Turning around, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin En tenderly. I just hope you won't be so tired. I feel really sad. Lin En felt warm in her heart. Gwen really cares about herself. Okay, I promise you. Lin En kissed Gwen's cheek gently. The two of them left the room together. Are your parents here? Not yet, I just said it was on the way. Lin En nodded. For things like the new year, George and his wife must be brought with them. It's like this every year. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them went down the stairs and saw two people who shouldn't be here. Polaris Lorna. Sweet dreams Sonia. Why are these two people here? Even if you are a bodyguard, there is no need to be in such a hurry. We, the two of us, don't want to live in Xavier's school, but we have no place to live. Lorna said expressionlessly. But she doesn't seem to be good at lying, as you can tell from her ridiculously fair cheeks, which are slightly rosy. I don't know if this is a time of excitement. Lise, what will the cheeks on both sides look like? Thinking of that scene, Lin En couldn't help but feel a little moved. Ahem, I also want to be a bodyguard here. If there are enemies, after Lorna controls them, I can help you know who sent the enemies. Miming smiled softly. A generous opening. Have to say, he is 2 years older and can talk. At least the size of her breasts is wrong. It's because of her emotional intelligence that she didn't develop it from time to time. Lin En looked at Lorna and Mei Meng. Just smiled softly. Since there is no place to live, let's live here first. Just find 2 rooms. Only then could a smile appear on Lorna's face. It looks extremely beautiful. Haha, you should smile more, you look good. Lin En commented pertinently. Keeping a straight face all day makes people look uncomfortable. The world is so beautiful, it is always good to smile more. Lorna's face stiffened and turned cold again. But from those slightly excited eyes, you can see her happiness. 4:30. Miming looked at her best friend's worthless look and laughed in her heart. Being able to use one sentence to make the proud Lorna so happy. I'm afraid it's just Lin En. Is there any party today? Miming looked at the busy people and couldn't help but ask. Today is the new year. For Lin En, it is more important than our Christmas. Gwen poked her head out from behind Wanda, blinked her eyes, and spoke to the 2 girls. There was no feedback from spider telepathy, proving that the 2 people in front of them had no ill intentions towards themselves and others. Then let's help you prepare. Miming put down the luggage in her hands. It's said to be luggage, but it's actually just a small backpack. I'm afraid it doesn't even have a change of clothes. It's much warmer in this room than outside. Sonia wiped the sweat on her forehead with her hand. In such a large room, it would cost a lot of money every day to keep the floor heating on. At the mutant base, although Lorna is the leader, she is the one in charge of the money. If you don't become a householder, you don't know that firewood, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. Looking at the villa, I once again sighed at Lin En's wealth. Lorna on the other side has already taken off her coat. The wide dark green shirt wrapped her thin and tall upper body. The clothes are cheap and even have some pilling. But it's understandable. BCFC. As a mutant, with no source of income and having to take care of dozens of subordinates, it is not easy to survive. But what surprised Lin En the most was, ordinary girls will be very afraid of others seeing their shabby clothes. Lorna didn't care at all. Just this kind of character is much stronger than most people. Mei Meng on the side also took off his coat. Just this one action. It attracted everyone's attention. The entire living room fell into a brief silence. Big? It's really too big. Although wearing a thick coat, the visual impact is also great. But it was only at this moment that Lin En discovered how deep that ravine is. That plate is so big, full and white. A little movement can create a beautiful arc. Oh my god, that's an exaggeration. Daisy couldn't help but exclaimed. In comparison, her figure is already very impressive. But compared with the sweet dream, there is still a lot of gap. I don't know, but it's very amazing. There was a hint of unnaturalness on Miming's face, but more of it was pride. This is the capital of women. Gwen, go find 2 pairs of clothes and give them to them. Lin En said. There are many girls' clothes at home. Most of them haven't been worn yet. This is the last time we allocated several hundred million as living expenses. The nearby luxury goods stores were almost emptied out. Gwen nodded. He ran to the villa on the 3rd floor obediently. Soon, she was holding 4 or 5 bags of clothes. Hey, sisters, come and see, these are the clothes for you. Gwen put the clothes on the table. Miming's eyes lit up when she saw the packaging and logo on it. Although she is a mutant, she is also a woman. Women have no resistance to this kind of thing. Oh my god, this piece of clothing costs at least 50,000 yuan? This piece of clothing probably costs 100,000 yuan. Miming looked at the clothes and kept exclaiming. Well, do you like it? The rooms above are all filled with clothes like this. Wanda said from the side. She has no interest in this kind of thing at all. The clothes just need to be comfortable to wear. The food just needs to be delicious. There is no need to care about the brand. Really? Miming opened her mouth in shock. But seeing Wanda and Huan nodding, they could only accept this fact. Dead Man is really more popular than anyone else. Lin En is also a mutant, why is life so good? And under his protection, Wanda and others lived happily, with smiles on everyone's faces. After experiencing many hardships, she now made up her mind to live here. Haha, don't make your mouth so big, it will be misunderstood. Lin En walked down the stairs with a smile. His eyes glanced over his chest inadvertently. Damn it. This feel is absolutely wonderful. Well, we are all good sisters here, who could misunderstand us? Miming blinked. He tilted his head and asked Lin En deliberately. Lin En. Well, this woman not only has big breasts, but also has a useful brain. Okay, let's eat together. May brought out the dishes. Put it on the table. After Wanda blew up the kitchen, the girls finally had no chance to compete in cooking. Please give me flowers 00. They just washed the dishes and arranged the dishes. As for the cooking, it was left to May. With the concerted efforts of several women, in just 2 hours, more than a dozen dishes appeared on the table. Lin En wants to help. Was pinned down on the sofa. Okay, you can have a good rest today. When we are done, we will call you. May said with tenderness in her eyes. 0. Come, dear, let me watch TV with you. Gwen ran over and curled up next to Lin En like a kitten. Golden hair spread on those strong arms. Everything is so beautiful. Haha, I haven't felt this way for a long time. Lin En smiled. A major festival like the Chinese New Year still requires a lot of people to make it lively. Looking at the busy family, I was waiting for the New Year's Eve dinner. This atmosphere is really great. Every day will be like this from now on. Gwen said softly. Say it in a voice that only 2 people can hear. I will always be by your side 0. Not for a while. Mr. and Mrs. George are here. Hey, Lin En, you guy, life is getting better and better now. George put the 2 bottles of wine in his hand on the coffee table. Looking at the luxurious decoration of the villa, I can't help but sigh. At the same time, his eyes were also looking around the room. After discovering that there are 2 more beauties that I don't know, the corner of his mouth twitched. This Lin En is really a 343 beauty. My daughter still has to share a man with others. As a father, he really couldn't stand it. But it would be obviously unrealistic for Gwen to give up. Damn it, can you restrain yourself? George hit Lin En's chest. Those 2 have nothing to do with me. Lin En rolled his eyes. The green-haired one, called Lorna, is a mutant and can control metal. The more prominent one is called Sonia. She is also a mutant and can change people's minds. 2 people are here to protect this villa. Lin En touched his nose, not feeling guilty at all. That's how it is. At least for now, he's still a bodyguard. Really? George looked at Lin En suspiciously. Have I lied to you? Lin En rolled his eyes helplessly. George nodded. Yes. No matter what happened, Lin En did not lie to him. By the way, when are you going to go to work? George asked again. After the new year, the appointment of police chief Lin En was official. Although Lin En made a backhand move and directly became his boss, which was a bit uncomfortable. But deep down in his heart, he was more happy and excited. Lin En is still young and still has the opportunity to take another step forward. The police chief is useless. Lin En waved her hand and refused. Joke. When I became a police officer, there was no other way out. Now that he is so strong and has so many things to do, he still acts like a shitty policeman. Even the police chief is not here. You kid, what nonsense are you talking about? George glared. I know you are rich now, but if you want to live happily and comfortably in this society, you also need to have power, rights? Lin En laughed. In a few days, you will know my current status. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Dad, just leave it alone, brother Lin En has his own plan. Gwen pulled George's arm and couldn't help but yell. You little girl, it has only been a while since your elbows turned outwards. George was helpless. Then he spoke to Lin En. Okay, you have your own ideas. I won't advise you anymore. By the way, don't work anymore. It's quite dangerous. Lin En thought for a while and made this suggestion again. Being a police officer in a lighthouse country is not an easy profession. 1.0. Gangs and terrorists are prevalent here. If you are not careful, you may get injured while performing the task. Again, so many bad guys were captured. Failure to do so will result in retaliation. Gwen was kidnapped by King Bin's men at the beginning. If Lin En hadn't awakened the system some time ago, this may result in huge amounts of crisis. Yes, Dad, please stop working. You have worked hard all your life and spend time with your mother. Hasn't she always wanted to travel to Norway? Gwen also persuaded her. As I live with Lin En for longer and longer, she saw more and more things. Mutant? And aliens. What other super criminals have special abilities? All kinds of dangerous creatures are much stronger than ordinary people. It's not something ordinary police officers can handle at all. She was also worried that her father, George, would encounter the 12 terrifying creatures during his mission. Humanity? Even if he has a firearm, he has no room to fight back. It's just. George looked embarrassed. Been a police officer all my life. If you stop working now, you will always feel like you are lacking something. Yes, husband, please stop working. I had a nightmare some time ago. Helen also tried to persuade her. For a woman, in her life, she only has her husband and her daughter Gwen. Now that Gwen has Lin En, she doesn't have any shortcomings except that she is a little more female. There is no need to worry about safety issues. The only one I'm worried about is George. But if I don't live up to expectations, how can I support you? George hesitated for a long time, but still shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lin En, are you short of money? Not to mention various gifts. The amount in the bank card given was 500 million. This is Lin En. Those who are good to themselves. He will never forget that whenever he can help, he will do his best. If the money is not enough, you can tell me. Gwen patted her chest and spoke generously. You girl, what are you talking about? It's not easy for Lin En to raise so many people. Last time she gave her 1 million. Helen couldn't help but patted Gwen's little head. Having said this, she looked at Lin En earnestly. Xiao Lindsay, we have been living together for 3 years. To be honest, seeing that you have so many women, I actually feel sorry for Gwen. Mom, Gwen said quickly, fearing that Hella would continue talking. Listen to me first. Helen pulled Gwen and sighed. There is also some complexity in his eyes. As a mother, she definitely doesn't want her daughter to share a man with other women. But I saw other people were busy, and Gwen and Lin En were curled up on the sofa watching TV. She understands that no matter how many women there are around Lin En, Gwen has all the special ones. I didn't know that you used so much money to buy a villa, 480 sports cars and expensive clothes. In the future life, this whole family will need money. I haven't spent the 1 million you gave me, so I got it for you this time. Helen took out a bank card from her bag. Then it was stuffed into Lin En's hands. Lin En looked strange. Gwen was also confused. 1 million? The bank card given to George obviously contained 500 million. How do you say it is 1 million? Good guy? Others are getting kickbacks. After George finished eating, he only paid an interest rate. What's wrong? Helen asked. Okay, just keep the money Lin En gave you. What is it for? Don't talk about it. Really, this is filial piety. Just put it away if I give it to you. Even if you return it, you should discuss it with me in advance. Let's go and help in the kitchen, and I'll open the wine. It's a good day, so I want to have a good drink. George spoke quickly, pulling Helen, who was confused, to help. No. Helen said quickly, took 2 steps back, and looked at Lin En and the others. A trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. You definitely have something to hide from me. No matter how stupid she was, she realized that something was wrong. Mom, let me tell you. Gwen ran 2 steps quickly. Gwen, shut up. Don't let your mother know about this kind of thing. George blinked desperately, trying to muddle through. No, Dad, you are going too far. Gwen said angrily. Lin En, come on, Gwen listens to you. George pulled Lin En, with anxiety and pleading in his eyes. He swore that he had never been so panicked in his life. Gwen is right, you've gone too far. Lin En shook his head slowly, and then looked elsewhere. After giving 500 million, I gave 1 million to Aunt Helen. If Helen hadn't felt sorry for Lin En would have had a hard time making money. I'm afraid no one knows about this. Excessive, simply too much to describe. George, tell me clearly, have you done anything sorry for me? Helen's face changed, and she didn't know where she was thinking. No, really not. George waved his hand quickly. Cold sweat dripped from my head constantly. What the hell is that? Helen wanted to roar, but she lowered her voice when she saw the busy people on the other side of the living room. She also didn't want others to see the joke. Mom, do you know how much brother Lin En gave Dad? Gwen blinked. You couldn't have given me 2 million, and then your dad secretly kept half of it. Helen hesitated for a moment and couldn't help guessing. If that's the case, he's dead. I guessed it right, but as for the amount, the gap is huge. Lin En couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. At the same time, he looked at George with a little pity. Okay, this is completely direct suicide. Gwen looked weird. It can't be 5 million. Helen exclaimed. 5 million lighthouse coins is definitely a huge sum of money. 500 million. Gwen slowly spit out this sentence. Silence? Deathly silence? Helen's eyes widened and she blinked hard. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, and she couldn't say a word. OMG? 500 million. Lin En actually gave 500 million? How did he have so much money? Wrong? This doesn't seem to be an issue now. It's different from the silence here. The kitchen is in full swing. May is serving food. Giggle. Suddenly I heard Wanda beside me, pissed laughed out loud. Why are you so happy? May asked with some confusion. Nothing, I heard something interesting. Wanda blinked her beautiful eyes and looked playfully towards the sofa in the living room. When Wanda said this, she giggled again. She didn't want to laugh. After all, as an adult, you have a minimum of control. But, she just couldn't control it. 500 million, but only 1 million was given to my wife. It happened to be discovered. This kind of thing is really funny. I just don't know how it will end now. Still better is Lin En. Never deceive yourself. Wanda thought beautifully. As she gradually mastered the origin magic power, her 5 senses were greatly improved. The most important thing is that, for some reason, she can feel that Lin En's body has the same energy as hers. This also made her very happy. After all, she has a lot of Lin En in her body. Now Lin En finally has something of hers in her body. Most importantly, based on the same origin magic power energy within the body, she can also feel Lin En's approximate location. If you are close, you can even feel Lin En's emotions. Just now, she also noticed this. So I listened carefully, and unexpectedly, I heard something very interesting. The other side. Helen continued to be shocked. Her lips trembled and her face turned pale. 500 million. Is it really 500 million? Bsub. Lin En, where did this money come from? Lin En felt a little moved. Unexpectedly, Helen was still caring about herself at this time. Care about whether your money is correct. Don't worry, Aunt Helen, Jian is all above board. After hearing this, Helen looked at George. Hey, Gwen, you shouldn't have said that. Gwen pouted. There was no way she could hide this kind of thing from her mother. Dad, you are really going too far. Fortunately, Mom still waits for you every night. She takes care of you every day. When Gwen said this, she still waved her little fist. Mom, you give Dad a good beating. I support you. However, the next second, Luan's face turned pale. Get a divorce. Helen slowly closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears fell from her cheeks. After living for most of my life, I never expected that my husband would treat me like this. That's how she feels now. Money or not is no longer important. The most important thing now is the issue of trust. It seems that he doesn't want everyone to see his embarrassment. Helen turned and left. Click. With the door closing, George also reacted quickly. Listen to my explanation. George was also extremely anxious and quickly followed. He tried to grab his wife, but was violently thrown away. Mom. Gwen was stunned. She didn't expect it to be so serious. If her parents divorced, wouldn't she be the instigator? Let parents divorce. I am too filial. Brother Lin En, what should we do now? Gwen looked at Lin En anxiously. At this time, she was completely panicked. Don't worry, you'll find out if you keep reading. Lin En took Gwen's hand and pressed gently. The warmth coming from the palm of her hand also made Gwen feel slightly calmer. With Lin En's footsteps, the golden portal lit up instantly. The two came directly outside. Lin En and Gwen came outside. Then he saw that George had stopped Helen. Listen to me, I really don't distrust you. I didn't take care of my mistress either. I didn't hide my gambling from you. George explained extremely anxiously. It was obviously a cold winter, and he was sweating profusely. Okay, then tell me, what's going on? Helen took a deep breath, could no longer suppress her anger, and asked loudly with tears in her eyes. Tell me, where did those 500 million go? Whoosh! The surrounding wind and snow increased again. Lin En pointed with one hand, and light blue flames surged out, forming a protective shield to keep out the wind and snow. I've spent all my money. George lowered his head, not daring to look at Helen. Boom! Helen couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Spent? 500 million, all spent? It only took a month for Lin En to give me the money. It cost 500 million. She looked sharply at George. There was shock and confusion. For the first time, she felt that her husband, who had lived with her for decades, was so strange. The stranger seemed to have never been recognized before. How on earth did you spend so much money? Helen shouted at the top of her lungs. I donated the money. After George took a deep breath, he finally made up his mind to tell the matter. Donated. Helen was stunned for a moment. Even the struggle was forgotten. This was an answer she could never have imagined. Yes. George said with reminiscence in his eyes. 3 months ago, crime incidents increased in Gotham City, and many police officers were temporarily removed from the area. In the area I am responsible for, more than a dozen police officers have also been transferred. You should know about this. This is an opportunity to commit a crime. At that time, we were planning to let Lin En go over and arrest some criminals, so that he could have a better resume and take over my position in the future. Helen nodded. She did know this matter. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was in Queens. Please give me flowers. 0. In order to catch criminals, the police must wear civilian clothes and fish for law enforcement. Just to complete the task indicators. If you go to Gotham City, you will not only be able to complete the target, but you may also get rewards. After all, there are too many criminals there. But she still didn't speak. This matter seems to have nothing to do with spending 500 million. Died. They're all dead. George murmured. There was deep sadness in his eyes. All the police officers who went to Gotham City died. All the police were blocked in the sewer by a guy named Penguin. The poisonous gas filled the air. In addition to our borough of Queens, the same applies to several nearby boroughs. There are hundreds of police officers, only 7 or 8 survive. When George said this, he couldn't help but shudder. If it doesn't really happen. He never imagined that there could be such a vicious criminal. Hundreds of police officers? How many are left? Hiss, Helen gasped. The whole person was shocked to the spot. What a tragic figure this is. How could this happen? Are there families? Okay now. At this moment, Helen had given up arguing and was instead worried about the families of the dead police officers. This kind-hearted person always thinks of others first. The state's compensation has never been paid. When George said this, he punched the railing next to him. I thought I had money, so I paid more than 50 million. But, you know, these hundreds of people are simply not enough. Some of them even have children as young as 2 years old, and some parents are no longer able to work. I spent 500 million and invested all of it to establish a relief foundation. When George said this, he took a deep breath and apologized to Helen. Sorry, I didn't discuss this matter with you. Hearing this, Helen breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the blame on his face turned into relief. She is also very happy that her man can be so kind. However, deep down in my heart, I still care about money. By comparison, that's 500 million. She has never seen so much money in her life. Okay, the matter has been resolved, and everyone is happy. Lin En walked over and said slowly, did you already know this? Gwen tilted her head and hit Lin En's chest with her little pink fist. I was scared to death just now. She really thought that her family was going to be ruined. I only know about the conscience of heaven and earth. Lin En said helplessly. He took out a mobile phone, and the contents on it were all checked through artificial intelligence. And, let me tell you something that is unlucky after all. The so-called relief foundation established by your father is also fake. That 500 million, by this time, may have been transferred to dozens of countries and disappeared without a trace. When Lin En said this, his expression was also very strange. Good guy. After working as a police chief for most of his life, he was actually deceived. If this spreads out, it will be laughed at for a lifetime. At the same time, Lin En also had to admit it. In this world, those who play finance are the quickest to deceive people. Just use some professional terminology, and you can enjoy the money you cheated for a lifetime. Gwen's mouth twitched twice. I suddenly want to hit my dad. She was absolutely furious. Never seen anything like this. Not even waiting for mom and dad to just reconcile. He took Lin En's cell phone and ran over. Deathly silence. After 10 seconds of silence, 0.1 George fell to the ground with a thud. He beat his chest angrily. This damn guy dares to lie to me? I want to arrest him. Okay, I don't know where I ran to. Helen gritted her teeth and wanted to strangle her to death. A good 500 million. Just this. Thinking of this, her breathing hurt. Okay, I will help you recover these 500 million. Lin En rubbed his brows helplessly. This matter was then sent directly to the White Queen. Take Hellfire Club's ability. This person, even if he goes to the end of the world, it will be useless. At the same time, in the Hellfire Club building, White Queen rubbed her eyebrows. The entire Hellfire Club is in a state of flux. But with the help of Magneto, we are almost on the right track. I have to say that even though you have been isolated from the world for so many years, your management ability has not declined at all. Magneto couldn't help but sigh. 14's eyes couldn't help but fall on White Queen's graceful figure. The latter's appearance and figure also maintain the same standards as those of the past. Although they are obviously the same age, he and Charles have become old men. It's really unfair. Haha, your strength is much stronger than before. White Queen responded. A little happiness appeared on his face. Compared to being locked up in a dark and hopeless underground. It's so comfortable here. The taste of freedom is really intoxicating. This is all given by my teacher. Magneto straightened his back. There was a little fanaticism in his eyes. Even if Lin En is no longer around, just mentioning a name is enough to make him proud. After practicing the exercises given by Lin En, he could feel that his strength was constantly and steadily increasing. And there is no bottleneck at all. The most important thing is, the control of variant abilities is also gradually changing. He vaguely felt that his mutant ability seemed to have been used incorrectly before. What he controls has always been not metal, but magnetism. It's just that, the metal is controlled by magnetism. I wonder what Lin En is doing. Hear Lin En's name. White Queen also made her body straighter. There is recollection in her beautiful eyes. And all of this comes from Lin En. I don't know why, but recently, Lin En's appearance has always appeared in White Queen's mind unconsciously. Just at this time, her cell phone suddenly rang. It's news from Lin En. White Queen was excited. Being defrauded. The police chief was deceived. The more White Queen looked at her, the more her face changed. In the end, the beautiful face was full of astonishment. After Magneto read the text message, he also twitched the corner of his mouth. What are you going to do about it? Magneto raised his head and asked. Find these organizations first, then catch them all, and give 120 to Lin En as a gift. White Queen licked the corner of her mouth, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. I don't know what reward Lin En will give herself. As she entered a string of passwords, everyone in the Hellfire Club takes action. An hour later, her eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, this criminal gang actually ran to Gotham City. It's really interesting. White Queen said slowly. Magneto was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. There's no point in escaping anywhere. Being targeted by your White Queen will only lead to death. White Queen also had a smile on her face. But she never thought that she almost died in Gotham City, Queen's house. Lin En took out another bank card. Finally, it was handed over to Helen. Aunt Helen, I was also at fault in this matter. I shouldn't have given the money to Uncle George. Lin En shook his head helplessly. This matter is really too confusing. Even he didn't expect that things could develop like this. There are still 500 million in it. You can take it. It seems that you still have to keep the financial power of the family. Lin En will be stuck in the hands of Helen. I can't have this. I've already let this damn guy waste 500 million on you. Helen quickly refused. This is 500 million, not 5,000 or 50,000. Adding in the original 500 million, it becomes a full 1 billion. Aunt Helen, you still don't regard me as one of your own. Lin En showed a pitiful look. Then he sighed with a sad look on his face. How could it be? I have always treated you as my son. Helen explained quickly. I am afraid that Lin En will misunderstand. Mom, just take it. Lin En is not short of money. Gwen stuck out her little head. If you don't take it, I'll give it to Uncle George. Lin En shook the bank card and decided to give it to George. George was stunned for a moment and was about to take it. But Helen glared at her. Lin En, I'll keep this money for you first. Helen gripped the bank card tightly for fear of losing it. But she won't spend the money. Aunt Helen, this is what I spent. It's only 500 million. To be honest, I'm really not short of money now. Lin En rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. I have to say that Helen and May's thoughts are somewhat similar. They are all used to being thrifty. It's just that Helen's family is richer. Lin En is helpless and knows that it is very difficult to change in a short time. But, as long as you have money, people will gradually become rich. For example, Plum. Spending money is much more generous now than before. By the way, Uncle George, you'd better resign. Lin En touched his chin. Spoke again. And he also plans to go to Gotham City to see it in person in a few days. You don't want Gwen and Aunt Helen to worry. Think about it, if you really have an accident, what will they do? George wanted to say something else, but saw Lin En's serious face. Finally, he nodded helplessly. Okay, I understand, I will resign tomorrow. Hearing George let out a sigh of relief. Gwen and Helen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, with smiles on their faces. Have money and enjoy it. Why do you have to go to work? Why don't you spend all your energy to boost the economy? Things are over here. 4 people entered the house. A New Year's Eve dinner started like this. Early the next morning, Lin En woke up in a daze. Phil Coulson was already waiting outside. Lin En, I'll pick you up and take you to the conference center. Phil Coulson said. There was complexity in his eyes. Who would have thought that the young man in front of him would grow to this point in just a few months? Let's go then. Lin En stretched his arms and followed. The two entered the small fighter plane. With a slight shaking, the entire fighter plane turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Where was this meeting held? Lin En was a little surprised because they had already flown out of the lighthouse country. Phil Coulson sets the plane on autopilot. Then he turned his head and said with a smile, this meeting is very important, so safety issues are crucial. We chose to be on the high seas, and the news this time was not leaked, so it is very safe. Hearing this, Lin En understood. Yes, it is not suitable to be held in any country. Plus this kind of meeting cannot be completed within a certain period of time. Might as well go directly to the high seas. A huge amount of cruise ship. The number of people and materials it can carry are very large. Enough for everyone's needs. The most important thing is safety. No one would have thought that such an important meeting would be held at sea. Good choice. Lin En smiled slightly. Okay, we're almost there. Phil Coulson suddenly said. Lin En looked around and saw many luxurious ships. There are many small yachts around. They all seem to be traveling. There are also many tourists. But Lin En discovered. When my own plane approaches, there are at least 100 eyes looking over from various ships. There are tourists here, but most of them are bodyguards. Phil Coulson explained. Lin En nodded. The two got off the plane and went through a rigorous investigation. Everyone also successfully entered the cabin. The conference room is in the top cabin. I'll take you there. Phil Coulson looked at the communicator and hurriedly took Lin En into the elevator. In the conference room, it brought together important leaders from more than a dozen countries. Most are second-in-commands and central figures. To put it bluntly, any one of the people sitting here can make the world tremble with just a move of their feet. Their expressions were very excited. After all, the matter of attacking alien planets, whether successful or not, is an extremely transcendent matter. A new chapter will be opened. If we can really occupy other planets, our Yamato nation must bear the brunt. Yes, this is our opportunity for Japan. The two Japanese leaders spoke excitedly. No doubt. As a very aggressive country, Japan has a large land area. Therefore, I am particularly interested in this meeting. As long as you can be allocated a large piece of land, or even a planet. They swore that with their efforts, they would catch up with the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Country and become the strongest country? Isn't that guy Lin En here yet? Thor looked at the waves outside the window casually. It should be soon. Tony also smiled slightly. The meeting starts in a few minutes. That guy always comes last. It's not like you don't know. The two of them are the proposers of the plan and are the first echelon. Definitely qualified to attend the conference. I hate these meetings. Thor couldn't understand why these Midgardians were so keen on holding meetings. At least in Asgard, you won't do such meaningless things. Just one word, Tien will do. Haha, this is not your Asgard, it is not monolithic. Tony played with his artificial intelligence in his hands and spoke slowly. So many countries will start their invasion plan before Divide all the benefits first. It's just that big countries get more benefits. If you are a small country, you can drink soup at the back. But no matter what, this matter represents huge amounts of profit. At the same time, Lin En and Phil Coulson walk on the metal deck. Looking at Captain America and Natasha Romanoff standing ready, I couldn't help but smile. Hello, you two, how long have you been here? Lin En asked. Captain America glanced around and relaxed slightly. For some reason, after seeing Lin En, his full vigilance was relieved. Been here since yesterday. You just come to the meeting wearing nothing. Natasha Romanoff looked Lin En up and down. Wearing ordinary casual clothes, he looks so solemn. It's like going out for an outing. Yeah, what's wrong? Lin En tugged on his clothes. Very soft and comfortable. Natasha Romanoff. Not only is there something wrong, it is simply too big. This meeting can be said to be the most important meeting with the most participating countries in the past few hundred years, except during World War II. Everyone gathered was a heavy weight. Said without politeness. An accident to any one person will cause huge amounts of turmoil. It may even trigger a war. The most important thing is, these important figures are all in suits and leather shoes, and they pay great attention to them. On the other hand, Lin En is calm and relaxed. Lin En was about to speak when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the beautiful waitress beside him. Phil Coulson and the other three also looked over. She is more than 1.7 meters tall, has a curvy face, and has a delicate and beautiful face. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, but finally couldn't hold it back. With Wanda and the others at home, haven't you seen enough? Lin En did not answer, but narrowed his eyes slightly. He whispered to the three people, be careful, this ship is not as safe as you think. Please give me flowers, 0. That person just now, it's Catwoman? Yes, it is the famous Catwoman in DC, and the reason why Lin En saw it at first glance. Mainly, so much like Anne Hathaway, just younger and more refined. The legs are also longer. What? What did you find? Captain America Steve Rogers subconsciously clenched the shield in his hand. Someone strange has sneaked in. Lin En was also a little confused. I will immediately step up the investigation. Phil Coulson looked serious. Fury was then informed of the incident. Lin En touched his chin. Logically speaking, how could this meeting be known if it was kept secret? His mental power spread. Found something more interesting. Or rather a scrawl. Good guy. This level of confidentiality is really too high. What should come and what should not come, all come together. Lin En observed the scrolls carefully. It was discovered that they have very similar chins to Thanos. It seems that they do have a certain blood relationship. Thanos is a mutated Eternal, and the scroll deviants should be thankful. If there is no mutation, otherwise the world will be in chaos? You also said how confidential this meeting is. Lin En couldn't help but complain in her heart. 190. The S.H.I.E.L.D agents immediately became alert. According to Lin En's words, this time a stranger sneaked in, still under the nose of SHIELD. More or less, it will damage S.H.I.E.L.D's face. This group of people is too much. Phil Coulson felt one head and two heads up. Natasha Romanoff also attaches great importance to what Lin En said. At first, she thought Lin En was looking at beautiful women. Unexpectedly, I misunderstood the latter. In her heart, she felt a little embarrassed. The eyes that looked at Lin En also became respectful. How did you find out? Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. That pretty waitress, she's Catwoman. Lin En did not go around the bush and spoke directly to Natasha Romanoff. Catwoman. Natasha Romanoff said in surprise. Why is Catwoman here? Natasha Romanoff began to think in her heart. Lin En looked at Catwoman not far away. Catwoman accidentally discovered Lin En. His eyes met the handsome Lin En. She immediately felt a twinge of doubt. Have you been discovered? Catwoman felt a little uneasy. A trace of panic flashed across her beautiful face. But it's fleeting. Hard to notice. He hid himself very well. It shouldn't be discovered. She quietly took another look at this oriental man with a teacher's spirit. Smart Catwoman knows. All the people who came to this meeting were important people. It seems that this man is not simple. It seemed that Lin En was not paying attention to herself. Catwoman felt relieved in her heart. It seems that I am overthinking it. She comforted herself. The beautiful face also has a harmless smile. On this ship, all the important people came. It's just that this oriental man is dressed so casually. How can I attend the meeting? Could it be that the other party sneaked in just like me? Catwoman confirmed her thoughts. I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. It's better to be careful. Catwoman thought to herself. Catwoman's real name is Selena Kyle. She is a thief who targets jewelry, cultural relics, and other precious works of art. Her stealing skills are world-class, able to steal targets in any tightly guarded environment and escape from Batman many times. But sometimes it also helps Batman. 1.3 is a character who is both good and evil, and later became one of Batman's ambiguous targets. When it comes to Catwoman, Natasha Romanoff is no stranger. Only her, she asked immediately. It's not just her. Lin En answered truthfully. Okay. Lin En stood up. Go forward. Go meet them. There was a faint smile on his handsome face. Natasha Romanoff said nothing. Watch Lin En walk away. I went to do the troubleshooting work with Phil Coulson, Captain America. Beauty, get me a drink. Thank you, Lin En said politely. But he kept looking at Catwoman in front of him. This hot body is so addictive. plus the other person's pretty face. She is indeed a rare beauty. Catwoman looked at Lin En, always looking at herself. She told herself with certainty in her heart, Lin En is a pervert. But then she thought about it, that was fine. A lustful man, at least he has the capital to experiment. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll get ready. Catwoman said with a smile. A sweet voice and a beautiful face. Makes you look sideways. It has become a rare sight on this ship. Tisk tisk. Lin En looked at Catwoman's obedient appearance. It turns out that Catwoman still has such a side. He thought to himself. I am quite satisfied with Catwoman's response. I don't know what Catwoman would look like in another place. Lin En looked thoughtful. Sir, this is the drink you asked for. The sweet voice sounded again. Catwoman's figure also appeared in front of Lin En. She quickly returned to Lin En, after putting down the drinks ordered by Lin En, planning to retreat. Although the other party obviously has thoughts about himself, but Catwoman doesn't want to get involved with Lin En. She still had things to do. Thank you, Lin En said politely, but he didn't drink Catwoman's drink. It seemed like he was just looking for something to talk to and strike up a conversation with Catwoman. You're welcome, Catwoman said with a smile. Do not know why. She felt a little guilty when facing Lin En. This man gave her a somewhat different feeling. Lin En looks exactly like Anne Hathaway's Catwoman. Such close contact. He found that the Catwoman in front of him was more delicate and beautiful. This beautiful lady, Lin En said with a smile. Can we get to know each other? The smile on Catwoman's face froze for a moment. Are you still thinking about flirting with girls at this time? Catwoman looked at the man in front of her in confusion. Did this guy make a mistake? Go on this boat and pick up girls? Catwoman is also quite speechless. 257. She didn't know how to respond. Isn't it convenient? Lin En looked at Catwoman's appearance. Although Catwoman is already used to this kind of thing, but she didn't expect that she would encounter this situation today. Okay. The smile on Catwoman's face remained. But I was thinking in my heart. I thought Lin En would be any different from other men. It turns out that all men are the same. Meet one and love one. Lin En naturally felt better after chatting with the beautiful woman. However, when he saw a familiar figure. This meeting is not about important people. Only then will you be invited to participate. What the hell? This guy is actually here too? The smile on Lin En's face suddenly disappeared. His expression also became ugly. His eyes became cold. But after seeing Lin En's expression, Catwoman felt very confused and helpless. Her beautiful face and smile instantly solidified. What's going on? Didn't you say you wanted to get to know each other? Catwoman was very confused. This expression now, she was unfazed by Lin En's manipulation. The next second, Catwoman noticed something unusual. Lin En's current expression is cold and heartless. In her opinion, although the man in front of him has a handsome appearance, but his expression made people shudder. What's going on? Her beautiful face turned pale. Catwoman looked nervously at the man in front of her. At this moment, the other party looked at him expressionlessly. She felt a little uneasy. Catwoman swallowed hard. I admit that I am Selena. She hesitantly admitted her identity. 2. The smile on his face also disappeared. Instead there was panic. She looked at Lin En with a pale face. At this moment, she realized that she had been exposed. I know, Lin En said without changing his expression. But to Catwoman's ears, it still feels scary. I'm not here to cause trouble. Catwoman lowered her eyes. Looking at the cup in his hand, he tried to ignore Lin En's indifferent attitude. Lin En did not reply. Then I'll leave first. Catwoman looked at the man in front of her and said nothing. At this moment, she just wants to leave here quickly. Facing this strange man made her feel even more stressed. My name is Lin En. Lin En looked away, said in a soft tone. He realized that he had just lost control of his expression. Take the initiative to say hello to Catwoman. Lin En. Catwoman looked at the handsome man in disbelief. It's me. Lin En smiled slightly. He is handsome and can be found in the crowd at a glance. Little did they know, Catwoman was very shocked in her heart. Lin En is the man who saved Mutant. Catwoman thought quickly in her mind. But she was certain of it. Lin En is not someone she can mess with. Why didn't you get your little whip today? Lin En looked at Catwoman's clothes and asked thoughtfully. Catwoman was a little surprised inside. She is an adventurous thief with a whip. Came here today. It's also because she likes taking risks. After getting the news, she could only look for a suitable identity. Linos. Blend in. But she is smart and knows. She should not be the only one doing this. Today is a special situation. Selena replied truthfully. Facing Lin En, she didn't dare to lie. What if he had a problem with someone from SHIELD? Then it would be miserable for me. Catwoman saw it with her own eyes. Lin En was chatting and laughing with the S.H.I.E.L.D agent from the beginning. You can bring it over next time. Lin En said thoughtfully, seeming to be thinking about something. -0. Anne Hathaway with pigtails. Lin En was looking forward to it in her heart. At this time, Catwoman's beautiful face revealed a helpless smile, as if she knew what Lin En was thinking. The current situation doesn't allow it. Catwoman's beautiful face revealed a helpless smile. Lin En nodded, expressing understanding. She shook her head and took the opportunity. Catwoman looked at the place where Lin En's eyes had just stopped. You have to know. I was shocked when I saw 353. Isn't this the representative of Sakura country? It's just the representative of Sakura country sitting there. The whole person looked unhappy. Catwoman suppressed her surprise. It seems that Lin En has some conflicts with the representatives of Sakura country, Selena thought to herself. She thought the other party was angry because of Lin En. Then she looked at the other party with sympathetic eyes. Unexpectedly, the next second, the representative of Sakura Kingdom suddenly looked here. The other party's gaze collided with that of the cat, BHD, girl Selena. This made the representative of Sakura country very dissatisfied. When I saw Catwoman's eyes showing sympathy, he was originally in an unhappy mood. Suddenly I had an outlet. It can only be said that Catwoman is not very lucky. Just hit the muzzle of the gun. How dare a little waiter look at me like this? He was very unhappy in his heart, so he suppressed his inner anger. He tried to calm down his voice. The waiter who serves the wine, come here. The representative of Sakura country said arrogantly. There was an unhappy look on his face. His voice attracted the attention of many people. Catwoman Selena suddenly looked around. I found that she was the only waiter around. After all, she is still wearing waiter's clothes. You're calling me. The smile on Catwoman's face froze instantly. Lin En looked at the arrogant representative of Sakura country. He frowned, a displeased look on his face. What are you still looking at? I'm talking about you. The representative of Sakura Kingdom showed his face and said even more impatiently. Catwoman's beautiful face was still smiling with the sign of a waiter, but in her heart, she was extremely reluctant. There was a hint of bitterness in my heart. She walked forward. Suddenly a pair of slender hands took her arm. She looked back doubtfully. It was discovered that the owner of this hand was Lin En. Do you know what you're doing? Catwoman said anxiously. Let go, that's the representative of Sakura country. She thought Lin En didn't know the other party's identity. In desperation, she revealed the identity of the representative of Sakura country. Lin En's handsome face turned very disgusted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Don't pay attention to that barking sound, Lin En said. Catwoman was about to say something, but he was interrupted by the words of the representative of Sakura country. Catwoman Selena felt Lin En's attitude change. I don't know if it's her imagination. After he revealed that the other party was the representative of Sakura country, and she thinks Lin En seems to be full of hostility towards her. Lin En in front of him seemed to be full of hostility towards the representative of Sakura country. Even though she loves adventure and excitement, she also felt a chill on her back, that kind of real murderous intention. It made her heart tremble. But, my identity on the ship is as a waiter. Catwoman Selena lowered her beautiful eyes. His tone was a little panicked. She is not an important role on this occasion, because she is afraid that her identity will be exposed. Caught by SHIELD. Then you are not now. Lin En increased the strength in his hands and pulled Lina into his arms. However, Lin En increased the strength of his hands and pulled Selena into his arms. This intimate action made Selena feel her cheeks heat up. She sat on Lin En's body. Her posture seemed a bit ambiguous. The onlookers could not help but exclaim, OMG. The people around also felt extremely surprised, witnessing this scene. At this moment, the scene became no longer calm. Catwoman Selena felt her face turn red, and her mood was very complicated. She knew that her behavior on this occasion was inappropriate, but she couldn't resist Lin En's charm and attraction. She tried to break away from Lin En's embrace, but Lin En's strength prevented her from moving. Catwoman felt her cheeks heat up. She sat entirely on Lin En. The posture is somewhat ambiguous. The point is, this is on such an important occasion. Lin En, let me go. Catwoman struggled to get up. Still on board now, she tried to convince Lin En. Lin En has not spoken yet. The representative of Sakura Kingdom on the opposite side spoke arrogantly. Who is this person, polluting everyone's eyes here? He said disdainfully. He looked at Lin En's casual clothes with disdain in his eyes. It can be said that the dress is shabby. I thought the other person was just a little Kayla character. Please give me flowers. And the waitress, although somewhat pretty, to him, who is in a high position, it is just a plaything to make him happy. I want to vent my anger from the big brother of Eagle Country. Naturally, Catwoman and Lin En are his goals. Quack. Lin En said without raising his head. The representative of Sakura Country saw that he was being ignored. Still being ignored by an inconspicuous guy. On this occasion, embarrass him. He was very angry inside. You. The representative of Sakura Kingdom still wanted to shout, but his voice stopped abruptly. Lin En greeted him with a slap. The body of the Sakura Kingdom representative was knocked to the deck. He was stunned. My head feels dizzy. The whole process takes but a blink of an eye. Lin En. Catwoman exclaimed. Are we going too far? She blinked her big eyes, but she was very happy inside. A barking vicious dog deserves a beating, Lin En said casually. These words made Catwoman very interested in Lin En in front of her. What's the background of this Lin En? Catwoman Selena was very curious. Even the representatives of Sakura Country are not looked down upon by Lin En. You know, Sakura Country is the Eagle Country, the most loyal errand boy. Eagle Country told Sakura Country to go east, so he went east. In this world, there are not many 7-3 people who can't take the representative of Sakura Country seriously. What's more, Lin En still touched someone else's little brother on such an important occasion. As the saying goes, a big dog still depends on its owner. Catwoman Selena has always been a smart and witty person. She was keenly aware of. Lin En exudes an unusual aura. This made her admire Lin En very much. Gem. Lin En is not an ordinary person. He has a close relationship with the S.H.I.E.L.D agent. Then Lin En himself is also a powerful person. The strength of S.H.I.E.L.D lies there. Fury, the old vixen, will never win over an unrelated person. As for the background, Selena only knew that the other party was just an unknown little policeman before this. It can be seen from this. Lin En must have strong strength. Only then can the proud Fury contact him. As Catwoman thinks about it, the representative of Sakura Kingdom got up with difficulty. He supported his upper body with his hands, but to no avail. Wearing a high-end dress, he was ragged and extremely embarrassed at the moment. His face was covered with dust and blood. Get him. The representative of Sakura Country said with difficulty. It seems that he is not dead, but he is disabled. Big holes were smashed into the deck. I'm lucky to be alive, the South Korean representative thought to himself. Unexpectedly, the representative of Sakura Country said something back. Fury, why don't you do something? The representative of Sakura Country said impatiently. He coughed up blood. A feeling of weakness spreads throughout the body. Lin En only used 10% of his strength just now. It's quite chaotic on the ship now. It's better not to expose your strength. Director Nick Fury did not speak. He looked at Lin En, waiting for the other party's answer. Director Nick Fury, please SHIELD please throw this garbage away. Lin En said casually. It was as if he had just beaten a barking dog. It's not very harmful, it's extremely insulting. Selena took a breath. Lin En is more arrogant than the representative of Sakura Country. This is her evaluation of Lin En. This powerful oriental man made her very curious. There was even a hint of goodwill. The woman's desire to be strong came into play at this moment. Get loyalty from Cat 5.2 female Selena. Loyalty level, 40. Lin En raised his handsome eyebrows. Good guy, I'm almost 40. It seemed that Catwoman was not as difficult to reach as he imagined. Lin En thought in his heart. There's still a little bit left before you can get the reward. Women are emotional. The same goes for Catwoman. Even if the other person likes something unusual, pursue adventure and passion. But she is still a woman. And Lin En is the beautiful Terminator in American comics. Loyalty builds. Sorry, Batman, Lin En, have poached your corner. Lin En thought to himself. Catwoman Selena is the character that Batman has loved for the longest time. Batman once revealed his identity to him. Catwoman is considered to be Batman's true love. She is an attractive beauty. In the two-player game with Batman, Go 17 attracted Batman, who always wanted to transform her. At the same time, she is also different from other villains. She's neither a killer nor completely evil. It is an existence that is both good and evil. He calmly looked at Catwoman in front of him. This curvy figure makes people yearn for it. If I work harder, won't I be able to overthrow Selena? Lin En was a little excited inside. But there's no rush now. Anyway, Catwoman is now his cup of tea. There is no rush. Director Nick Fury scratched his head in embarrassment. He sighed. Then he said leisurely. It's not good for you to mess with someone, why bother with him? Director Nick Fury said helplessly. What? It wasn't just the representative of Sakura Country. Other representatives also had surprised expressions on their faces. Who is he? The fellow sufferer from Sakura Country asked. Lin En. Director Nick Fury replied directly. What? Are you Lin En? The expression of the Sakura Country representative changed. He also heard about Lin En. Hearing about the other party, he protected mutant at all costs. The representative of Sakura Country was heartbroken. He knows his current situation. Encountered a tough situation. He shook off the assistant's hand. It's over. Don't worry about me, he said desperately. Director Nick Fury, do it quickly. Lin En urged. Director Nick Fury looked affectionate towards the representative of Sakura Country. What are you talking about? The representative of Sakura Country said, still unconvinced. Doesn't he feel embarrassed at all? So, Lin En helped him turn off the mic manually again. The sound of bang came again. However, this time the representative of Sakura Country did not speak. One can imagine. The other party should be cold by now. None of you here have said 243 words. The silence was deafening. The representative of Sakura Country proved Lin En's strength with his life. Made wedding clothes for others. He's dead. Director Nick Fury checked. It was discovered that the representative of Sakura Country was no longer breathing. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. This Lin En is too brave. Everyone is afraid of Lin En. After all, the representative of Sakura Country is an important figure after all. This Lin En killed the opponent without blinking an eye. Even the powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. director Fury, whom he respects very much. Lin En has great strength, even if you can't be friends with him. But you must never become an enemy with him. The ideas of representatives from these countries are surprisingly consistent. This disagreement shows that there are complex relationships and competitions between different countries and forces. In addition, they came here to attend the meeting. Get Thor loyalty. Loyalty level, 55. Thor's loyalty increased? Lin En was a little surprised by this. But according to Thor's temper, there will be some resonance. There was a faint smile on Lin En's face. I saw Thor clapping his hands and cheering. Okay, good fight, he said happily. Those two chirping Sakura countrymen finally fell silent. He didn't have a good impression of the two of them. The meeting hasn't started yet. The two people were there, discussing about occupying other planets. For those who didn't know, I thought Sakura country was the first to be involved. Thor hated this kind of person the most. However, Lin En manually turned off the mic these 2 times, which made him feel very good. This meeting, Sakura country, and dogs are not allowed to enter, Lin En said very forcefully. Even the big brother representative of Eagle country didn't say anything at the moment. Sakura country was originally their subordinate. It doesn't matter if you lose it. The big deal, Yingguo will find another suitable subordinate. The small Sakura country is not worth the quarrel between Eagle country and Lin En. Which one is more important or less important, Yingguo can still handle it clearly. The episode in Sakura country passed like this. At the same time, irrelevant personnel, please leave immediately. Director Nick Fury said seriously. All S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are responsible for the personnel investigation on board the ship. Catwoman had a faint smile on her beautiful face. When she left, she took a deep look at Lin En. She is very grateful for Lin En's rescue. Lin En met her eyes. Catwoman looked away as if she was electrocuted. Leave quickly. It's strange that I'm actually looking forward to meeting Lin En. Catwoman was a little confused in her heart. Lin En gave her a different feeling. It left a deep impression on her heart. When all irrelevant people evacuate, the meeting can officially begin. I declare that this attack planet meeting has officially begun, Lin En said with a solemn expression. His voice was not loud, but it spread to every corner. It turns out that Lin En initiated this meeting. Everyone understood immediately. They are all outstanding figures in the country. Each one is like a think tank. Even the hair of a smart person is empty. This is Thor, Lin En introduced. Kings. Thor smiled and nodded. It involves representatives from different countries and their interactions at the meeting. Our planet will face an unprecedented crisis. Aliens are now eyeing Blue Star. Lin En's gaze briefly rested on several scrolls. Several people suddenly felt a chill in their backs. Lin En's expression. It seems that they know their identities. The scroll pretended to be calm. They are very calm on the surface, but it is difficult to calm down inside. They are smart enough to know. Lin En may be more powerful than they imagined. There are still many unknown crises in the universe plane, Lin En said with a solemn expression. I can testify to this, Thor said seriously. He is the god of the 9 realms and the supreme existence. As powerful as Asgard, it also faces many problems now, Thor said seriously. Not to mention Blue Star. Aliens have now invaded Blue Star, Lin En said seriously. He looked at the people in the conference room with a vague gaze, but it made the Skrulls at the meeting find it difficult to breathe. Does he know? The Skrull was very nervous, but he still looked at Lin En with a calm expression. The conference room on the top cabin is extremely quiet at the moment. The people coming to the meeting now are core figures from each country. It's unimaginable if aliens come. He also invaded the government. Isn't it that society has already been pervasive by aliens? Even thinking about it makes these leaders in high positions fearful. Then what should we do? Someone asked at this moment. Although he is a smart leader, but facing areas that you don't understand. For professional matters, you still have to ask professionals. Lin En was the one who initiated the meeting. There's nothing wrong with asking him. He thought to himself. We need to unite together, Lin En said very seriously. Human power is very small. Even a powerful mutant may not be able to escape unscathed from the battle. How much less a human? Lin En's words moved these leaders. However, the current problem is mutant willing to help them? Humans are not friendly to mutants. Those mutants who got caught. It was even used by Stryker for cruel experiments. Mutant, who was not caught, had a hard time, hiding here and there every day. Tad. But he repeatedly hurts mutant. Can't our technology also play a role? Even a little bit will do. It can't. Lin En told the cruel truth. Despair spread in everyone's heart. Is there only one way to die? Right now, we still have some time to prepare. We need to act quickly now. Minimize the damage and loss to the minimum. Thor nodded in approval. Lin En is right, there are too many powerful enemies. In the face of absolute strength, human beings are as small as ants. Can only wait to die. Representatives from different countries have different positions and views. But they also understand that Blue Star's situation is now in a precarious position. They were discussing the issue of attacking the planet at the meeting. It also shows the relationships and competition between different countries. The Tesseract experiment is still ongoing, Director Nick Fury said earnestly. Everyone in the meeting listened carefully. Hill, please report the situation. Yes, Director. A sweet female voice sounded. The energy of Tesseract is very powerful. Hill began to report the situation truthfully. We are trying to harness and control this energy. If it can be used reasonably, it will bring major breakthroughs to the entire country and even the world. Hill agent, dressed in work clothes, looks very capable and beautiful. Her whole person was shining with confidence. Very conspicuous in the crowd. People can notice it at a glance. That's good news. Others echoed. The utilization of new energy can bring major breakthroughs to the development of all aspects of the country. Thinking of this, even though they were national representatives, they couldn't help but get excited. Yes, that's good news. However, energy within a controllable range is good news for humans, Lin En said with a serious face. Yes. A flash of surprise flashed through Hill's heart, but it quickly disappeared. She didn't know why Lin En was so clear. Did Director Nick Fury even tell him this? Hill didn't know why director Nick Fury valued Lin En so much. However, she knew that the director would not do anything that was not beneficial to Eagle Country. The other party has great strength. Only then can S.H.I.E.L.D. reach out to him. She couldn't help but become curious about Lin En. Lin En was thinking in his heart. In Avengers 1, when humans discovered and began to control the Tesseract. Next, it's time for Loki to invade Earth. Lin En was thinking in his heart. It's a blessing and a curse. Lin En murmured. When the magic of the universe changes, that's when the disaster begins. His words made everyone feel panic in their hearts. But it is precisely because Blue Star's mutants are increasing and becoming stronger day by day. They in the universe can't sit still in the group meeting. Zero Flowers requested. Want to launch an attack on Blue Star. The space gem is a door that can be opened from both sides. Loki had been at the door, which he didn't open because it was locked, but he knocked. So there appeared the mutation of space gem. Then the S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers activated the space gem, which was equivalent to opening the door, and then Loki came over. It seems time is running out. Lin En knew that Blue Star would face huge amounts of disaster. Hawkeye Barton is responsible for detailed observation. Get Agent Hill loyalty. Loyalty level, 15. Lin En listened to the system prompts. He was a little surprised and looked at Hill in the conference room. The other party didn't notice this inexplicable loyalty. It seems that Hill can also consider it. A woman's loyalty always starts inexplicably. Increase is inevitable. Once people become curious about things, then you will want to know more. Deep in the swamp of curiosity, Wanda today's Hill agent, that's the case. Lin En didn't expect that Hill would be loyal to him. Maybe it's because of curiosity. Lin En thought in his heart. However, having it is better than nothing. It's always a good thing. You can also get rewards yourself. You can also hold a beautiful woman in your arms. The best of both worlds. Blue Star has always been the target of invasion by other planets who want 87. It's just that before that, no powerful person appeared on Blue Star. For them, they can do whatever they want. Lin En continued. But things are different now. The mutants on Blue Star are getting stronger day by day. If they wait any longer, they will pay a certain price, and the gains outweigh the losses. Thor nodded in approval. So now, they have planned to strike first. There are many powerful beings in the universe. It's only a matter of time before Blue Star is discovered. It's just that whoever discovers it first can get it first. It's so. It's better that we start to fight back first. Tell them that Blue Star is not someone to be trifled with. Many people recognize this statement. The harsh truth is this. Only become stronger. Only the enemy will be afraid. No one will dare to challenge you. After hearing Thor's words, everyone's hearts were filled with fighting spirit. They all know that if Blue Star doesn't take action, those foreign invaders will always treat them as soft persimmons. We can no longer remain passive. Lin En said impassionedly, we need to take the initiative to protect our own planet. That's right. Thor agreed with Lin En's statement. We need to build a strong army to fight for our planet. I can help you. I have a lot of experience and can help the military. I can too. And SHIELD too. They rushed to say, 0. Great. Thor said happily. In his heart, he felt very happy about this. We need people like you to join our team. Lin En smiled. He felt very relieved. In this era of crisis, he finally found a group of like-minded people. Next, they are about to start preparing to form an army. Lin En also did his best to help the army. Let's protect Blue Star together. At this moment, Lin En was like a high-spirited general, leading his army to face the enemy together. They will defend Blue Star from external aggression. In this process, Lin En 1.0 also met many like-minded people. They must fight side by side and work hard for the same goal. The mutants on Blue Star are also becoming more and more powerful. The title of Soft Persimmon will also be thrown away due to their efforts. Lin En is very proud. He knows that everyone contributes to the safety of Blue Star. They must use their own strength to protect their homeland. We must also leave a better world for those who come after us. The atmosphere is here. Lin En knew that the purpose of this meeting had been achieved. It only involves your own interests. Talents will take the initiative to join the resistance camp. Lin En took advantage of the weaknesses of human nature. Only today can the representatives of these countries be moved. The solution has been found. Lin En thought to himself. He believed that representatives from these countries would definitely give him a satisfactory answer. Congratulations on gaining Hill loyalty. Hill loyalty level, 20. Lin En listened to the system prompts. This loyalty increased again. Why is the base number so small? It seems that we need to find a chance to get along well with Hill. Lin En thought to himself. Congratulations on gaining Thor's loyalty. Loyalty level, 80. The system prompt sounded again. Lin En felt helpless. Thor's loyalty seems to be very easy to play. If you want to, you can probably start brushing it up soon. Lin En looked at the system prompts with a somewhat complicated mood. Although she has gained loyalty, she doesn't really care about this value. Lin En is more concerned about how to make himself and his teammates stronger. To protect your homeland and the future world. The continuous loyalty made Lin En very happy. He knew that Thor's loyalty could be the same, but he didn't intend to deliberately increase this value. On the contrary, Lin En wants to get to know Thor better by getting along with him. Learn his combat skills and leadership abilities to improve your own strength. Applying what you learn is Lin En's goal. In the next time, Lin En and Thor will train together and fight together. Therefore, the trust and tacit understanding between them will become deeper and deeper. After these few days of getting along, Lin En discovered carefully, Thor is not a simple and crude person. He has his own principles and bottom line. At the same time, we also pay great attention to teamwork and helping each other. These are what Thor needs to learn to become an excellent leader in the future. In addition to establishing Thor's relationship, you also need to build relationships with other teammates. Everyone is sharing their experience and skills in battle. Study the enemy's weaknesses and attack methods together. In this process, Lin En not only improved his own strength, but also learned how to get along and cooperate with different types of people. As time goes by, Lin En and his team will become stronger and stronger. In constant battles, they accumulate experience and constantly improve their skills and tactics. And Lin En himself has gradually grown into a true leader. He learned how to lead a team, how to formulate strategies, and how to deal with interpersonal relationships. Lin En leads the team and defends his homeland to the death, laying a solid foundation for the future world. And Thor, he was constantly promoted in the process, became a truly trustworthy and reliable leader. The meeting also came to a successful end. Everyone has a new understanding of Lin En. The wisdom of this young man from the Dragon Kingdom is amazing. Even the powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. extended an olive branch to him. This means that Lin En's strength is beyond doubt. After all, the facts are before us. The scene where Lin En was beaten to death by one hand, the representative of Sakura Kingdom, is still vivid in my mind. This Lin En, it's scary. Natasha Romanoff was speechless about Lin En. Lin En and the pretty waitress. Word almost spread on the ship. This Lin En is so horny. Natasha Romanoff thought to herself. I knew he had no good intentions. We have Wanda and Gwen at home, that kind of Catwoman. Natasha Romanoff couldn't understand Lin En's thoughts. But I'm still thinking about other women. Natasha Romanoff's impression of Lin En is that the latter is very enthusiastic about beautiful women. There is no such thing as a good thing in a man. Natasha Romanoff understood this truth through Lin En. Good news from SHIELD. But it makes people feel panic. Fury and others in S.H.I.E.L.D. took what Lin En said to heart. According to Lin En, the Tesseract will bring huge amounts of disaster. Fury and Hill Agent looked solemn. They realized that the energy of the Tesseract was beyond the ability of humans to withstand and control. Hill's beautiful eyes have a strange emotion. Then the experiment should continue? Director, she asked with some confusion. It's better to ask Lin En for his opinion. Fury sighed. He didn't want all his hard work to be in vain. Hill nodded in approval. She looked at Lin En with respect. Fury has the qualities that a leader should have, including attaching importance to and respecting the opinions of subordinates. He doesn't just make decisions unilaterally, but is willing to listen to the voices of his team members and make smarter decisions. This reflects the spirit of cooperation and coordination. At the same time, Hill's attitude also shows his respect and recognition for professionals. She is willing to listen and respect Lin En's opinions. The person who benefited the most from this meeting was Lin En. This time I gained the loyalty of 3 people. Lin En thought to himself. At least it's better than nothing. I am somewhat looking forward to the story with Catwoman Selena and Hill Agent. It's just that Lin En didn't expect that he would meet Hill and Catwoman soon. After getting off the boat, the sparkling and graceful figure appeared in Lin En's sight. Today's Flash, wearing a nice JK suit. A pair of beautiful long legs under the short skirt sparkled in the sun. Lin, Zhao, and thought secretly. It's truly twinkling. It's so beautiful. Looking at a flash that is very similar to a certain Bing Bing. Lin En was very happy. Twinkle waved her hand. Say hello to Lin En. Lin En, here. Shuang said happily. Flashing. Lin En responded immediately. Watching Lin En respond to herself, Twinkle felt very happy in her heart. Lin En has a handsome face with a faint smile. For a moment, there was a flash of infatuation. Flash. Lin En said helplessly. There was a doting smile on his face. Flicker was in a trance for a moment. She came back to her senses and said sheepishly, I'm here. Congratulations on getting Flash loyalty. Loyalty level, 80. Lin En listened to the system prompts. He raised his handsome eyebrows. Flashing is a nymphomaniac. I didn't expect flickering, I like it like this. 570 Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards, physique plus 50, strength plus 50, speed plus 50, mental power plus 50. A system prompt sounds. Lin En could feel that his body was a little further apart. But in terms of my current numerical value, compared with this bonus, Lin En doesn't have much impression. After all, it's free prostitution, what else do you ask for? Lin En thinks openly. Looking at Shuang, he looked shy. It made him feel restless. Those big, long legs, if the majority of netizens see them, they will definitely scream, and their flashing legs will last longer than their own lives. Shuang, you are so beautiful today. Lin En praised unabashedly. His eyes were vaguely looking at the long, shining legs. The twinkling nature is felt by Lin En, the sight of eyes. She heard this. 2 blushes quickly appeared on her beautiful face. Lin En, you are so handsome. Shuang said. Thor was speechless. Ahem. He coughed twice awkwardly. How can there be such a show of affection? He just broke up. On the other hand, Lin En has many beauties. 1 and 2, both are top beauties. He changes it one day at a time and doesn't do the same thing for a week. It's really annoying to compare people to each other, dead man. Thor is very envious of Lin En, a handsome, wealthy, and powerful man. It is not only the dream of every woman, but also the dream of many men. Even though he is a god, he is also envious of Lin En's life. Spend time with the people you like and do meaningful things. What could be happier than this? Sorry Thor, I forgot how you felt. Lin En said with a smile. Let Thor be the light bulb. How many watts does this have to be? Lin En, your beauty is not shallow, Thor said looking at Twinkle. After all, the flashing appearance is very similar to a certain Bing Bing. It was a type he had never seen before. Haha, what a joke. Lin En took the twinkling hand. The latter looked like a little spoiled wife. This scene made Thor very envious, because his girlfriend has always been stronger. Never before has it been so lovable as Twinkle. No, I haven't contacted any of my girlfriends. It should be treated as an ex-girlfriend. Flickering hid beside Lin En and nodded sheepishly. But if you are like this, do the two at home know about it? Thor began to gossip. I know. Lin En answered truthfully. No, Thor asked doubtfully. Now he was confused. Then does she know? Thor asked pointedly. His eyes fell on the person beside Lin En. I know. Huan raised her beautiful face and said with firm eyes. Thor was a little surprised. Lin En is a sure winner, a winner in life. Thor is Thor, and he is also Lin En's friend. He sees Lin En, and has flashing feelings, so deep. He couldn't help but asked curiously, Lin En, how did you do it? I can't understand any of it myself. There are several Lin En here. Watching the two young lovers show off their affection, it is not difficult to see that the relationship between them is very good, which makes Thor envious. He continued to ask, then how did you catch Flicker? If you have any love secrets, please teach me. Thor seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. Ask Lin En for advice. There are no love skills. Lin En answered with a smile when he heard Thor's question. No way. Thor looked at Lin En suspiciously. If you say yes, then it is sincerity. Lin En held Twinkle's hand, looked at her affectionately and said, I believe that sincerity is the best weapon. Lin En expressed this view firmly. He believes that sincerity is the best weapon. Twinkle also looked at him firmly. Twinkle held Lin En's hand tightly. Express your choice. Thor felt very inspired after hearing this, and he also began to reflect on his own way of love. Sincerity, he said thoughtfully. He realized that he had overlooked something when he was pursuing girls. Lin En was also very happy to see Thor's change. He knows that as long as he treats each other sincerely, he can win the victory of love. Lin En and Shuang's affection have become the envy of many people. With his sincerity and hard work, he won a twinkling heart and a happy life. Zero, please give me flowers. Lin En is very good. Shuang praised unabashedly. This made Thor very envious. Look at Lin En's girlfriend, how enlightened she is. Not only Thor is envious, but every man is envious of Lin En. Definitely, Lin En originally is also very high quality. Lin En. A sweet female voice sounded. Zero. What catches the eye is the capable figure of Agent Hill. Hill. Lin En said with some surprise. Good guy, is this a door-to-door service to gain your loyalty? What's the matter? Lin En asked knowingly. He knew that Fury must have asked her to come. Strange, isn't the current Hill somewhat at odds with SHIELD? Why are you helping S.H.I.E.L.D now? Lin En had a smile on her face. Hill's eyes fell on the beautiful woman next to Lin En. Look at the two holding hands. Being smart, she suddenly understood. It turns out that Lin En has a girlfriend. She doesn't know why, but she feels a little disappointed. Although Hill felt a little disappointed in his heart, but there was no expression change on her face. We need to change places and talk in detail. Hill looked at Lin En seriously. There was a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. This is easy to handle, Lin En said with a smile. Flicker, let's change places. There was a flash of light on the side, and he immediately replied with a clever 867. Okay. The flicker immediately summoned a purple portal. Lin En and Twinkle entered together. Thor followed suit. Hill was a little surprised and looked at the portal. Have to say, there are variants. Ability is convenient, Hill secretly thought. When they walked out of the portal, they came to a beautiful garden. There are all kinds of flowers and trees in the garden, and the air is filled with fresh floral fragrance. They found a quiet place to sit down. Hill looked around, feeling a little surprised. She didn't expect this place would be so beautiful, but not now. When she was enjoying the beautiful scenery, she needed to have a good talk with Lin En. Lin En, I want to talk to you *, Hill said. Okay, Hill, what do you want to talk about? Lin En asked. About the Tesseract. Hill said solemnly. Did Fury teach you this? Lin En asked straight to the point. Not really, Hill said. I don't know why. Have you ever thought that this might be because of the Tesseract? Lin En asked straight to the point. I don't know, Hill said seriously. But I think what you said makes sense. Then let's think about how to solve this problem together, Lin En said. Hill nodded in agreement. She knows that being with Lin En, maybe we can actually find a solution to the problem. So for SHIELD, also a good thing. The energy of Tesseract is indeed powerful. Lin En looked serious Zero, but his eyes were looking at Hill intentionally or unintentionally. Hill, who is devoted to the public good, has found no compensation. But the flickering on one side can feel Lin En's abnormality. Perhaps we are not ready to meet this opportunity. Lin En continued seriously. The Rubik's Cube is like a key, a door to the unknown. We had no idea what was going on the other side. Hill's beautiful face had a hint of surprise. According to Lin En, Tesseract is not something that current humans can possess. It's like a Pandora's box. Very tempting. Maybe it's really 0.0 because of this that humans want to be the masters of the Rubik's Cube. There is a possibility of a paradise. It may also lead to a hell, Lin En said thoughtfully. After Hill listened to Lin En's words, feeling a chill in my back, the beautiful face turned slightly white. Then the experiment of extracting Tesseract energy should continue, Hill asked confused. After listening to Lin En's words, she is smart enough to know that if she continues to develop the power of the Tesseract, the moment of disaster will surely come earlier. Don't act rashly yet, Lin En said thoughtfully. I still want to have sex for nothing for 2 more days. Is it uncomfortable to lie down? Even if we are not in a hurry, the other party will definitely be impatient and try to open the door, Lin En added. It's just that it gives us some time to prepare. This way, it won't be like Avengers Alliance 1, unprepared for SHIELD, being caught off guard by Loki. Lin En 22 is right, the 2 sides of the Tesseract are like 2 doors, Thor said seriously. Since the other party has decided to take action against Blue Star, even without the help of humans, they will still find a way. Hill listened carefully. After all, Thor is who he is. Still very convincing. But, Lin En continued. But what? Hill asked worriedly. We must be prepared just in case, Lin En said seriously. What do you think? Hill asked curiously. We can strengthen training and improve our own strength, Lin En suggested. This is a good idea. Hill agreed very much with Lin En's proposal. Thor also nodded in approval. In addition, we can also find more allies to jointly fight against those forces that try to destroy the balance of the universe, Lin En added. This is necessary, Hill nodded. It's just that, human power is too small. If mutant joins, the chance of winning will increase. It's a pity that the actions of the top leaders of Eagle Country made mutant feel cold. One more thing, maybe we need to find a safer way to extract the energy of Tesseract, Lin En said seriously. His handsome face seemed to be thinking about something. You mean we can't just open the Tesseract like we did before? Hill asked. Yes, we need to be more cautious and rational, and we can't take any more risks, Lin En said with a serious face. Okay, we will take action as soon as possible, Hill nodded. She had to report the situation to Director Nick Fury as soon as possible. At the same time, we also need to be alert to the enemy's movements and be ready at any time, Lin En reminded. 933 I understand, Hill nodded. Then, we can start preparations now, Lin En suggested. Okay, I will inform everyone as soon as possible, Hill replied immediately. Very good, let's work together to protect the safety of Blue Star, Lin En said with a smile. The whole conversation. The twinkles were all aside, listening by chance. It will definitely succeed, Agent Hill said confidently. With the power of SHIELD, you can also give it a try. She believes that if everyone unites, we can win. Then I'll go back to SHIELD. Hill said goodbye with a smile. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the room. She opened the door and found that it was a villa. No need to think, this should be Lin En's home. Hill agent, don't bother. Lin En had a faint smile on his handsome face. He slowly walked up to Agent Hill. Hill looked at the handsome man in front of him. There was a little fawn in her heart. Lin En's face is as perfect as a sculpture. I can ask Twinkle to take you back to SHIELD, Lin En said very gentlemanly. Lin En is always a careful person. For beautiful ladies, Lin En will only be more considerate. That will be more convenient. Lin En continued. Flicker, please send Hill agent. He looked at the obedient Flicker beside him. Okay, a twinkling sweet voice sounded. With that she activated the portal. The surrounding space shook slightly. The purple portal appeared in front of Hill again. Hill agent, please come this way, he said with a twinkling smile. Okay, thank you. Hill nodded and thanked Lin En for his kindness. After Hill finished speaking, he walked towards the portal. When the portal is about to disappear, Hill turned around and took a deep look at Lin En. Their eyes met. Lin En said goodbye to her with a smile. Hill also showed a happy smile. Don't know why. She saw Lin En smiling at herself. I felt a little happy inside. Congratulations on gaining Hill agent loyalty. Loyalty level, 50. The system prompt sounded again. Lin En was a little surprised. Hill's loyalty has arrived. Not even close. You can get rewards. Lin En was still happy inside. Hill's loyalty rewards. It shouldn't be too high. But it doesn't matter. The reward for free prostitution is better than nothing. Hill looked at Lin En. Until Lin En disappeared from her sight. Her heart was full of confidence and determination. As long as they work together, they will be able to protect the peace and tranquility of Blue Star. Returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., I felt a little mixed. She knew that she seemed to have a special feeling for Lin En. However, she also knew that their identities and positions destined them not to be together. Perhaps, this is the arrangement of fate. Hill sighed and decided to let go of her feelings and concentrate on fulfilling her duties. As an agent, she has her own mission and responsibilities. She decided to devote all her energy to work hard to protect the Earth. She, Niu Lijiao, believes that only in this way can she be worthy of her responsibilities and mission. Hill walked out of S.H.I.E.L.D. and returned to his home. She looked out the window and thought about the future. She knows that her future is full of challenges and opportunities. However, she also believes that as long as she strengthens her faith and works hard, she will be able to succeed. Hill took a deep breath, decided to put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and devote himself to his work. She knows that only in this way can she become an excellent agent. Contribute your own strength to the peace and tranquility of the earth. There is a huge gap between Lin En and himself. When Hill returned home, he shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind. Try this way. To prevent myself from thinking about Lin En. Director Nick Fury listened to what Hill said. I fell into deep thought. Everyone else in S.H.I.E.L.D. also fell into silence. Stop the experiment. Hawkeye frowned. This is tantamount to giving up on the Rubik's Cube experimental work. All efforts were in vain. The conclusion of this issue is an important decision. Maybe it's about the safety or feasibility of the Rubik's Cube experiment. Natasha Romanoff's beautiful face also became a little worried. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. face huge amounts of challenges and pressure. They need to make tough decisions to protect the peace and tranquility of the planet. This is Lin En's suggestion. Fury said seriously. What about the Tesseract? Captain America said thoughtfully. He started asking for solutions. He looked at Fury confused. Want answers? Perhaps we need to adjust the direction of the experiment. Just like Lin En said, we need to be prepared. The power of Tesseract is something that humans cannot control yet. Fury said seriously. This statement worried Captain America, and he began to think about how to deal with this power. Director Nick Fury's answer has made it clear that they need to be prepared to deal with the power of Tesseract. There are also crises that will occur. About the mysterious technology and power of the Rubik's Cube. It implies that there are forces in this world that humans, CCFD, cannot understand and control. This may bring some dangers and challenges. At the same time, it also shows the thinking and decision-making process of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents when facing these unknown forces. Lin En's statement makes sense. Hawkeye said with a solemn expression. He was assigned a job by Director Nick Fury to observe the Tesseract. Recently, Tesseract has been experiencing some changes. But it's not obvious. What? Fury said in disbelief. When did it start? His voice was a little excited. Before you called the meeting. Hawkeye answered truthfully. You should have told us immediately. Fury was obviously panicked. According to Lin En, next, something big might happen. And it's still a bad thing. This made Fury feel dizzy. Unexpectedly, it happened so quickly. I haven't had time to report yet. I'm just here for an emergency meeting. Hawkeye said helplessly. What's going on now? Natasha Romanoff asked concerned. This is a question that everyone wants to know. Everyone listened carefully. The current Rubik's Cube emits Xia Huang's gamma rays. Hawkeye told everyone truthfully. Director Nick Fury frowned, and the expression on his face looked a little ugly. He seemed to have a bad premonition in his heart. The changes in Tesseract, Natasha Romanoff said thoughtfully. Her pretty face also became a little panicked. Natasha Romanoff's words seemed to be related to what Lin En said before. This seems to match what Lin En said. A trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Lin En, could he be able to predict the future? She thought to herself. Natasha Romanoff was startled by her own thoughts. Although this was just her subjective guess, this thought caused her confusion and inner surprise. Natasha Romanoff's thoughts seemed to imply some kind of supernatural ability. And this ability seems to be related to Lin En. This may be a hint that Lin En has some special ability. Or it's hinting at some kind of mysterious prophecy. Captain America's handsome face was also full of shock. Lin En still has this ability. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Although I knew Lin En was very strong, I didn't expect him to be so talented. Captain America's heart was even more impressed with Lin En. He was very shocked by Lin En's progress. We should discuss with Lin En to formulate countermeasures. Hawkeye suggested. After hearing this sentence, everyone understands. Now only Lin En can reverse this crisis. Captain America was shocked by Lin En's ability and realized that only Lin En could reverse the crisis. This made Captain America begin to re-evaluate Lin En's strength. He also believed that it would be wise to discuss countermeasures with Lin En. In teamwork, it is necessary to respect, learn from each other, and draw on each other's abilities and experiences. This attitude of collaboration and shared knowledge will provide more opportunities for team success. At the same time, it is also necessary to maintain recognition and gratitude for the contributions of others and work together to achieve better results. Fury nodded in approval. For Lin En, he appreciates it more. Please give me flowers. This is a good suggestion. Captain America nodded in approval. Now it seems. Captain America agreed with the proposal and felt that Lin En currently had no better choice besides them. There is an imperceptible look in Natasha Romanoff's beautiful eyes. It seems to imply that she has some understanding of Lin En's ability and status. 0. Natasha Romanoff's eyes and subtle expressions hint at her inner turmoil. This may mean that she has her own thoughts and feelings and pays special attention to Lin En. Facing unknown crises, they kept thinking and exploring, trying to find the best solution. In teamwork, we should pay attention to the observation and understanding of others. Respect and cherish each person's unique feelings and opinions. Sharing and communicating from multiple perspectives helps teams collaborate better, cope with challenges together, and achieve better results. S.H.I.E.L.D. is such a team. They exist to protect the safety of Eagle Country. Tesseract has awakened. A vicissitudes of voice sounded. Where is the Tesseract? A pleasant male voice said. In the human world. An ethereal voice echoed in the darkness. Makes the scalp feel numb. The human world. The man's voice became a little playful. A tall and straight figure slowly appeared. 617 shines brightly even in the dark. He is Loki. Loki is the son of Lauf, king of Jotunheim, the ice giant. Because he is the same size as a giant, he is too small in comparison, so he has been hidden by his father. The ice giant is extremely powerful, but is afraid of heat. He is the old enemy of Asgard, the city of Odin in the heaven. The god Odin defeated their king in the final battle. Afterwards, he entered the palace and found Loki, who was alone, so he adopted him. In Norse mythology, Loki is the god of fire and evil. At first, Odin originally planned to form an alliance between Asgard and Jotunheim through Loki. Achieve everlasting peace. This is also the true meaning of Loki's born king. Odin originally planned to make Loki the king of Jotun and Thor the king of gods. The two were born as kings and will always be united. After the war between the Aesir and the giants of Jotunheim, Loki was adopted as his own flesh and blood by the king of god Odin and grew up with Thor. He covets the throne of the king of god, and thus becomes an enemy of Thor and Thor's Avengers friends. But when Asgard is in danger, he will step forward. Loki is the god of trickery in Asgard. A person who is clever and cunning, both good and evil, good at disguise and deception, and very charming. His heart is complex and extremely changeable. Loki initially did evil things and instigated the giants of Jotunheim to infiltrate Asgard. The destroyer was sent to kill his brother Thor and launched a war and killing on Blue Star due to the scale of the war. But his nature is not bad, and in his heart he still regards Odin, Frigga, and Thor as his relatives. He regards Asgard as his home and belonging, although he once wanted to rule and destroy. But when Asgard is in danger, he must fight to defend his homeland. Loki likes to play pranks, is famous for his venomous tongue, and is moody, making it even more difficult to decipher his true thoughts. He is gloomy and sensitive at heart, but emotionally fragmented. He has a strong desire for family affection, but is ignored by his father and others. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he was in pain inside. Thor seems to be on Blue Star. There was a faint smile on Loki's handsome face. Loki is unwilling to live under his brother's glory. Use mischievous behavior to vent your dissatisfaction. After trying again and again to get Odin's attention with 1.3 but failing. Because of this, after receiving the status of adopted son of a monster abandoned by orphans, he felt even more intensely inferior and self-loathing. He wanted to prove that he was not a monster through the process of enslaving humans, a cruel and extreme act. But in the end, Loki found his true self. In the end, he accepted his brother and himself, and sacrificed his life to save his brother. In fact, Loki is also a poor person. Since the people of Asgard are martial, the outgoing, and brave Thor is naturally more popular than the introverted Loki. This makes Loki feel jealous. Loki loves magic and causes trouble, so he is called the god of lies and mischief. Loki also began to regard Thor as his biggest opponent in the power of 22 Asgard. So, when Loki knew that Thor was on the Blue Star, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Thor is on Blue Star and seems to be doing well. The voice in the darkness sounded again. But what he said made Loki feel upset. Then add some spice to his life. Loki said with a smile. But the smile reveals cruelty. Insignificant humans actually plan to control and use the Tesseract. The existence in the dark continued. That's ridiculous. I'm not afraid of choking myself. Loki said nothing, looking thoughtful. It's just a small human world. He said casually. It's true that the ignorant are fearless. The powerful secret presence was full of disdain. My ally, this is how to use the Tesseract. He told Loki the method. Loki, on the other hand, listened carefully. The other party waved his hand. A sparkling scepter. It fell into Loki's hands. Loki stretched out his hands and caught them naturally. The scepter emits energy fluctuations. He felt that there was powerful energy in the scepter. Loki was full of confidence now. A rare smile also appeared on his face. He seemed to have foreseen his victory. He let out a crazy smile. Ha ha ha. Thor, my brother, let me go to Blue Star and give you a surprise. The smile on Loki's face became even bigger. It makes people look hairy. Only allies can master and control the secret of the Rubik's Cube. A very confident voice sounded. As he said that, many subordinates appeared in the darkness, exuding powerful killing intent. A cruel war began. Let our allies be the pioneers. The deep voice came again. Others will follow. The man in the dark gave the order. The voice was full of majesty. Subordinates all over the place are waiting for orders. Loki looked at the psychic scepter in his 260 hands. My heart is full of confidence. So what if there is a mutant? Thor, I will let you see with your own eyes that all your friends will be killed by me. Loki thought cruelly in his heart. Loki with a psychic scepter will be even more powerful. When I thought about it, I could have a chance to hit Thor hard. He was very excited inside. Loki, as long as we cooperate, the entire Blue Star and Asgard will be ours. The man in the dark emphasized again. And let out a burst of evil laughter. Haha, Loki also nodded with satisfaction. With a confident smile on his face. He waited for the right time to enter the time and space tunnel. But Thor on the Blue Star knew nothing about this. This love brain also pestered Lin En to teach him love secrets. Comparing the two, you can find that Loki is the one who concentrates on his career. Even if he is still a villain now, Lin En was a little helpless towards Thor's behavior. How come this guy is so slow and can't understand my feelings at all? Flicker imagined with some sarcasm. Such a big light bulb. She was also speechless. Then an idea flashed in her mind, and there was a cunning look in her eyes. Brother Lin En, didn't you say you wanted to go shopping with me when you came back? Huan blinked her big eyes, looking harmless. Well, okay, it's your first meeting. Lin En understood clearly, knowing she was about to give Thor a hint, and the giant light bulb Thor at the moment. Only then did he realize, belatedly, what he was doing. Realize your folly. He felt very embarrassed and immediately felt that his behavior was too reckless. Thor lowered his head in shame, feeling embarrassed. He realized that he needed to reflect and learn to be more sensitive to the feelings of people around him, instead of blindly acting impulsively for his own feelings. I suddenly remembered that the Earth office still has some documents that need to be sorted out, Thor said awkwardly. Lin En was a little surprised by this. How cool is Thor today? Lin En thought to himself. Why did you suddenly become emotionally intelligent? Okay, let Huan take you there. That will save time. Lin En said considerately. Okay, thank you Twinkle. Thor thanked politely. The flicker was very neat, summoning the portal. You're welcome, please come this way, Shuang said with a smile. Finally got rid of this big light bulb, she thought to herself. Lin En watched Thor leave with a smile. At this moment, Thor couldn't wait to leave this place immediately. He is the famous Thor? But now I am doing a great job here at Lin En. It's embarrassing to think about it. Through this experience, Thor understood his mistake. In the future, I will handle interpersonal relationships more cautiously and rationally. He also deeply realized that it is not only necessary to be brave on the outside. Mental maturity and sensitivity are equally important. Twinkle watched Thor with a smile until the latter entered, behind the purple portal. She was so obedient that she wanted to roll her eyes again and again. Di Zhao. But Lin En was still in front of him, and he was still smiling. However, the smile on his face was sarcastic. Lin En remained calm, watching the changes in Shuang's expression. He activated his mental detection skills. Do you just want to roll your eyes? Lin En asked a little funny. He didn't expect that the cute twinkling was actually thinking about this. What? Huan asked in confusion. The shining beautiful face is full of doubts. Then she reacted belatedly. Can Lin En know what I am thinking in my heart? She looked at Lin En with surprise in her beautiful eyes. She was startled by her own thoughts. Is Lin En so powerful? You can also know what others think. Her heart could not be calm for a long time. There was a faint smile on Lin En's face. His eyes were soft, looking towards Twinkle. What's wrong? Lin En asked thoughtfully. Look at me like this, I won't eat you, Lin En said in a funny voice. No, Flicker said a little embarrassed. She breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was overthinking. Twinkle comforted herself like this. Stop yourself from overthinking. Moreover, even if Lin En knew about this ability, he would not hurt himself. He will only get stronger. This is a good thing for both Lin En and myself. Twinkle thought very understandingly. Tob. She actually hoped that Lin En would eat herself. Lin En wanted to laugh when she saw this. Twinkle is too cute. Lin En thought to himself. He looked at the well-behaved female college student in front of him flashing. Lin En knows that maybe only Twinkle can give herself such a unique love. Blink is not the same situation as Gwen. Gwen, it can be said that we have been getting along with each other for several years. So the relationship with Gwen is definitely different from Twinkle. It's different from Gwen's little cleverness. The flashing is very cute. The reaction was kind of cute. Let Lin En put it down. I want to tease such a cute twinkling. Lin En. Flickering raised her head and looked at Lin En affectionately. Please stay with me today, okay? She said shyly. The beautiful eyes are full of expectation. Plus the clothes she wore today. I believe it is extremely lethal to men. But Lin En is different from other men. He is a responsible man and has his own bottom line. He will only accept women he recognizes. He won't try to take advantage. Lin En himself holds this attitude. Even if you are surrounded by beautiful women, Qin Tian can also know what he wants. Lin En looked at such cute flashes, and her heart felt hot. Okay, let's spend some time with Shuang today. There was a doting smile on Lin En's face. Twinkle smiled happily. This smile comes from the heart. Let Lin En enjoy it very much. That's great, Lin En, you are so kind. Shuang said happily. Lin En smiled and nodded. Twinkle lowered her eyes and looked down. Then the corner of her mouth raised a wicked smile. Today you belong to me, Twinkle said happily. Yes, I will accompany you today. Lin En looked at Shuang with doting eyes. There is a happy smile on the face. Twinkle smiled slyly. Twinkle suddenly stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Lin En's lips tenderly. After a while, Shuang felt that he could hardly breathe. She let go of Lin En and looked at him with a blushing face. There was some anger in his eyes. Lin En, you, Shuang said angrily. But she was interrupted by Lin En, what she wanted to say. Lin En still wanted to deepen the kiss. Twinkle was caught off guard and rushed forward. After a kiss, Twinkle breathed the air greedily. Her chest was constantly rising and falling with her breathing. Attracted Lin En's attention. Twinkle looked at Lin En strangely. He lowered his beautiful eyes. You did it first. Lin En shrugged innocently. When Shuang heard this, he didn't refute. What Lin En said is true. It was himself who first mobilized Lin En. It's just that the backside can't withstand Lin En's offensive. But Lin En's domineering yet gentle kiss make Twinkle addictive. Lin En belongs to her today. There is still plenty of time to spend time with Lin En. Then can't you be more compassionate? Huan said softer and softer. She knew she was in the wrong. I was too embarrassed to say anything. Okay, Lin En said without blushing. Hmph. Flicker snorted unhappily. I'm going to be angry. Shuang, be good. Lin En looked at Shuang Bing, whose face was very similar to a certain Bing Bing. Immediately thoughts began to flow. Hiss. Lin En thought of a certain Bing Bing, that domineering and charming lady. If it is like flashing, it is clever and obedient. It really makes people's blood rush. Lin En directly attacked the pitiful Twinkle. Flicker, do you know you are playing with fire? Lin En said hoarsely. The whole person also changed, a little rude. Flash didn't have time to exclaim. He was knocked down by Lin En. The scene was chaotic for a while. After a long time, the instigator, Twinkle, has fallen asleep. The other one acted like an okay person. There are even some things that are still unfinished. I'm afraid this scene will make many women envious. Not to mention women are envious, men are even more envious of Lin En. Not only handsome and rich, but also powerful. Please give me flowers. It's simply everyone's dream. He opened the door. Oncoming was Wanda. Wanda's graceful figure makes people unable to take their eyes away. Lin En, you're back. Wanda was overjoyed. I gave Lin En a hug directly. Huh. Wanda looked at Lin En in confusion. 0. Found Lin En looking at her affectionately. Wanda. Lin En's voice was hoarse as he shouted her name. Wanda felt Lin En's gaze. I understand in my heart. Lin En hugged Wanda into his arms. Can't wait to eat it. Don't be here. Wanda whispered, begging Lin En. Okay. Lin En picked her up easily. The other hand opened the door. Inside the door at this moment, there is a beautiful scenery. It's pleasing to the eye. Lin En also launched an attack without mercy. Scarlet Witch Wanda is caught off guard. A long time. Lin En was satisfied and took a rest. Wanda, on the other hand, was lying under the quilt in a daze. Compared to Lin En's hugs from left to right, beauty in arms, the Eagle Kingdom is very busy. Especially everyone from SHIELD. People are panicking. In the hearts of everyone in SHIELD, the existence of the Tesseract has always been a mystery. Although it possesses incredible power, it also brings unpredictable dangers. Ever since director Nick Fury learned about the dangers of 60 and the Tesseract, his heart has become increasingly heavy. He knew he had to find a solution, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Director Nick Fury only felt that for the first 2 days. Barton, you are responsible for continuing to observe the Tesseract's movements. Fury rubbed his eyebrows. He was very anxious now, but there was nothing we could do. He knew that he had to find a solution, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He pinned all his hopes on Lin En. Hopefully he can find a way to control the Tesseract's power to avoid the harm it brings. Lin En is a great talent discovered by director Nick Fury. He possesses extraordinary wisdom and courage. Lin En seems to have in-depth research on the characteristics of Tesseract. Maybe Lin En has a way to control it. He knows this is not an easy thing, but he will not give up. He believes that as long as he continues to work hard, he will eventually be able to find a solution. However, at this moment, Tesseract suddenly changed. Its power is getting stronger, and it seems to be trying to escape control. Director Nick Fury felt his mood getting heavier and heavier. He knew this was a very serious problem. He must take action immediately, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Barton, we need to take action immediately. Director Nick Fury said. We have to find a way to control the power of the Tesseract, otherwise we won't be able to control its behavior. Understood, Director, Barton said. I will start immediately to find a solution. Barton begins investigating Tesseract's features and capabilities, trying to find a way to control Tesseract. But he spent several days conducting research and experiments with Selvig. Ultimately there is no control over the Tesseract. He immediately told Director Nick Fury the bad news. Director, we can't control the Tesseract. Hawkeye said with a look of despair, his voice trembling. He knew very well what the failure of this research meant. What? Director Nick Fury said in panic. His calm face turned pale. He was no longer calm. Lin En? Only Lin En can do it now, Fury immediately exclaimed. In his mind 2.3, the first thing that came to mind was Lin En's name. At this moment, Fury seems to have grasped the last straw. Yes, Lin En will definitely find a way. Hawkeye's confused eyes became brighter. Lin En is their salvation in their confusion. Time waits for no one, take action immediately. The atmosphere at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is extremely tense. Director Nick Fury's voice was trembling. He urgently urged Hawkeye to contact Lin En. Contact Lin En quickly. We need his help. Fury said eagerly. Hawkeye Barton followed closely behind Fury, his heart also full of anxiety. He knew that the current situation was not optimistic. Yes, Director, we are connecting with Lin En. Hawkeye Barton was also very anxious in his heart, because the current situation is serious and worrying. Even the famous S.H.I.E.L.D. director Fury felt uneasy at this moment. As a team member, Hawkeye also said in his heart, the situation at this moment is very urgent. 23 The disaster caused by the Tesseract. Not only is S.H.I.E.L.D. threatened, but even Eagle Country will be implicated. As a member of the team, Hawkeye is deeply aware of this. He knew that the current situation was very urgent. Seeing the changes in Tesseract becoming more and more obvious, the situation becomes increasingly urgent. As the Tesseract's abnormal behavior became more and more obvious, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a state of emergency. All team members are on standby at their respective posts, ready to respond to possible crises at any time. Fury frowned, saying that this incident was very difficult. They need to find a solution as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Contact Lin En. Fury urged again. He knows that only Lin En, that powerful Oriental man, only then can we help them tide over the difficulties. Hawkeye holds his weapon tightly, ready to fight at any time. He knew that the current situation had reached a critical moment of life and death. The Tesseract's unusual movements became more and more intense, and the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. fell into chaos. However, they were not intimidated. On the contrary, they were more united and ready to face any challenge. We will definitely survive this crisis, Hawkeye said firmly. Fury nodded, knowing Hawkeye was right. In this moment of crisis, only by uniting as one can we overcome difficulties. With the changes in Tesseract, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. will embark on a journey again. Fight to protect the Earth and the peace of the universe. Their courage and belief will become their motivation to move forward. Some personnel quickly evacuated the base. Fury's deep voice echoed throughout the base through the radio. Personnel with combat capability can stay. SHIELD needs your help now. Director Nick Fury adheres to the principle of minimizing losses. Make arrangements without fear of danger. We need to maintain our strength, so please decide according to your own situation and don't make fearless sacrifices. Everyone now understands in their hearts. The entire base is now in chaos. The abnormal movement of Tesseract caused the base to shake. It's like an earthquake is coming. Disconcerting. Fortunately, Director Nick Fury made arrangements. Everyone was able to evacuate the base in an orderly manner. The beeping sound of the phone suddenly stopped. Hawkeye didn't hear Lin En's voice. In his heart, he had begun to despair. Director Nick Fury, Hawkeye said with a look of despair. Lin En's call was not answered. He said this sadly. Who is it? A woman's voice sounded. May was just cooking in the kitchen. After wiping my hands clean, I answered the phone. She just answered the phone. But I heard the other party say that the call was not answered. This made May feel a little strange in her heart. Why aren't you talking? It's okay, I just hung up. She continued to ask. May felt baffled. Hawkeye heard it, after the call was connected. I was very excited inside. The person opposite was silent for a while. Hawkeye organized his words and then said, "That's it, ma'am. I am Hawkeye Barton, agent of SHIELD. He is also Lin En's friend. I want to know, where is he now?" May CAI's heart tightened. She knew SHIELD. I also know that they are looking for Lin En for something very important. But his cell phone has not been connected, which makes her a little worried. May replied, "I'm sorry, I don't know where Lin En is now. Can you try to contact him again? Or you can tell me some more specific information and I can help you find him. Please tell Lin En," Hawkeye said desperately. S.H.I.E.L.D. is now in huge amounts of crisis. We need his help. Okay, I'll tell him. May replied immediately. Hawkeye said helplessly. Okay, I'll try to contact him again. Thanks for your help. May CAI hung up the phone, still worried about Lin En's safety. She decided to contact the other sisters as soon as possible. Let everyone work together to help find Lin En. A few minutes later, May told Lorna and Sonia. Have you seen Lin En? May asked anxiously. I didn't see it. Dream Sonia answered truthfully. I didn't see it either. Lorna also shook her head. We must find Lin En as soon as possible, May said with a solemn expression. Okay, let's find Lin En together. 3 people are looking for other sisters. And we'll find him as soon as possible. May CAI breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she could not wait any longer. She also started to contact Lin En's phone number. Just when Mei Meng informed Wanda. When I opened the door, I saw several people looking for Lin En. But, great scenery in front of you. Let your sweet dreams make your heart beat faster. Okay, I found Lin En. Ming Meng's voice sounded. Her face turned red. Mai Ming felt her cheeks burning. She quickly covered her face with her hands, afraid that Lin En would see and laugh at her. But her eyes peeked at Lin En through her fingers. Lin En is so handsome. Mai Ming's tears flowed out of the corner of her mouth. This figure is too perfect, she thought to herself. Ming Meng, what's wrong with you? She asked with concern. Mai Ming pointed to Wanda's room. Lin En is here, Mai Ming said sheepishly. Lorna looked in the direction Sweet Dreams said. Hiss. She couldn't help but take a breath. Lin En is here, Lorna said anxiously. May, come up quickly. She only wanted to tell May where Lin En was. No reaction. The current scene is so exciting. Okay, I'll be there right away. May immediately ran upstairs. 497 She found Lin En as expected. He is resting. He looked a little tired, but not injured. May's hanging heart finally let go. Fine. She breathed a sigh of relief. She finally found Lin En. May suddenly remembered the phone call. Lin En. May called Lin En's name anxiously. Wake up, Lin En opened her eyes, and what caught her eye was May's beautiful face, plum, and dreams and Lorna behind her. Only then did Lorna realize it belatedly. What a charming wind is in front of me. She looked at the dream very speechlessly. The other party also peeked through his fingers. The mouth says no, but the body is very honest. Lin En was a little helpless. The S.H.I.L.D. people said they can't contact you. May immediately told Lin En about SHIELD. S.H.I.L.D. Lin En confirmed to May. Hawkeye Barton called and said he was looking for you. May replied truthfully. Say S.H.I.L.D. needs your help now. Her beautiful eyes were always paying attention to Lin En's expression. Listening to the other party's voice, the situation seems a little bad, Sika. She continued. I see. Lin En replied without changing his expression. May saw that there was no change in Lin En's expression. She was relieved. She knows this is just the beginning. Lin En still has a lot to do. After listening to May's words, Lin En felt a surge of complicated emotions deep in her heart. He knew that the S.H.I.L.D. matter was serious, but at the same time he felt a little helpless. He knew he needed to take action. Thank you for telling me, May. Lin En said that Russia will deal with this matter as soon as possible. You have to be careful, Lin En. May reminded, the people of S.H.I.L.D. are not joking. 17. Lin En nodded, indicating that he understood. He knew himself and needed to proceed with caution, because he not only represents himself, but also represents the Earth office. He picked up the phone and dialed Hawkeye Barton's number. Hey, it's me, Lin En, he said. Lin En, I need your help. Hawkeye's voice came. We have encountered some troubles and need your assistance. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin En replied. He knew he couldn't waste time, because he knew that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the entire world. He got dressed and was ready to go. Flicker. Lin En quickly came to the room where Flicker was. What's wrong? Huan looked confused. I slept well and was woken up by Lin En. Her beautiful face was full of doubts. At the same time, the clothes are also being sorted on the hands. When Gwen saw this, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She quickly picked up the new clothes and looked at the shining minister. Change quickly. Gwen urged. Shuang, get ready. Lin En urged. Where to go? Flicker was confused. Just woke up and asked her to prepare. He didn't say why he was going. Get dressed quickly. Go to SHIELD. Lin En said without changing his expression. S.H.I.L.D. Flicker expressed confusion and looked at Lin En in confusion. Yes, S.H.I.L.D.'s tesseract has changed. Lin En said. I'm afraid the enemy is coming. He looked at Shuang and said patiently. When Huan heard this, he suddenly woke up. What? Something happened to the tesseract? That's something that Eagle Kingdom has been guarding for so many years. Twinkle said in shock. Yes, the enemy is coming to Earth, and we must rush to S.H.I.L.D. as soon as possible to prevent them from destroying the tesseract. Lin En explained. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Huan replied immediately. She knew this was an emergency. One more thing, we need your help. Lin En said while looking at Shuang. How can I help? Twinkle asked. We need your strength. We believe you can give full play to your ability. Lin En said. No problem, I'm always on call. Shuang said firmly. She knew that she couldn't actually help. It was too much help. Lin En is the hero who protects the Earth and the peace of the universe. Blink immediately activated his mutant ability, summoning a purple portal. Lin En, Wanda and Gwen called softly. Their eyes were full of worry. They know how powerful S.H.I.L.D. is. I also understand that the other party wants something from Lin En, but they were worried about Lin En's safety. Please give me flowers. 0. Not only them, May, Lorna, and Miming also looked at Lin En worriedly. Lin En immediately understood their doubts. Don't worry, it's okay. Lin En comforted. I heard it's very dangerous. Lin En, let me go with you. Gwen volunteered. Wanda was not far behind and said, Lin En, please take me with you too. Just wait for me at home. I will bring you delicious food when I come back. Lin En said calmly. Judging from his appearance, he seemed very relaxed. Lin En, let Miming and I go. Lorna volunteered. Miming also nodded. We are your bodyguards. It is our duty to protect the safety of our employers. Lorna also thinks so. After all, take people's money and eliminate disasters for them. This is a matter of course. Lin En felt a little speechless. You are responsible for protecting the safety of the villa. Lin En arranged the work for them. A qualified bodyguard is only one who obeys the orders of his employer. Since Lorna said this, Lin En had no choice but to arrange the work of the two of them. Use magic to defeat magic. Lin En immediately walked to the purple portal. May, arrange something delicious tonight, and wait for me to come back to have dinner together. Lin En said casually. It's like I'm going out to play today, giving people the illusion of 5-10. Okay, May replied immediately. After a few words, everyone became quiet. And you guys, be good and wait for me to come back. Lin En said calmly. Although few people know that Lin En is very strong, but they were still afraid that Lin En would get hurt. As for Dreams and Lorna, it was out of duty. Just kidding, if the sponsor is gone, where is the salary? But several other people couldn't let go of Lin En. Okay, several people said reluctantly. Since you can't go, just stay at home. Just don't cause trouble to Lin En. Only then did Lin En feel relieved. Flash follows suit. The two figures disappeared into the portal. With a wave of space, the portal also disappeared. When it appears again, Lin En and Blink have arrived at SHIELD. They discover S.H.I.E.L.D, now in shambles. Some personnel have also been evacuated. Lin En. Fury spotted Lin En immediately. Great Lin En, you are finally here, he said excitedly. He was very grateful for Lin En's help. What's going on now? Lin En's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. It seems that the current situation is a bit bad. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury was a little panicked. The Tesseract is gone. Fury then said sadly. A man named Loki showed up. He defeated the guards and controlled Hawkeye. Fury told Lin En what happened. The Tesseract was also taken away by the other party. Hawkeye has taken him to escape. I've asked Hill Agent to intercept them. Lin En nodded. Okay, I probably know the current situation, he said with a normal expression. Evacuate here quickly, the base is about to collapse. Lin En urged. Flash, take everyone out of here, he ordered. Okay. Flicker also took action immediately. Fury also flashed in conjunction. Gather people together and let Twinkle save them from danger. The enemy has appeared on Blue Star. Fury sighed. Now they were caught off guard by Loki 4.0. The enemy is a life form from the depths of the universe. Their goal is to control the Tesseract and conquer Earth. The opponent is already very powerful, and possessing the energy of the Tesseract will only increase Blue Star's disaster. We need to stop the enemy as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Lin En said. Let's fight together. Shuang said firmly. She hopes that she can help Lin En. Flicker, you are responsible for teleporting everyone out safely. Lin En ordered without fear of danger. I'll go see how the Hill Agent is doing first, he said and disappeared. Twinkle and Fury looked shocked. Lin En's speed has reached such a terrifying level. Cannot imagine. They had never seen such terrifying speed. Lin En's speed of 25 degrees was simply astonishing and made them unbelievable. Lin En's speed is really terrifying. Shuang Huan couldn't help but admire. Yeah, his speed is faster than I thought. Fury also sighed. Lin En's speed is not only fast, but also very flexible and stable. He can easily avoid obstacles and reach anywhere in a short time. This kind of speed makes him invincible in battles and becomes the focus of everyone. Hill, you have to be careful. A male voice came into Hill's ears. Hill turned around and saw a blurry figure at the end of his line of sight. Hill didn't have time to react. This blurry figure immediately appeared in front of her. She was extremely frightened. You know, she is an agent. All physical indicators are far beyond those of ordinary people. And this person's strength is obviously superior to hers. The person who came here steadied himself and caught Hill's body that was about to fall. Hill took a closer look. I was pleasantly surprised to find that that person was Lin En. Lin En. Hill recognized the other party. At this moment, she seemed to be grasping at straws. Are you okay, Nour? Lin En asked with concern. I'm fine. Hill lowered his head in embarrassment. Thank you, Lin En. Then she seemed to suddenly remember something. She raised her head and looked forward with panic eyes. Hawkeye is under control, Hill said anxiously. She looks a little embarrassed at the moment, but she still can't cover up your beauty. Hawkeye took them and ran over there. Hill immediately pointed forward. Go together. Lin En turned the car over. This shocked Hill. Lin En is too good at hiding. Hill thought to himself. Not only does it have terrifying speed, but it also has great strength. I always thought that the other party was just a master of picking up girls. What I didn't expect is that Lin En really has that ability. Lin En's words interrupted her thoughts. 067. Get in the car quickly. They are very fast. Hill reported the situation to Lin En. She got into the car nimbly. Sit in the driver's seat. After opening the car, the whole action was done in one go and very coherently. Her face also became solemn. Hill continued to remind, although they are fast, they also have weaknesses. But you have to be careful, that person can easily control Hawkeye Barton. Hill said worriedly. I know, I will be careful. Lin En nodded. Hill didn't know why, but after seeing Lin En, his heart became more stable. She herself didn't notice this change. Lin En seems to have a magical power that makes her feel at ease. Hill raised the speed to the highest level, but still couldn't catch up with Hawkeye and the roadbed. No, we can't catch up with them. Hill looked bitter. Her beautiful eyebrows also wrinkled. Due to the long time lag, we couldn't catch up with them even though we moved as fast as we could. Hill truthfully reported the situation to Lin En. Lin En's expression did not change. He frowned slightly. Is this the fastest speed? Yes. Hill replied truthfully. Are you ready? Lin En frowned slightly and said calmly. What? Hill's beautiful face was full of doubts. She looked at Lin En intently. Pay attention to the front, we are going to speed up. Lin En exerted slight force. Hill immediately turned his gaze away from Lin En. Before he finished speaking, the speed of the entire vehicle suddenly increased. Hill felt her body lean forward suddenly, and she gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to maintain her balance. The increase in speed made her feel dizzy. But she also realized that this was the fastest speed she could achieve currently. Lin En has always maintained a calm expression. After seeing Hill's reaction, Lin En stopped accelerating. Hill maintains the current speed. Lin En said with a normal expression. Copy that. Hill immediately replied respectfully. At this moment, Lin En showed his general style. The whole person is not angry and proud. There was obviously no expression on his face, but Hill could feel the Li Huang radiating from Lin En. He seems to be a very powerful person who can control the entire situation. Hill couldn't help but think of what Lin En said in the car before. It was Lin En who made the car suddenly accelerate. Hill thought to himself, how powerful is his ability? Hill couldn't help but become curious about Lin En. She began to understand that Lin En was a person with stronger abilities and skills. Hill looked ahead and suddenly made a discovery. Hawkeye and Loki were already far away, appear at the end of sight. It's Barton, Hill said in surprise. We're almost catching up with them. Hill smiled confidently, because she knows that Lin En will lead her to victory. But in her heart, she was even more curious about Lin En. How many secrets does Lin En have? She knew that at the current speed, she had already caught up with them. The moment Loki appeared, Lin En launched a good money, good attack on him. Here comes another one. Loki looked back and ate in great interest. Another mutant appears. Loki said calmly. In his opinion, mutant has some ability, but in his opinion, it's just a punching bag that can take 2 more punches. Hill and Lin En are rushing over quickly. They showed tacit cooperation without hesitation. Approach Loki as quickly as possible. The battle is about to break out. Hill and Lin En's speed is getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, they have caught up with Lui and Hawkeye. When Loki saw their figures, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Insignificant humans. His tone was very relaxed, as if he was used to this kind of situation. However, there was a deep malice hidden in his words. Hill and Lin En were not affected by Loki's words. Their only goal is to defeat Loki. Loki? Seeing is worth hearing 100 times. Lin En said with a smile. You know me. Loki was amused. This tiny human being in front of him actually knew himself. The smile on Lin En's face remained. But he did not answer 520 Loki's question. Lin En quickly took action and launched an attack. His speed was so fast that Lu Ji didn't even react. However, Loki is not an easy opponent to deal with. He was very agile, CFBG, and quickly avoided Lin En's attack. Hill also joined the fight, harassing the roadbed with her attacks. It made Loki feel the pressure. However, Loki did not flinch. He faced Hill's attack and launched his own skills. Loki's attack was so powerful that both Joey and Lin En felt overwhelmed. But they did not back down. They knew that only by defeating Loki could they protect themselves and others. The cooperation between Hill and Lin En is very tacit. They kept attacking and avoiding Loki's abilities. Loki felt his heart begin to waver. Who are you? Loki said angrily. He has never encountered such people. His strength is one of the best in all of Asgard. But now, he was beaten to a draw by a human being whom he looked down upon. This made him very angry. I'm Lin En. Lin En said calmly. Lin En. Loki's brain began to spin rapidly. But I didn't expect any information about Lin En. Loki felt flustered. Lin En is very agile, and his attack speed is so fast that it is dazzling. Although Loki also possesses powerful attack power, his attack speed is far inferior to Lin En. Loki began to feel his own pressure. He knew that if Lin En could not be solved as soon as possible, he will be taken advantage of by others. So, he began to increase his attack intensity, hoping to defeat Lin En in one fell swoop. However, Lin En was not intimidated by his attack. He quickly dodged Loki's attack and launched his own attack. Loki's defense is very strong, but Lin En's attack is stronger. His attacks hit Loki's body again and again, causing holes in his defense to appear. Loki felt his body begin to become weak, and he knew that his strength had begun to be exhausted. He began to regret why he had to fight such a battle with a human being. Loki knew that a battle like this, for him, it is a shame. However, it is now irreversible and he can only go all out. I hope to win in the battle. Finally, under Lin En's constant attacks, Loki finally couldn't resist and was defeated. His body fell to the ground, his breathing was rapid, and he was obviously seriously injured. Loki, what's wrong with you? Lin En asked knowingly. Loki was furious. A mouthful of blood was spit out immediately. With Loki's fall, Hawkeye Barton also refreshed and came over. What am I doing? Barton looked at Hill opposite him with a puzzled look. Hill agent. He shouted the other person's name. He looked around again in confusion. Why am I here? I remember I was in the base. Hill saw Barton and returned to his normal state. Great Barton, you're awake. She said happily. What do you mean? Barton asked confused. What's wrong with me? You are controlled by Loki, Hill reminded. Only then did Barton remember. I was at the base just now. It's just because of the changes in Tesseract. A stranger appeared in the base. The stranger named himself. Said his name was Loki. Then he lost sight of martial ethics and began to emit energy randomly. Knocked down all the guards at the base. Because it happened suddenly. Barton quickly dodges Loki's energy attack. But Loki noticed his abnormality. Yes, someone suddenly appeared. Hawkeye Barton recalled. He said his name was Loki. Then he suddenly attacked. I quickly dodged and was caught by him. That there's something different about me. Director Nick Fury is behind me, asking me to help take the Tesseract away with him. Then Loki kept chasing after me. Barton shook his head and tried to remember. After hearing this, the smart Hill had the answer in his mind. Please give me flowers. Barton, you were controlled by Loki. The director Nick Fury you think of is Loki. Hill analyzed carefully. So what's going on now? Barton asked concerned. It doesn't matter, it's gone now. Hill spoke to comfort him. The conversation between Hill and Barton made Loki angry and disappointed. He originally wanted to achieve his own goal by controlling Barton, but he didn't expect that his strength had been weakened to such an extent. He knew that he no longer had the ability to continue fighting, so he could only lie on the ground silently. It's just that smart Loki is like a cunning fox. Even if he risks his life, he still wants to find out the details of Lin En. Lin En, why are you so powerful? Loki looked in disbelief. How could there be such a powerful being like you on this small blue star? Loki's outlook seemed to have been refreshed. His whole body was numb. Lin En didn't answer him. Loki continued to ask unwillingly. Lin En, what is your origin? Lin En smiled softly. Joke. I have gold finger, can I still tell you? Due to system reasons. The illusion that Loki cast on Lin En also had no effect at all. How could this happen? 050 Loki looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. It must be that there is not enough energy, Loki thought to himself. Then he increased the energy of the illusion. Lin En still had no reaction at all. Impossible. Loki was a little flustered, and the look on his face was no longer calm. Loki's heart became more and more uneasy. He felt that his illusion skills had reached the extreme, but Lin En in front of him still had no reaction. He began to doubt his own strength and felt that he might not be able to complete the task. How is it possible? Does this man really have some special ability? Loki thought to himself. He tried to use illusion to control Lin En's thinking, but the result was still the same, without any effect. This is impossible. Loki began to lose control of his emotions. He became violent and shouted, Who are you? Why do my illusions not work on you? Lin En still maintained a calm expression and did not answer his question. Loki felt increasingly frustrated, feeling that he had fallen into a dead end. What should I do? Am I really unable to complete this task? Loki's mood became lower and lower, and he began to feel powerless. At this moment, Lin En suddenly spoke, Maybe, you need to change your thinking. Loki turned his head and looked at Lin En. He didn't know what this person was talking about. You have been trying to control me with illusions, but you have ignored one fact. That is, I am not an ordinary human being. Lin En said. Who are you? Loki's curiosity was aroused. He wanted to know what was so unusual about Lin En. I am a person with a special ability. I can perceive the existence of illusions and be able to resist its influence. Lin En explained. Loki felt, his mind was in turmoil. He has never encountered such an opponent. He began to feel that his illusions could no longer have any impact on Lin En. At this moment, Loki just wants to curse. Lin En's ability is inherently immune to his illusions. The whole universe is ours. What can humans only do? They can only wait to die. Loki now remembered the stupid things he said to his allies. Now it seems that B4 is waiting to die. It seems to be himself. Good guy, why should I be a pioneer? He sent his head to this person named Lin En. Is it a bit unexpected? Lin En said playfully. The powerful god Loki actually met with disgrace on Blue Star. These words were like slaps hitting Loki's face. How can Loki act with such a tone? Coming from the realm of gods, he thought. Humans are just a bunch of ants. But what he didn't expect was, there is such a powerful existence on Blue Star, Lin En. This puzzled him. Haha. Loki let out a disdainful smile. Lin En, so what if you are strong? Loki's face became a little crazy. 26 No matter how powerful you are only a small human being. And I come from the realm of God, and I am destined to be better than you. Lin En felt a little funny. Is this the reason why you fell to the ground? Lin En said playfully. The smile on his face continued. You have repeatedly emphasized your excellence. Haven't you been defeated by the ants you look down on? Lin En pressed forward step by step, speaking continuously. Let the smile on Loki's face freeze. Loki felt his dignity was challenged. His expression became more and more serious. You ant, how dare you be so presumptuous? Loki roared, I am a god from the realm of gods. A lowly human like you is not worthy of talking to me. Lin En couldn't help but sneer after hearing Loki's words. Really? Then you can give it a try. After saying that, Lin En punched Loki again in the face. Loki was already injured and unable to dodge. He was hit by Lin En and suddenly felt a sharp pain. He wanted to fight back, but Lin En's speed was so fast that he had no chance to get close to Lin En. You ant. Loki gasped, you don't deserve to fight me at all. Lin En didn't stop, he punched one after another. Every time he hit Loki, it made Loki feel miserable. Do you think you are invincible just because you come from God's domain? Lin En sneered, I tell you, on Blue Star, humans can also be very powerful. Loki's face became paler, and he felt that his strength was constantly draining away. He knew that he had met a real opponent, but he could not defeat him. I give up. Loki finally said, You are the most powerful human being I have ever seen. This is what Lin En expected. Such is Loki's character. Loki is perhaps the most powerful necromancer in Asgard, and he has many magical abilities. Includes shapeshifting, astral projection, molecular rearrangement, energy explosions, illusion creation, flight, telepathy, hypnotic ability and teleportation. Loki can also imbue people with mysterious energy, giving them temporary super strength. Lin En smiled slightly when he heard Loki's words. Loki, do you know? Your brother, Thor is also on Blue Star. Loki's expression froze when he heard this. Loki held the psychic scepter's hand harder. Such close contact. Loki intends to exert maximum control over Lin En. Lin En clearly felt Loki's struggle. While Loki attacks, a strong sense of crisis filled his heart. Lin En looked at Loki helplessly. At this moment, Loki had been severely beaten by Lin En. Sure enough, villains die from talking too much. Lin En thought to himself. Originally, Loki didn't have to be so disabled. He himself insisted on being there. Lin En had to turn off the mic manually. I have already fought against him, Lin En said thoughtfully. But, your brother's strength. It's better than you. Lin En looked at Loki and took a deep breath. There seemed to be a touch of regret. He knew that Loki was a conceited villain who always liked to have the upper hand verbally, but Loki's behavior will only put himself into a more dangerous situation. Loki felt that his mind was in chaos at the moment, and he could not understand Lin En's words. But, he no longer has the energy to explore, and he knows that he has lost. At this moment, Loki was in a state of disarray. He was afraid that Thor would show up. Then Thor would see him as he is now. This is what he cannot accept the most. Loki said nothing. Loki, you need to improve your strength / Lin En said with regret. This made Hawkeye on the side feel a little funny. With your strength, you still want to rule Asgard. Lin En continued. You can't even rule the small human world. How can you have the confidence to rule Asgard? You, shut up. Loki's expression changed again and again. Loki likes to play pranks, is famous for his venomous tongue, and is moody, making it even more difficult to decipher his true thoughts. Now he meets Lin En. It's like being broken. This is the only way to be scolded by Lin En. Hawkeye and Hill listened. I think what Lin En said makes sense. The two nodded in agreement. This made Loki feel very frustrated. It seems that I need to find another person to help me deal with this guy, Lin En said thoughtfully. We can't let him get away with it like this. After saying that, Lin En put away his emotions and returned to the fighting state. Loki also knew that he was in a desperate situation. Compared with Lin En, his strength was far behind. He began to regret his previous arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. If not for this, he would not be in the current situation. I lost, I admit it. Loki was like a deflated balloon. Your strength is indeed much stronger than mine. Has he ever been so angry? Even in Asgard, Loki lived a life that attracted much attention. Lin En nodded lightly and said nothing. He knew that although Loki admitted his failure, deep down in his heart, he still would not be convinced. However, I also want to remind you not to underestimate the power of human beings, Lin En said calmly. Although our power is very small, we also have our own advantages and characteristics. Lin En smiled slightly. Loki listened thoughtfully to Lin En's words. He knew that what Lin En said made sense. In this world, every race has its own characteristics and advantages. No one can completely dominate other races. Okay, this battle is over. Hawkeye Barton was in a trance. He looked at Lin En with eyes full of respect. He knows Lin En is so powerful, but I didn't expect that. Lin En can beat the road effortlessly. This gave Hawkeye Barton a new understanding of Lin En. Hawkeye Barton is an experienced warrior. He has shown his courage and skill in many battles. However, he has never seen anyone like Lin En. Lin En not only possesses unparalleled strength and speed, but also has amazing wisdom and insight. In this battle, Lin En showed his full strength. Every move he makes is full of power and grace, but his attacks are as fast as lightning, while his defenses are like an impenetrable barrier. Although Loki is a very powerful opponent, when he faced Lin En, but he felt that his power was completely suppressed. Lin En's speed and strength left Loki unable to cope. Lin En's wisdom and insight made Loki feel helpless. Hawkeye Barton watched Lin En's battle and felt that his understanding of this young man had deepened. He knew that he was once an outstanding warrior, but he never had the ability and skills like Lin En. After Lin En's battle, Hill Agent smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude to Lin En. Lin En, thank you. Hawkeye Barton also paid tribute to Lin En. He also expressed his great admiration for Lin En's strength and talent. This battle gave Hawkeye Barton a new understanding of Lin En. He realized that Lin En was not only an outstanding warrior, but also a person with extraordinary wisdom and insight. He believes that Lin En will definitely achieve more brilliant achievements in the days to come. Congratulations on gaining Hawkeye Barton loyalty. Loyalty level 30. Lin En heard the system beep. I felt a little confused. I'm a little speechless about Hawkeye's loyalty. Good guy. Hawkeye is pretty awesome. Jump right to 30. It seems that not only beautiful women like strong men. Men also appreciate the strong opposite sex. Congratulations on gaining Hill Agent loyalty. Loyalty level 60. It's Hill's loyalty. Tisk tisk. Lin En thought to herself. Hill Agent is going to force himself to take her down. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards, physique plus 30, strength plus 30, speed plus 30, mental power plus 30. Lin En looked at the reward for free prostitution. I felt inexplicably comfortable in my heart. Lin En, thank you. Hill turned his head and smiled at Lin En. Lin En smiled slightly. You're welcome, this is our cooperation. Hill looked at Lin En and found that she liked this man more and more. He not only has powerful abilities, but also has a gentle heart. This charm makes her irresistible. Hill knew that she had fallen into Lin En's charm. Lin En, you are the most powerful man I have ever seen. Hill couldn't help but say. Lin En smiled and said, Hill, you are also outstanding. 17. Their eyes met, and the tacit understanding and trust between them brought them closer. Hill knew she had found her hero, and this hero is Lin En. How's it going? Lin En, have you caught up with Hawkeye? Director Nick Fury arrived late. Director Nick Fury. Hawkeye Barton scratched his head. A little embarrassing. After all, he was controlled just now. I don't know if I have taken action against Fury. Hawkeye has escaped Loki's control. Lin En said calmly. The expression on his face was calm. Hawkeye Barton nodded. Loki, you mean the guy from Outland? Fury wanted to make sure. It's him, Hill said. She looked at the people on the ground. He is Loki. Fury was very excited. No wonder Fury didn't recognize Loki. At this moment, Loki was beaten and his clothes were ragged and there was blood on his face. He looked very embarrassed. At this moment, Loki's heart was a little broken. He never thought that he would be defeated by a group of humans. He once thought that he was invincible. He is also a powerful presence in the divine realm. But now, he was beaten so hard that he was unable to fight back. That's not all yet. Even his own dignity has been trampled on. He looked at Lin En in front of him, his eyes filled with fire and hatred. All this is because of the appearance of Lin En. Loki hated Lin En very much in his heart. Lin En not only disrupted his plan, but also injured him. He swore that he would come back for revenge. But now Loki. The focus is on how to escape. The most important thing right now is to save your life. Loki thought to himself. He cannot let hatred go to his head. Please give me flowers. In fact, at this point, Lu Ji didn't even think he could lose. Because even if Lin En defeats him, it doesn't matter. Because he is not the main combatant. The Chidori are. He was nothing more than a pioneer. If you lose, you lose. But Loki has always been unfazed by defeat. It doesn't matter if he loses once or twice, because he can't start over. Take advantage of the time when a few people are talking. Loki actually arrived. Then he immediately activated his magic to create a rift between dimensions. You damn humans, I will definitely make you pay the price. Loki roared. The hatred on his face is clearly evident. Then his figure immediately disappeared into the rift between dimensions. When Lin En found out, he wanted to stop Loki, but it was too late. They could only watch as Loki turned and left. Lin En looked at Loki's back and said calmly, he won't just let it go. Fury, Hill, and Hawkeye all nodded in recognition of the king. Although several people have only fought against Loki once, but they know that Loki is a very dangerous enemy. They also knew that if Lin En hadn't appeared, they might have been controlled by Loki. Thank you, Lin En. Fury said gratefully. It doesn't matter, this is our cooperation. Lin En replied calmly. Lin En made it clear that his relationship with 227s.h.i.e.l.d is only cooperation. Not too much personal emotion involved. Hill looked at Lin En with admiration in his heart. She knew that Lin En was not only an excellent warrior, but also a person with noble qualities. Hill admired Lin En's strength, courage, and willpower. Fury picked up the Tesseract, with a look of excitement on his face. This lost Tesseract made him feel the unspeakable joy of victory. Director Nick Fury nodded. He took a deep look at Lin En, and then put the Tesseract back into the safe. Thank you very much for your help this time. Director Nick Fury said again, if you need anything, you can always come to me. Anyway, thanks for your help this time. Hawkeye Barton said with a grateful face. He looked at Lin En in front of him, his face full of respect. Lin En nodded lightly. He knew that the relationship between him and S.H.I.E.L.D was just a cooperative relationship. There won't be much intersection between them. However, he also knows that this cooperation is very important to both parties. After this time, Fury is more optimistic about Lin En. He has full confidence in Lin En's strength and courage. After this cooperation, Fury's evaluation of Lin En has reached a higher level. He deeply admires the strength and quality displayed by Lin En. Lin En not only possesses excellent combat skills, but also shows noble character and strong willpower. The success of this cooperation not only enhanced the cooperative relationship between them, it also enhances mutual trust and the possibility of further cooperation. They faced challenges together, overcame difficulties, and their mutual understanding and cooperation became more and more tacit. In future cooperation, Fury and Lin En will continue to work together to fight for peace and justice, make greater contributions to social security. At the same time, Fury is also willing to give Lin En more opportunities to develop his talents and abilities and pursue common goals together. Congratulations on gaining the loyalty of Director Nick Fury. Loyalty level, 40. Lin En, let's go first. Fury greeted Lin En. Let's go back and recover. Fury said to Hawkeye and Hill. Okay, Hawkeye replied. Okay, Director. She 3.3 Ersi said competently. Agent Hill's eyes stayed on Lin En for a while. Then she turned around and left with some reluctance. Lin En's face revealed Ji wrong. He saw Agent Hill's transformation. Only, Fury, this old guy, was speechless. Pulled Hill away. Let Lin En not be able to be alone with Hill for the time being. But, it's okay to let Hill think about him first, that's okay. Lin En thought to himself. They turned and left, leaving Lin En alone. Lin En stood quietly, his eyes looking into the distance, seeming to be thinking about something. This battle made Lin En more determined in his belief. He knew that he was not only an outstanding warrior, but also a person with a sense of mission and responsibility. He took a deep breath, then looked up at the sky. In this world, there are always some things that are unpredictable and some people cannot imagine. However, as long as you work hard enough, you will be able to overcome all difficulties and realize your dreams. Lin En knows that he still has a long way to go, but he also knows that as long as he perseveres, he will be able to achieve his goal. Lin En nodded lightly, then turned and left S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. He also turned around and left, heading towards his next destination. His figure gradually disappeared into the night. But the determination and courage he left behind will always inspire people to move forward. He will continue to fight for justice and protect those he wants to protect. Lin En looked at Hill's leaving figure. Hill's capable temperament. Let Lin En have some expectations. What will it be like if Hill is taken down? At the same time, he also felt a little regretful that he couldn't get closer to Hill today. He knew that after today's battle, the connection between them might be reduced, and he can no longer increase his loyalty to Hill like before. If you can't even see it, how can you add another one? However, Lin En did not regret her choice. He knows that his responsibility is to protect those who need his protection. As for Hill, he only accepted it incidentally. He recalled the conversation with Hill just now, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Although the relationship between him and Hill is just a cooperative relationship, the trust and tacit understanding between them is unmatched by others. Lin En knows that the relationship between himself and Hill is based on mutual trust and respect. They didn't speak too much, but their eyes and actions said everything. He took a deep breath, then turned and left. He knows that he still has a lot of things to do and cannot be bothered by emotional problems. He knows that he will continue to fight for justice and protect the 720 people who need his protection. Lin En also plans to leave here. By this time the flash was long overdue. Lin En. A twinkling sweet voice sounded. Lin En turned around, and what came into view was the beautiful face that flashed. Flash, you're here. Lin En said softly. There was also a doting smile on his face. Lin En, are you injured? Shuang said distressedly. She noticed that there was blood on Lin En's hands. Her beautiful eyebrows were also slightly wrinkled. It wasn't me who got hurt, it was me who hit the enemy. Lin En said to comfort him. Suddenly a flash of light attracted him. Lin En took a closer look. It turned out that Loki had taken the scepter. That's interesting. I also got a scepter for free. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin En's face. Lin En waved his hand, and the fighting ruins on the scepter left and were eliminated. The scepter dropped by Loki immediately appeared in front of Lin En. When Lin En saw scepter, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew that this scepter was of great significance to him. As for why Loki lost the scepter, the answer is because he doesn't even know that scepter can close the door, and Lin En knows. He immediately put away his emotions and walked towards where scepter was. He knew that he could not take it lightly at this time and must always remain vigilant. When he got there, Lin En didn't hesitate too much. He reached out and picked up the scepter. If Loki knew that the scepter was the key to the door, I wonder if he would be mad to death. Lin En found it very interesting. He looked at the scepter in his hand, then turned and left. He knows that he still has a lot of things to do and cannot be fooled by this scepter. Lin En will continue to move forward towards his next destination. He knows that he will continue to fight for justice and protect those who need his protection. The scepter in his hand will become his motivation and belief to move forward. He believes that as long as he persists, he will be able to realize his dream and become a true hero. You can leave. Lin En said calmly. Loki gritted his teeth now. He knew that he had lost this battle, but he won't give up easily either. He believes that one day, he will come to this world again and become the master of this world. You. Loki gasped, I'll be back. Lin En smiled slightly, I hope you won't regret it. So, what should we do? Twinkle asked doubtfully. Lin En was silent for a while, and then said, we must become stronger and protect Blue Star from harm. And also to protect ourselves. Lin En's eyes made him become determined. Twinkle nodded in approval. For what Lin En said, Blink chose to believe without a doubt. In this world full of challenges and dangers, everyone needs to protect safety and stability for themselves and those around them. For Lin En and Shuang Shui, they have realized this. Lin En is a smart and visionary leader of the people. He knows that only by passing and becoming stronger can he protect Lan Xing from being harmed. His words were full of firmness and determination, which are qualities a leader must possess. Twinkle is a person full of doubts and uneasiness, but she also understands that only by following the strong can she protect herself. She chose to believe Lin En's words because she knew, 1330912920256151. Lin En is a trustworthy person. In this world, trust is very important. Only by trusting each other can we build a strong team and achieve common goals. Twinkle heard Lin En's answer. It's good that you're okay. She also breathed a sigh of relief. For Lin En, she values more than herself. Lin En gave her the warmth of home. It made her fall in love with Lin En even more. Both individuals and organizations need to establish a foundation of trust in order to achieve greater success. At the same time, in the process of becoming stronger, you also need to maintain a humble and learning attitude. Only by constantly learning and improving your ability can you truly become stronger. Protecting Blue Star is not only for yourself, but also for the people you want to protect. Lin En's actions and decisions will affect the future world. Therefore, he needs to be responsible for his 597 actions. And try your best to protect everything you have. Lin En thinks of Wanda and Gwen, May, and Twinkle. He felt a warmth in his heart. You must become stronger to protect them. Jafi, Lin En's heart is very determined. Only by becoming stronger, trusting each other, staying humble and learning. Only by taking responsibility for your own actions can you truly protect Blue Star, yourself, and the people you want to protect. Twinkle saw the scepter in Lin En's hand. What is this? Twinkle asked curiously. She felt that this scepter had great energy fluctuations. This is a spiritual scepter, which has very powerful energy. Lin En explained patiently. No wonder it makes people feel oppressed. Flicker looked suddenly enlightened. I have a new understanding of Lin En's ability. Lin En, when you hold it, do you feel the oppression? Shuang asked curiously. Not really, Lin En replied calmly. Wow, Twinkle exclaimed. Girls open their mouths so wide, it's easy for people to think too much. Lin En began to joke. When Shuang heard this, 2 blushes suddenly appeared on his face. It's still outside. Shuang said shyly. Lin En had a bad smile on his face. Lin En, you are really amazing. Shuang praised from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, she was also very proud in her heart. Lin En heard the flash and said, the scepter is powerful. Let me deal with this scepter first. Lin En said with a normal expression. Twinkle nodded obediently. Due to the scepter, she cannot get close to Lin En. She knew that this was a very important moment, so she chose to silently support Lin En. She watched Lin En quietly, waiting for his movements. Lin En's eyes were very focused and he held the scepter tightly in his hand. He took a deep breath and began to concentrate on dealing with this scepter. Lin En condenses his own energy and wraps it in the spiritual scepter. The whole person was very indifferent. It's like handling your own things. Lin En showed a deep and focused attitude, and his seemingly inconspicuous actions were full of strength and determination. Lin En's movements are precise and steady. By controlling energy, he trapped scepter's power within it and prevented it from leaking out. This is a task that cannot be underestimated and requires Lin En's 100% concentration and mastery. Lin En's energy began to flow, wrapping the mind scepter. His body was trembling slightly, as if he was consuming a lot of strength. But his expression was very calm, without any fluctuations. In the process of dealing with the scepter, Lin En showed his mature control ability and calm mentality. He faced this task with a normal mind, using his own energy and skills to contain scepter's power and take it into his own hands. Although Lin En's actions may seem ordinary, his confidence and determination are impressive. Looking at Lin En's appearance, Huan couldn't help but feel a little moved in her heart. She knew that Lin En had always been a very powerful person, but he never showed off his power. On the contrary, he is always working silently to protect his friends and the people he loves. As time went by, Lin En finally completed the processing of the spiritual scepter. He let go of his hand and took a deep breath. Flashing saw Lin En's eyes flashing with a firm light. It seemed like he was ready to face the next challenge. It's ready, Twinkle. Lin En said calmly. Twinkle said with a serious face, Lin En, this scepter seems to be very powerful. Lin En nodded, I know. I'll let you see something more powerful later. Lin En said with a wicked smile. Is there anything more powerful? Shuang said with a surprised look on his face. Yes, it can make you cry. Lin En said meaningfully. There was a hint of fire in his eyes, and he looked twinkling. After Flickering felt the pressure disappear, she immediately came to Lin En's side. Wipe Lin En's hands thoughtfully. What does it have to do with being awesome and making me cry? Huan looked confused. No reaction at all. Lin En looked at the thoughtful flash. Feel very happy. Flicker was relatively naive and didn't understand what he said. It definitely matters. Lin En looked at Shuang with a pointed look. The heat in the eyes becomes more obvious. Twinkle blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin En in confusion. Until she saw the fire in Lin En's eyes. She only realized it belatedly. What does Lin En mean? Lin En, you are so bad. Shuang said with shame and anger. Her expression changed several times. Became shy. Lin En likes her cute appearance very much. Cute girl. Twinkle, you are so cute. Lin En said softly. He embraced the latter in his arms. Twinkle looked up. Lin En kissed her immediately. The flickering is a bit over the top. Lin En's hands began to become dishonest. Lin En, we're still outside. Flicker reminded. Thinking of still being outside, Huan used her only shred of reason to. We have gone home. Lin En said dotingly. Twinkle looked around in surprise. The two of them had already returned to Lin En's villa. She suddenly became conscious. The beautiful face was full of doubts. I didn't activate the portal. Flicker said doubtfully. I didn't say, I don't know how. Lin En said a little funny. You can too. Huan's whole body was numb. The original 183 came to Lin En city. Flickering felt that her 3 views had been refreshed by Lin En. She realizes that Lin En is not only an excellent warrior, he also has many other outstanding skills. This new understanding surprised and admired her. This discovery broke her previous understanding of Lin En. Let her re-examine Lin En's ability and potential. Twinkle felt that her evaluation of Lin En needed to be readjusted. His skills and talents were far beyond her imagination. This unexpected discovery made Flicker full of curiosity about Lin En. At the same time, it also stimulated her desire to know more about Lin En. She feels that her relationship with Lin En has become more interesting and varied, and that they can learn and grow from each other. Blink realizes Lin En's ability and potential. There is much more complexity and richness than meets the eye. She is full of expectations and curiosity about her future relationship with Lin En. Lin En, you are beyond my imagination. Huan looked at Lin En in front of her. She felt that Lin En was like a deep well that could never be dug to the bottom. Let the twinkling curiosity be greatly satisfied. There are many more things you can't think of. Lin En said in a hoarse voice. You're a little dirty, you'd better take a shower first. Lin En said with a smile. He had a thought in his mind. Flickering hadn't reacted yet. She felt a chill all over her body. Looking down, the beautiful scenery is undoubtedly revealed. Although the two are already together, Twinkle is looking at Lin En. The other party's perfect figure made Shuang swallow. Lin En, you are so handsome. Huan couldn't help but blurted out. Yeah, such a handsome man is your husband. Lin En lowered his head and spoke in her ear. Twinkle felt a warmth rush into her heart. She knew that her feelings for Lin En would never waver. No matter what happens in the future, they will face it and fight together. Let's go, we still have a lot to do, Lin En said. Flash nodded and followed Lin En towards the bathroom. The bathroom was filled with water mist, and the whole scene made people blush and heartbeat. Next, Flicker also experienced breakthroughs again and again. After a long time, Lin En hugged Huan and returned to the bedroom. Congratulations on getting Flash Loyalty 1.7. Loyalty level, 100. Lin En listened to the system prompts. He smiled contentedly. Can you be unhappy if you have sex for free? Not to mention, the flashing face is very similar to Fan Shui, and even younger. I believe that no man can avoid being moved by it. Lin En is no exception. Tisk. Lin En was still savoring the taste just now. It is indeed extremely comfortable. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Physique plus 300, strength plus 300, speed plus 300, mental power plus 300. Open the character page. Lin En said. Name, Lin En. Constitution, 5360. D 5260. 5430. 8930. Ability, Flame Emperor, 29 Mental Barrier, Origin Magic Power, Fragment, Steel Kidney, Spider Telepathy, Portal, Man of Steel 3.0, Portal, Mind Control Object. Comprehensive Combat Strength 5819. Look at this gratifying data. Lin En's face showed a satisfied smile. Congratulations to the host for getting, Throwing Javelin. P.S. Don't underestimate this skill. When the maximum attack power is exerted, it will explode, giving you unexpected power. When Lin En heard this, he immediately understood. Blinking Clarice can pass through, twisting space to create a portal. Allow her to move people and objects within her own set area. It can teleport multiple people at a time to a location designated by her. Her effective teleportation range is between the moon and the earth. She can also teleport over long distances. Blink can also use her teleportation energy to create a small javelin, and then throw it at the target, teleporting the target away. Blink is also very good at throwing javelins. Now this reward is also about flashing. It seems like this. This skill is not useless either. At important moments, you can also give your opponent a fatal blow. Lin En thought so. Look at Twinkle, this sensitive and kind girl. Lin En felt very sympathetic. Twinkle's life can be described as full of ups and downs. Clarice was born with a strange appearance, with purple skin and pink hair. When she was 4, her parents moved her from their native Bahamas to Miami. Hopefully more mutants will spawn here. After Apocalypse conquered the city, Clarice's parents and brother were killed. But because Clarice had obvious mutations since birth, she was discovered by Apocalypse followers and taken away for study. For a while, Clarice had to work at a nuclear power plant. But when her mutant ability appears, she was taken to the Dark Beast for experimentation. Later, Sabretooth led a force to raid the Dark Beast's laboratory, and Twinkle was freed. Sabretooth adopted Clarice as his goddaughter and trained her to become a member of X-Men 040. As she grew older, she began to act more by intuition rather than direct orders. This also angered the team leader Magneto. But she proved that she is a worthy X-Man. It has to be said that Huan is also a brave and resourceful woman. It's just that emotionally, I'm a little slow. Until now, Twinkle met Lin En. Lin En secretly decided not to let Huan live this kind of life again. Lin En is very confident now. After all, his numerical value. Big data is real and is there. Lin En has the strength to protect Flicker, and the people he wants to protect. Lin En got dressed and walked out of the room. This room will flicker from now on, Lin En thought in his mind. Lin En. Mei shouted Lin En's name happily. You're back. Mei immediately ran towards Lin En. Yes, I'm back. Lin En said with a smile. Great, Lin En is back. Lorna said to Miming. Since Lin En left, Lorna's heart always feels empty. It seems that something important has been lost. She is looking forward to Lin En's return all the time. Looking forward to the exciting news he will bring back. And when Lin En finally came back, her mood could not be described in words. Excitement, joy, worry, all kinds of emotions were intertwined, making her unable to calm down. Seeing Lin En walking over with a smile on her face, Luna's heart couldn't help but warm up. She stepped forward and held Lin En's hand tightly. It was as if he wanted to absorb all his power into his body. Lin En looked at Lorna with his unique gentle eyes, as if to comfort her and tell her that everything would be fine. Lorna, you seem very excited. Dream Sonia asked mischievously. Lorna's face turned slightly red. She glared at Mei Meng, then turned her head and said calmly, "The employer is back, which means we will still get wages in the future. Can I be unhappy?" Lorna's in fact, she was already happy, but she still tried hard to maintain the image of an iceberg beauty. Besides, Mutant Brotherhood still needs our wages to support it. Lorna added guiltily. However, her inner feelings cannot be deceived. Lin En's return made her feel an inexplicable sense of peace of mind, as if as long as he was around, all problems could be solved. And she had to admit that she already had a different feeling towards Lin En. This feeling made her both happy and worried. She knew that her feelings for Lin En had transcended the relationship between employer and employee, but she is afraid to face this feeling. Afraid that this feeling will destroy the balance between them. However, she also understood that this feeling was beyond her control. It was like an irresistible force, pushing her to get closer to Lin En, to understand him, and to love him both. And Lin En seemed to be aware of Luna's change. He looked at Lorna with a hint of warmth in his eyes, as if he was telling her he is willing to accept her feelings and face all challenges in the future with her. De Zhaohao. The hearts of the two seemed to be closely connected at this moment. Their feelings are growing quietly, waiting for the moment to break out of the ground. What they have to face is this world full of challenges and changes, as well as the irresistible love in their hearts. Lorna's changes made Lin En happy. After all, Lorna's ability is very flexible. She knew that Lorna's personality was difficult to change. But she also hopes that Lorna can relax a little and face her heart calmly. Lorna looked at Lin En still holding Mei, but she did not ignore Mei Meng's words. She knew that Mei Meng was a smart woman and her words would probably help solve her problem. When Lin En saw this, he knew that Lorna was not a woman who gave in easily. He decided to take some actions to make Lorna feel his charm and power. He gently stroked Mei's hair, and then slowly placed her on the ground. He looked at Lorna, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. Lorna felt Lin En's smiling gaze, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She knew that Lin En was a very charming man. His behavior and expression can attract her attention. Lin En's existence stimulated her curiosity and interest. At this moment, Lorna began to realize that Lin En was more than just a heroic fighter. There was more charm behind him, and it was this charm that made her heart flutter. Fascinated by Lin En's mystery and attraction, she wants to know more about this man. Lin En's confidence and charm made the attraction between them even stronger. Lorna was attracted by Lin En's charm, but she also knew that she was facing choices and challenges. In the process of interacting with Lin En, she will face more emotions and decisions, but this is also an opportunity for her to grow and develop. Lin En, Lorna has something to say to you. A meaningful smile appeared on Dream Sonia's face. Mei on the side seemed to understand what she meant. Mei looked at Lorna thoughtfully. Lorna, what do you want from me? Lin En asked calmly. I just wanted to see if you were back. I can pay the commission right away. Lorna quickly cheered up and had an idea, finding a suitable excuse. Although Lorna's excuse was implicit, it was not difficult to see that she was trying to hide some real thoughts. Mei Meng and Mei looked at Lorna with encouraging eyes. Please give me flowers. I hope Lorna can tell what's in her heart. Lin En kept a calm expression, knowing that there might be a deeper meaning hidden behind Lorna's words. Lorna, I know you have something to say, and you can tell us frankly. We are a team and should trust and support each other. Lin En's voice was warm and firm. 00. Lorna felt Lin En's understanding and support, and the tension in her heart eased slightly. Actually, I have some worries and confusion, but I don't know how to express it. Mei Meng and Mei both showed concerned expressions, indicating that she could continue. Lorna took a breath and said frankly, I'm worried about whether my ability is enough and whether I can handle various dangers and challenges independently. I know that I still have a lot to learn and improve. In this team, sometimes I feel very small. Mei Meng looked helpless. Lorna, I can only help you so far. Mei Meng thought to herself. Congratulations on gaining Polaris Lorna loyalty. Loyalty level, 40. Lin En listened to the sound of the system. I already know it in my heart. It's Lorna's loyalty. It turns out Lorna is struggling. Lorna's pride prevented her from easily expressing her love for Lin En. She bit her lip tightly, trying to suppress her inner emotions. 327 However, her eyes could not conceal her deep attachment to Lin En. Her heartbeat could not conceal her anticipation for Lin En. Mei Meng looked at Lorna, and she could feel Lorna's deep feelings for Lin En. She bit her lip. After all, I suppressed my love for Lin En. Mei could tell. Lorna's feelings for Lin En. Until now, there is no better way to sweeten the dream. Go guide Lorna and face your own heart. Let Lorna admit her love for Lin En. As a good friend of Lorna, Mei Meng knows that Lorna is a proud person. She never shows her weakness to others easily, and her feelings for Lin En were even more difficult for her to express. Mei Meng knows that Lorna needs time and courage to face her feelings. Mei Meng looked at Lorna, her eyes were full of helplessness and sympathy. She knew that it was very difficult to guide Lorna to face her own heart. Lorna's pride prevented her from easily admitting her love for Lin En. Mei Meng also understands that Lorna needs time, understanding, and acceptance of her feelings. Lorna, you don't have to force yourself. Mei Meng said softly. Lorna listened to Mei Meng's words, and her heart was filled with gratitude. She nodded. No words were spoken. She knew that Mei Meng was a kind person, and she was always willing to consider problems from other people's perspectives. And she also hopes that she can bravely face her feelings like a sweet dream and move towards the future with Lin En. However, Lorna's heart was full of contradictions. She knew that her feelings for Lin En went beyond the scope of her employer. However, her pride prevented her from admitting this. She is afraid that once she expresses her feelings, she will lose the balance with Lin En. She is afraid that once she admits her feelings, Lin En will be troubled. Amid such contradictions and struggles, Lorna's heart was filled with pain. She knew that she needed time and courage to face her feelings. She needs time to sort out her thoughts and accept her feelings. She needs courage to face Lin En and tell him her feelings. However, Lorna also knew that this would take time. She needs time to accept her feelings and understand her own mind. She needs time to sort out her thoughts and face Lin En. She needs time to decide her future and her own happiness. Lorna's heart is full of expectations. She expected that she could face her feelings bravely. She expected herself to be able to accept her own feelings and tell Lin En her love. Lorna, you are already very good. Lin En comforted her. He stared at Lorna with approval in his eyes. Lorna is a proud, but tough girl. She has experienced too many difficulties and challenges. For Mutant Brotherhood, she put in huge amounts of effort. However, she has never really paid attention to herself and has been silently dedicating herself to others. This made Lin En feel extremely admired and deeply cared about Lorna. Lorna's heart suddenly brightened when she heard Lin En's approval. She raised her head and looked into Lin En's eyes. That handsome face deeply touched her soul. She felt Lin En's care and appreciation made her feel warmer. Her 29 eyes were full of gratitude and tenderness. With Lin En's encouragement, she felt that her efforts had been recognized and affirmed. She deeply understands that she still has a lot of room for improvement. But Lin En's praise made her more confident in moving forward. The relationship between them gradually became more intimate and profound. In this process of supporting each other and growing together, they will face various challenges together and create their own beautiful future together. Lorna deeply believes that with Lin En's support and company, she will become stronger and better. Thank you for the compliment, Lin En. Lorna blushed rarely. You're welcome, Lorna. Lin En said, you have always been someone I admire very much. Lorna couldn't help but feel moved when she heard this. She knew that Lin En was a very sincere person, and his words were full of appreciation and support for her. I know, I've always been selfish. Lorna said, for the sake of Mutant Brotherhood, I didn't even care about myself. This is not your fault. Lin En said, you have always been thinking about others. This is your excellence. When Lorna heard this, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that she had always been thinking about others, but she had never thought about it. What harm will such an approach do to yourself? She also knows that Lin En is a very appreciative and understanding person. Until now, May could see it too. Lorna's feelings for Lin En. There is no better way to sweet dreams. Go guide Lorna and face your own heart. Let Lorna admit her love for Lin En. Lorna has always been a very proud girl. She is never willing to show her vulnerability and uneasiness to others. However, when she met Lin En, her inner world began to change. She began to realize her feelings for Lin En, but she didn't know how to face this feeling. She felt very confused and conflicted, because she didn't want her feelings to be exposed. But at the same time, she couldn't control her feelings. Dreams are Lorna's good friend, and she always sees them. She knew Lorna's feelings for Lin En, but she also knew it. Lorna's character. Lorna heard Lin En's understanding. Suddenly I felt like Lin En was my best friend. It made her have a different kind of feeling towards Lin En in her heart. Congratulations on gaining Polaris Lorna loyalty. Loyalty level, 60. Hiss. Lin En couldn't help but get excited. Lorna's loyalty has increased. Seeing this, Lin En's face showed a look of joy. This means he can have sex for free again. Then can Lin En be unhappy? Lin En waited quietly for the system's reward. What's going on? System, please speak. Lin En muttered in his heart. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Physique plus 600, strength plus 600, speed plus 600, mental power plus 600. As expected of Polaris Lorna, this reward is already great. Lin En is very satisfied. In American comics, Magneto has 2 daughters. The youngest daughter's original name is Lorna, her given name is Polaris, and her super ability is controlling magnetic field. Miss Polaris, she has a signature green hair. Her sister is the highly capable Scarlet Witch. The eldest daughter is Scarlet Witch Wang Jin, and her special ability is Origin Magic Power. The difference is, Scarlet Witch is Quicksilver's twin sister, born to Magneto's first wife Magda. Because when Magda gave birth to Wanda, there was a battle between the ancient evil god Sithorn and the highly evolved person who was sealed on Mount Wangada. During the battle, Sithorn accidentally touched the newly born Wanda and gave her the ability of Origin Magic Power. As Wanda was originally Magneto's daughter, she also inherited a certain amount of mutant genes, and her variant ability is to modify probability. This variant ability, when used in conjunction with Origin Magic Power, can achieve the effect of modifying or even distorting reality. The Origin Magic Power obtained by Scarlet Witch is a whole, much stronger than the Phoenix fragments on Jean Grey's body. When Wanda enters the Hmph period, ability will be out of control, and the modified reality will remain permanent. Just the thought of human disappearance can destroy the entire Marvel Universe. Polaris is the daughter of Magneto, who was seriously injured in an accident and was rescued by an inhuman princess on the moon. They fell in love with each other, got married and gave birth to a daughter. She is Magneto's youngest and most beloved daughter named Lorna, who possesses the genes of a human, a mutant and an alien at the same time. She is also Scarlet Witch's half-sister, inheriting Magneto's purest ability, controlling magnetic field and creativity field. Polaris ability is not only that, she can also absorb people's negative emotions and convert them into energy for her own use. Li Xiao's, because ability is very similar to Magneto, he has a father-like style when fighting. Later, Polaris inherited it, and Magneto's helmet did the same thing as his father, fighting to protect the mutants. Yes, Lorna now, also fighting to protect mutant. Lorna, she is really a woman who is dedicated to circumcision. Lin En thought to himself. The evaluation of Lorna is even higher. Lin En is back. Wanda's pleasant voice sounded. Her graceful figure immediately appeared in front of everyone. Back. Lin En responded gently. Wanda walked straight to Lin En. Her curvy figure makes people unable to take their eyes away. Wanda is a sexy and charming girl. She has a coveted figure and a charming smile. She is the dream lover of many men. That's great. Wanda hugged Lin En happily. Lin En felt a sense of pressure coming from her chest. Good guy, this is really awesome. Lin En also responded naturally with 217 and hugged Shida. Wanda is his first woman. In his heart, there is an irreplaceable position. After Wanda's arrival, Lu fell into silence. God, she is so direct. Miming thought to herself. Wanda's appearance made Lorna stop talking. After Wanda arrived, Lorna fell into silence. This situation is also understandable to Lin En. After all, Lin En now, in a certain sense, is Lorna's brother-in-law. During the time Lorna came, JDA, she also knows Wanda's identity. The two are half-sisters. After all, Lorna still couldn't accept it. Definitely, it's also a little embarrassing. The two have gotten to know each other during the time they spent together. Moreover, the two are now called sisters. This is the point Lorna can't get past. The first-come first-serve nature of love is really a headache. For Lorna's inner struggle, as a best friend's dream, it is extremely distressing. She didn't want Lorna to get too excited or lose her temper in public. Therefore, she chose to guide Lorna and let her face her own heart. Lorna laughed to herself. There was a bit of a look on his face. This makes Mei Meng extremely uncomfortable. But she was helpless. Mei also looked a little uncomfortable. They are both women, and her sixth sense told her that Lorna also likes Lin En. Moreover, after a few days of getting along with each other, Mei also found that Luna was a good girl. Although he looks fierce, he is not evil-minded. Lorna is also very powerful, otherwise Lin En would not have let her stay as a bodyguard. This also reduces the burden on Lin En. Everyone will get ready in a moment. Mei's pleasant voice sounded. There was a bright smile on her beautiful face. Let's all have a meal together to cleanse Lin En, Mei suggested. That's a good idea. Gwen stuck her little head out. After seeing Lin En, I felt disgusted for a while. Lorna, on the other hand, looked at Lin En from time to time. Looking at the scene of the other party hugging each other, she was in trouble again. I want to go back to the Mutant Brotherhood, Lorna said suddenly. So, I might not be able to participate. She wanted to find an excuse to leave. Obviously. Miming shook her head. I didn't expect that Lorna, who has always been proud, has some emotional difficulties. Miming rubbed her temples. What a headache. Yushin understood what Lorna said. I'll go to the base in a moment. Miming stood up immediately. She said unceremoniously, I don't know the specific commission, Lorna, you will settle the settlement with Lin En later. She bluntly blocked Lorna's escape route, making it clear that she knew what Lorna said was an excuse. Whereas the Mutant Brotherhood, she knew it was Lorna's excuse. Mei Meng is determined to let Lorna face her heart and her true self. The words of sweet dreams made Lorna a little dissatisfied, but she knew that now was not the time to show her emotions. She took a deep breath, then turned her head to look at Lin En, trying to calm down. Okay, Lin En and I will do the math in a while. Lorna was forced to bite the bullet and replied. Her beautiful eyes glared at Miming, but the latter ignored her. Okay, Lin En replied calmly. There was no expression at all on his handsome face. He knew that now was not the time to discuss commissions. He looked at Lorna, trying to read her mind. Lorna was silent for a while, then nodded. Her heart was full of stress and anxiety. She understands that she cannot escape from facing her own heart and the situation she faces. She realized that now was the time to face her problems and make positive changes. No matter how Lin En's heart fluctuates, he shows calmness and composure. Miming looked at Lorna's back and couldn't help but feel emotional. She knows that Lorna is a very outstanding girl, but she also has her own difficulties. She hopes that she can become Lorna's supporter and friend and help her overcome all difficulties. Lorna, come on. Miming whispered to encourage Lorna. Then he turned around and left playfully. Now that Lorna said, go to the Mutant Brotherhood. Even if there is no such thing, you also have to do enough of your own drama. Don't let Lorna's excuses show up. Is there something urgent? Mei asked. Fortunately, it's all trivial matters. Miming replied. If you're not in a hurry, it's not too late to go after dinner. Mei advised. Asterisk. Yes, Mei said today that she would like to make a different meal. Gwen said in a weird way. Yes, Mei said with a smile. Then we have to see what our president means. Miming turned the topic to Lorna. Okay, let's go after dinner. Lorna approved directly. Miming replied with a smile. Okay, president. A long time passed. Mei cooked a large table of dishes. Try the longuo stir-fry I learned. May said confidently. This is Longuo cuisine that she learned specially for Lin En, and she is practicing well. So May at this moment is very confident. As soon as everyone heard it, they knew that May had paid so much. I have to say, May is a considerate big sister. Gwen and Wanda both rely on her very much. It tastes great. Gwen praised. May, you are really ingenious. Lin En also praised openly. It's really delicious. Wanda immediately praised Xiao. May, you are so beautiful and capable. Lin En thought to himself. His eyes glanced twice at May. His eyes were full of appreciation. May, you are so great. Miming was full of praise. I have never eaten such delicious food. Miming ate Longuo's stir-fried vegetables for the first time. She didn't expect that Kai could do this. 643 is so delicious, like a feast for the taste. It's really delicious. Lorna couldn't help but say, May, you are interested. Lin En said. He saw all May's efforts. Hearing Lin En's praise, May's face also showed a happy smile. He appreciated May's efforts and was grateful for her efforts. When May heard these compliments, a happy smile appeared on her face. These compliments and recognitions made her feel fulfilled and satisfied. May was secretly glad that her efforts had been recognized and rewarded. She is also deeply grateful to Lin En for her support and encouragement. These are Lin En's hometown dishes. May said. Hearing this, everyone envied Lin En. It turns out that Lin En's hometown food is so delicious. Gwen said. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I will take you to try other delicacies from my hometown in the future. I guarantee you will never come back. Lin En said confidently. Great. Gwen said happily. At this moment, there was an atmosphere of harmony and appreciation between them. In the sound of praises, May felt her own achievements and value. Her efforts have been recognized and appreciated. She is full of confidence in the future and is willing to continue working hard. In this team, she feels that her presence is meaningful and important. Lin En feels satisfied and proud. The contribution of his virtuous wife May makes him extremely gratified. Mutual recognition and support will make their team more cohesive and stronger, working towards common goals and achieving greater achievements. Thank you Lin En for the compliment. May said humbly, actually, this is what we should do. We are a team. Yes, teamwork is very important. Wanda agreed, and May's cooking was really delicious. 11. I also like May's cooking. Gwen said with a smile, every time I eat, it is the time I look forward to the most. Then let's cook together next time. Miming suggested, May, you can teach us how to cook more delicious dishes. Okay, then let's do it together next time. May said with a smile, but this time, I really want to thank you for making me feel very warm. We are a family and we should take care of each other. Lin En continued. And your efforts are all seen by us. We are very grateful. Thank you. May also said movedly. Yes, we are a family. We must support each other and move forward together. Lin En said. May, you did a great job. We all appreciate your ability and your attitude towards the world. Everyone was chatting while eating delicious food, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. In this team, everyone has their own strengths and advantages. Everyone learns from each other, helps each other, grows and makes progress together. After dinner, Gwen and May cleaned up together. Lin En wanted to help, but May stopped him. Lin En, you go find a movie first. May said softly. What movie are you looking for? Lin En looked at May meaningfully, the emotion in his eyes clearly revealed. Oh, go find a movie and let's watch it together and relax. May said sheepishly. Let's all. Lin En said knowingly. Then he nodded. It's not impossible. Are they just willing? May's cheeks felt a little hot when she heard this. Lin En, what are you thinking about? May's beautiful face was a little rosy at the moment. Sure enough, young people don't know how good young women are, and mistake young girls for treasures. May's face is so charming at this moment. Let Lin En watch and execute her on the spot. What's wrong? Lin En looked thoughtful. I'm not thinking about anything. He replied truthfully. I was wondering what movie would be appropriate to watch. What are you thinking about? Lin En said with a wicked smile. He looked like he had a handle on something. No, May said. Really not. Lin En continued to ask. Huh. Gwen said from the side. Brother Lin En, what are you doing? Gwen's sweet voice sounded. I was discussing with May about watching a movie. Lin En answered truthfully. Watching a movie? That's great. Take me one. Gwen blinked and looked at Lin En expectantly. Gwen started joining the chat. The living room was a scene of fun and laughter. And in the room at this moment, Wanda and Lorna, sitting together. The two did not speak. The two sisters planned to open up. Speak from your heart. Lorna, I have something to tell you. Wanda said softly. After all, it was her, as the older sister, who was the first to break the silence. Lorna raised her head and looked at Wanda. She knew that her sister would never say such words easily. Her eyes were full of care and love. Okay, you go ahead. Wanda took a deep breath and then said, I've been thinking about what kind of man Lin En is. There was a trace of helplessness on her beautiful face. Hearing this name, a complicated expression flashed across Lorna's beautiful face. She knows that Lin En is very important to Wanda. But she also knows that Lin En is also very good to Wanda. This makes Lorna very envious. Lorna lowered her eyes. She spoke softly. Lin En is an excellent man. Lorna looked thoughtful. He's smart, capable, and charming. Wanda listened to Lorna's words, but shook her head. No, Lorna, that's not what I want to ask. I mean, do you think he is a man you can trust for life? Wanda looked at Lorna, her eyes full of expectation. A look of pain flashed in Lorna's eyes. Wanda, I know you are very important to Lin En. Lorna took a deep breath. She tried her best to calm down her mood. Lin En is indeed a man who can be trusted for life. Lorna answered truthfully, although he has other partners. But Lin En has never ignored your feelings because of this matter. Come to think of it, this is Lin En's shortcoming. Wanda also had a helpless expression on her face. Yeah, except for this shortcoming. But Lin En is so good. Wanda continued. Lorna sighed and said with some envy, Lin En is indeed excellent and worthy of you. Wanda looked at Lorna in front of her and said meaningfully, Lorna, Lin En is a good man. Lorna's beautiful brows wrinkled. Wanda, what's going on? You're telling me this for no reason. Lorna thought to herself. Have you been exposed? She didn't tell anyone that she had a crush on Lin En. But Lorna thinks. The sisters today are all weird. These are all very coincidental. Did they do it on purpose, or was it really a coincidence? Lorna's heart was already in a mess. Now even more confused. Wanda looked at Lorna and felt the uneasiness in her heart. She knows Lorna and also has special feelings for Lin En. But she is not sure whether Lorna has confessed to Lin En. Wanda doesn't want to put pressure on Lorna on this issue, but she also wants to help Lorna sort out her feelings. Lorna, I know you are very special to Lin En, but have you ever told him how you feel? Wanda asked softly. Lorna's face turned slightly red. I haven't yet. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Wanda's eyes. Then why didn't you tell him? If you really like him, why didn't you tell him? Wanda asked patiently. Lorna was silent for a while. I don't know what to say. I'm afraid that he will reject me or that our relationship will become awkward. Wanda understands Lorna's concerns, but she also knows. If Lorna had remained silent, she might regret it for the rest of her life. Lorna, if you really like him, why don't you try it? If he rejects you, at least you tried. Moreover, even if the relationship between you becomes awkward, it will not be worse than if you have always liked him silently. Lorna felt a little shaken after hearing Wanda's words. She knew what Wanda said made sense, but she was still afraid that her feelings would be rejected. Okay, Lin Yozhao, I will try to tell him how I feel. Lorna finally decided. That's what she decided. Great, Lorna, I support you, Wanda said. The sisters chatted for a while, but Lorna's mind had been elsewhere. She has been thinking about Lin En and how she should confess to him. Thinking about how the relationship between them will change. Seeing Lorna like this, Wanda, as her sister, also felt very distressed. Lorna's experience was also quite rough. Both myself and Quicksilver have experienced wandering. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was for Luna. Never felt the same way. Only if you have experienced it can you feel the same. In contrast, Lin En has a harmonious atmosphere. Loki looked very uncomfortable as he ran away. Who is it? Chidori asked warily. It's me, Loki replied weakly. Loki. Chi-063 Tarui asked in disbelief. It's me. Wait for Lin En and others to finish their work. The conversation between Wanda and Lorna just ended. Lorna looked at Lin En with a complicated expression. In the end, Lorna decided to confess her love to Lin En. She found Lin En and confessed her feelings to him. Although she was a little nervous, she bravely expressed her feelings. Lin En was a little surprised after hearing what Lorna said, but he decided to accept reality and work with Lorna to solve the problem. Faced with this dilemma, they must unite to face the challenge together and find a solution. They need to support each other and move forward together to create a better future for themselves and the team. He began to realize that his actions may have caused hurt and confusion to Luna. He decided to keep an appropriate distance from Wanda so that he could be more sensible and responsible in handling his relationship with Lorna. Lin En realizes that he needs to deal with this difficult emotional situation. In order to protect Lorna's feelings, he will be more cautious and sensible with his actions and the people around him. He hopes to maintain a good relationship with Lorna, but also understands her possible discomfort with Wanda's presence. May and Lorna went to a coffee shop together and sat there, drinking coffee and chatting. CJBH, May did not tell Lorna directly what to do, but let her think for herself. She told Lorna that love is a very beautiful feeling, but it also brings a lot of pain and struggle. If Lorna really likes Lin En, then she needs to face her feelings bravely and admit it. After hearing May's words, Lorna began to think seriously about her feelings. She remembered that when she was with Lin En, the feeling was so beautiful and happy. However, she also knows that if she admits her feelings for Lin En, then she must accept the pain and difficulties she may face. She began to feel scared, but she also knew that if she did not face her feelings, she would never be able to achieve true happiness. Finally, Lorna made a decision. She admitted her feelings for Lin En to May and expressed her willingness to face her heart. What do you want to do? Lorna asked. Lin En smiled. He did not answer, but gently kissed Lorna's lips. Lorna felt her body become hot instantly, and her breathing became faster and faster. Miming looked at this scene with a smile on her face. She knew that the atmosphere between Lorna and Lin En had become very ambiguous. She looks forward to being able to go into the future with Lin En and create their own happiness. It goes without saying that this is their leader. I didn't expect that either, Loki said honestly. How did you escape? Chidori asked. Loki sighed. I had to face some very powerful enemies. They possess incomparable strength and wisdom. I had to use all my skills, and my wits, to escape. Judging from his expression, Luigi is such a loyal person to Blue Star. Do you need help? Chidori asked. Loki shook his head, no need. The Chidori looked at Loki, knowing that this god was no longer the powerful being they knew. They felt very sorry and sympathetic. Allies don't have to look outside. I saw a flash of light fly towards Loki. In the blink of an eye, Loki's injuries have almost recovered. This shows how powerful Chidori is in the dark. Thank you, Loki said politely. He felt that he had recovered a lot from his injuries. Good luck, Loki, Chidori said. Loki smiled, nodded, and disappeared into thin air. Where's the scepter? Chidori asked. You know, scepter is the key to opening time and space. For Chidori, it is very important. The scepter was lost on Blue Star. Loki secretly thought something was wrong. However, the fact that the scepter has been lost cannot be hidden from Chidori. The Chidori looked at Loki in disbelief. My heart is full of confusion and anxiety. Chidori's face suddenly turned gloomy when she heard the news that scepter was missing. They know that scepter is the key to space and time. It is very important to Chidori, and only with a scepter can the Emperor control time and space. Scepter plays a vital role, it is the key to unlocking time and space. Losing the scepter means being unable to control the power of time and space. Loki deeply felt their worries and uneasiness. Zero, please give me flowers. He knew that he had to explain the loss of the scepter. When I was using scepter, a series of accidents happened. Eventually, scepter was lost. Loki explained calmly. The Chidori watched Loki's expression and words closely, trying to determine whether he was telling the truth. However, they realized. Loki wasn't hiding anything, they felt it, his honesty and concern. The fact that the scepter was missing put the Chidori in trouble. They know that the task of retrieving scepter is not easy. They need to face endless dangers and challenges. However, the Chidori are not a race that retreats easily. They decided to take action and work hard to recover the scepter. Without their scepter, the Chidori need to gather strength and find other ways to solve the problem. As their partner, Loki will face future challenges with them and work hard for a common goal. They hope to find the scepter and restore Chidori's glory and power. Loki, why did you leave the scepter on the Blue Star? A Chidori asked. I don't remember. Loki replied in a panic. He would never say that he was beaten by Lin En. Scepter didn't dare to take it back, so he jumped. How could he, who has always been arrogant, tell such unspeakable things? You mean you lost your scepter 547, but you don't know what happened? Chidori asked suspiciously. Yes, I don't know either. Loki avoided looking at Chidori. How is this possible? Chidori said angrily. You are our ally, you should know how to use the scepter and how to protect it. I know. Loki apologized quickly. I will retrieve scepter as soon as possible, and I will ensure that nothing like this will happen again in the future. Chidori looked at Loki. He knew Loki was a powerful warrior. But he also knew that Loki sometimes made mistakes because of his pride. Because Loki is originally excellent, he also has shortcomings. Chidori tried to calm down. Okay, we'll give you some time to retrieve the scepter. But you have to remember that time waits for no one and we cannot wait forever. Chidori reminded. There was a threat in the words. Joke. What Loki did was just like the other party selling the equipment you bought. Can you still speak calmly? Even if they are not angry, the relationship between them is. There have been cracks and cannot be restored to the past. Loki nodded, understanding what Chidori meant. He knew that he must find scepter as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Loki knew he was in the wrong and didn't say much. Let me see where scepter is on Blue Star, Chidori said with some confusion. Because he can barely perceive it, the scepter's failure. This situation should not occur. Therefore, he is also very curious about the location of scepter. He was as surprised as Loki was to Lin En. A huge image suddenly appeared in the sky. All Chidori held their breath. Waiting quietly, the place where the scepter is revealed. However, they only saw a gray patch. It's confusing. How is this possible? Chidori said in disbelief. This result exceeded Chidori's expectations. They believed that the location of the scepter should be clearly visible. They fell into confusion and disappointment, feeling powerless and annoyed about scepter's whereabouts. Loki couldn't explain this situation. His divine power could not penetrate this gray area with regard to the scepter's perception of 3.9. The Chidori are worried, and they desperately want to find the scepter and restore the Chidori's glory and power. They began to think about possible causes and solutions, and although they faced huge amounts of difficulties, they would not give up easily. They decided to join forces and mobilize all their forces to find the scepter and solve the problem. As the action unfolds, they will face unprecedented challenges and difficulties. But they believe that as long as they unite and move forward courageously, they will be able to find scepter. Is there some powerful magic that blocks the connection with the scepter? Chidori thought to himself. Indeed, on Blue Star. This is the only certain answer. This is all we can be sure of now. As for the specific location, because the distance was too far, he couldn't see clearly. Unable to give exact location. Loki, did you encounter any powerful enemy on Blue Star? Chidori asked anxiously. Because the scepter was taken away by the other party, and there is no way to perceive. This made Chidori, who was originally full of confidence. I felt a little panicked. There are indeed powerful beings on Blue Star, Loki said truthfully. Speak out quickly, this information is very important to us. Chidori urgently wants to know the truth. The mutants on Blue Star are already very large. Loki didn't say it out loud. Even now, he can see it. Scepter is very important to Chidori. Chidori urgently asked Loki to tell the truth. This information was very important to them. Chidori couldn't help but feel tense when she heard Loki's words. Although they are already prepared, they know that mutant is very powerful on Blue Star. But I didn't expect that it would become so picky. This powerful presence, for us, is a huge amount of challenge. Chidori felt anxious and uneasy. They realized that the scepter is very important to them because it means the power and glory of the Chidori. Now they are facing the threat of a powerful enemy, and they must unite to find a solution to the problem. We need to find a way to solve this problem, otherwise we will never get the scepter back, Chidori said. The Chidori are a race of powerful, groveling warriors, the product of a synthesis of organic and mechanical. They have a social system similar to a hierarchy. Each caste plays a different role in Chidori society. As for the specific division, it is basically divided by different types within the family. They were controlled by a mothership that never visited the battlefield and behaved consistently during the war. They have superhuman physiques, excellent strategic deployment, energy rifles, and flight vehicles. But their biggest advantage of 053 lies in their huge number. We could consider asking for help. Loki suggested that maybe there are other races that can help us fight against the mutants. Yes, we can try it. Chidori nodded in agreement. So, they began to contact other races, hoping to get their support. They contacted the Stranger and Leviathan, but the other party did not clearly express their intention to help. What did they say? Chidori asked. They said they wouldn't risk it for something illusory. Loki answered. Chidori felt even more disappointed after hearing this. They thought they could get help. But now it seems that they can only face mutant on their own. We can't give up, we must find the scepter, Chidori said. Yeah, we can't let the mutants get it. Loki echoed the same sentiment. So, the Chidori and Loki continued to search Blue Star to find the whereabouts of scepter. Target mutant, Chidori said. Those powerful mutants, Loki added. Loki, where is the Tesseract? Have you got it? Chidori asked with joy. The eyes looking at Loki were full of expectation. I got it at first, Loki answered truthfully. And I also succeeded in controlling a mutant. Then take the Tesseract and escape from the base. Just when I was about to show off my skills, another mutant came. Speaking of which, Loki took a deep breath. That powerful mutant is called Lin En. Chidori also felt helpless. Chidori heard Loki mention the mutant's name. There was a flash of surprise and uneasiness in his eyes. According to Loki, this mutant named Lin En seems to be very powerful, possessing amazing strength and skills. Lin En? Who is he? Chidori asked. He's a mutant from SHIELD, Loki explained. He thought Lin En was from SHIELD. After all, in his opinion, if Lin En is not from SHIELD, he won't take action either. After Chidori heard this, she felt even more uneasy. He knows that SHIELD has always been one of the most powerful superhero teams on the planet. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, Lin En's strength cannot be underestimated. So what do we do now? Chidori asked. We need to find a way to get the Tesseract and scepter back, Loki said calmly. Will the scepter be in Lin En's hands? Chidori said thoughtfully. It's possible. Loki also guessed in his heart. He nodded, indicating that he agreed with this guess. Loki was very afraid of Lin En in his heart, because Lin En can actually disconnect Chidori from scepter. You know, scepter has powerful energy. If Lin En masters the scepter, then he will be more powerful. This made Loki uneasy. Loki is full of curiosity about Lin En. He thinks Lin En is a dangerous person. However, Loki also understands that if he wants to know the truth, he must get close to Lin En. Although he is wary of Lin En, Loki, King Nyo, knows that he cannot stay away from him blindly. He must contact Lin En to understand his true motives and purposes. The task they face now is to recapture the Tesseract and scepter and protect them from falling into the hands of the mutant. They must unite to find clues, formulate an action plan, and use their own strength to fight against Lin En. The Chidori know that this will be a battle full of dangers and challenges. Loki is also ready to meet this challenge, although he is wary of Lin En. But he also realized that only through personal contact and understanding of Lin En, in order to respond to the difficulties they are about to face in a more accurate way. If we unite as one, we will definitely win, Loki said firmly. Chidori looked at Loki's firm eyes, and a surge of courage ignited in her heart. Everyone knows that as long as they unite together, they can overcome all difficulties. Okay, we will fight together until the last moment, Chidori said. Loki looked into Chidori's eyes and smiled. He knows that as long as Chidori is by his side, he will never be alone. So what if Lin En is stronger? Loki said confidently. With just one person, we can absolutely crush Lin En in terms of numbers. A cruel smile appeared on Loki's face. What kind of waves can a small blue star make? Although Chidori knew that Lin En was very powerful. However, they have more confidence in themselves. The Chidori are a race of cyborg aliens, led by a unified group will, Asai, and submitted to Supreme Lord Thanos. During the Chidori invasion, they were led by the Asgardian Loki. The entire universe is ours. What can humans only do? They can only wait to die, Chidori said arrogantly. Asgard is mine, and so is Blue Star, Loki also said confidently. There is a powerful Chidori army as a strong backing roadbed. very arrogant at the moment. Lin En, I must avenge this. Loki gritted his teeth inwardly. The hatred for Lin En reached its peak. On the blue star on the other side. Wait for Lin En and others to finish their work. The conversation between Wanda and Lorna just ended. Beep. The host changes the plot and gets 200 points. The system beep sounded suddenly. Lin En was stunned. The immediate reaction was to get rich. Lin En is a little strange. He knew there would be plot points. It was just at this time that it suddenly rang. It made him a little strange. Could it be Loki? Lin En thought to himself. Perhaps because of his own reasons, he changed the time when the Chidori attacked the Earth. It can be regarded as changing the plot. In this case, obtaining points is within a reasonable range. But I didn't expect to post it now. After all, he knows the urinary properties of the system very well. Unless there are major changes, there will be more points. So, this score. The lottery starts. Reward, mind reading skill. PS, no one has any secrets in front of you, young man, you know. The lottery begins. Reward, power of Hulk. PS, the power of Hulk makes you stronger and more manly than a man. Lin En listened to the system's lottery distribution. I immediately felt a powerful force within my body, mainly because of Hulk's power. The energy in the body increased significantly, making Lin En feel uncomfortable. He immediately adjusted himself and sat on the sofa, waiting for buffering time to expire. The attentive May immediately discovered Lin En's discomfort. Lin En, what's wrong with you? Her beautiful face was full of worry. She immediately put down what she was doing. Go forward and help Lin En sit on the sofa. This was her first time seeing Lin En like this. This worried her. What's wrong with brother Lin En? Gwen also said worriedly. Beautiful eyes, full of concern. It's okay. Lin En waved his hand. Said he was fine. Gwen thoughtfully poured a glass of water for Lin En. Put it on the coffee table. Brother Lin En, drink some hot water and take a rest. Gwen said considerately. Gwen's beautiful face was full of worry. Lin En gently took the water glass handed by Gwen. After taking a sip, I felt the hot water slide from my throat into my stomach, and I immediately felt much better. I'm just a little tired. Lin En said. He shook his head gently and said that there was no big problem with him, he was just a little tired. May and Gwen, seeing Lin En's expression, knew that he didn't want to say too much, so they stopped asking. They know that Lin En is a very strong person who does not show his vulnerability and uneasiness easily. Gwen sat quietly next to Lin En, gently stroking his hand. She knows that Lin En is a very good person, but he also has his own troubles and pressures. She hoped that she could give him some comfort and support. Lin En looked at the two considerate daughters-in-law in front of him, and couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. He knew how difficult it was to have such people silently supporting him in this world. He was warmed by their care and concern. He knows that he is not alone in this world. Thank you, Lin En said softly. What's our relationship? You don't need to be so polite. May said with a smile. It's okay. The worry on her face disappeared. 0, please give me flowers. Yeah, brother Lin En, why are you so polite to us? Gwen blinked her big eyes. Observed Lin En carefully. The three of them sat on the sofa in silence, enjoying this rare moment of peace. They accompanied each other, supported each other, and spent many wonderful times together. Lin En took a deep breath and felt the surging energy in his body gradually stabilize. 0. It should be almost done. Lin En was deeply touched. If you have a wife like this, what else can you ask for? He still has a long way to go, but with such a virtuous wife supporting him, he feels extremely confident and determined. Okay, I feel better. Lin En stood up. He felt endless power surging within his body. This feeling made him know that he had unparalleled power on Blue Star. Lin En was deeply shocked. He realized that his body had been improved as never before, and he had an extremely powerful power zone. The power of Hulk is indeed powerful. Lin En thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel excited about his sudden change. He clenched his fists, feeling the power contained in his hands. He could feel the tightening of muscles and the burst of strength. The whole person looks much bullier. This filled his heart with confidence and determination. He was very happy with this power. A big reward for free whoring? 580 Oli gave. The system is really powerful. Lin En decided to use this power with his own will and conscience to protect mankind and defend justice. He sees Hulk's power as a responsible tool rather than a manifestation of destruction and violence. Lin En knows very well that the essence of power lies in how to use it. He will use his own power to maintain peace and justice. He decided to use his power to bring love and peace to his family. Lin En's heart is full of hope and mission for the future. He will use strong power as support to create a better future for the world. I feel much better, Lin En said calmly. That's good. May and Gwen breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Thank you for taking care of me. I will reward you later, Lin En said with a smile. Just these words made Xiao Gwen's cheeks heat up. Brother Lin En, you are annoying. Brother Lin En, why are you wearing such tight pants? Gwen glanced around and found that Lin En's clothes seemed to have become a little smaller. The clothes that were originally slightly loose and casual have become very close-fitting. A whole-spirited young man has a sense of sight. May also discovered something unusual. Lin En, why do I feel that you have become much taller? May was a little surprised. Said. She looked at Lin En in front of her. Lin En couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and surprised when she heard Gwen and May's words. He looked down at his body and found that his figure had indeed become much taller. The clothes that were originally loose have now become tight-fitting. What's going on? Lin En asked with some confusion. Lin En discovered that due to the power of Hulk, his figure had become much larger. Is it because of the power of Hulk? Lin En thought to himself. Hulk's power can make his body stronger and taller. So that's it. Lin En nodded. He now understood why he had changed like this. But, Lin En, your figure is really good now. Gwen smiled playfully. Yes, it seems to be better than before. You seem to like it very much. Lin En asked in a nonchalant manner. 2.7 Gwen looks a little shy. By the way, Lin En, your current figure is more suitable for wearing tight clothes than before. May's beautiful eyes were shining with splendor. Okay, I'll show you how to wear it later. Lin En touched his body in a funny way. He never thought that his figure would change so much. Okay, don't be so shy. Lin En said with a smile. My current figure seems to be very good, I believe you all like it. He looked at May, his eyes shining now. Unsatisfied tears flowed from the dumb corners. It's better to have a young woman like May. The main thing is a truth. Lin En also likes people who are as direct as May. His handsome face showed a meaningful smile. May, does it look good? Lin En asked. Lin En, you are so handsome. May praised unabashedly. Her beautiful eyes were full of approval. 02 Gwen seems to dislike it a bit. Lin En meant something. The next topic was left to the little fairy Gwen. Ah, I never said that. Gwen replied immediately. Brother Lin En is so bad, Gwen muttered in her heart. But how could Gwen escape Lin En's mind-reading ability? As luck would have it, he happened to have the ability to read minds. Lin En knew all of Gwen's thoughts. Lin En looked at Gwen and smiled slightly, feeling a little proud. He knew that his appearance and strength were both recognized by May, but Gwen was a little dissatisfied with him. This made Lin En very interesting, and he decided to play with the temperature control. Gwen, do you have any opinions on me today? Lin En asked with a smile. No way, I have no objection. Gwen said this, but felt a little confused in her heart. What the hell is Lin En doing? Gwen thought to herself. She didn't understand what kind of medicine Lin En was selling in the gourd. Really? Then why are you always cold to me today? Lin En asked. How could I be cold to you? I've always been normal. Gwen argued helplessly. Yes, you have always been very normal to me. Lin En said thoughtfully. That didn't look like a joke. But I felt your indifference. What indifference? How can I be indifferent? Gwen said speechlessly. Really? Then can you tell me why you are always a little dissatisfied with me today? Lin En continued to ask. How can I be dissatisfied with you, brother Lin En? Gwen said helplessly. Your handsome appearance can sometimes make people feel a little annoyed. Gwen sighed and expressed her inner thoughts. Ah, do I? Lin En said in surprise. Definitely. Gwen nodded. You are so handsome and outstanding, and you never consider other people's feelings. As soon as you go out, there will be beautiful women fascinated by you. I didn't, right? Lin En said with some self-reproach. Actually, it's not your problem. Gwen said understandingly. Who makes brother Lin En so good? I don't know if this sentence is praising him or hurting him. Okay, I'll pay attention. Lin En said. No, brother Lin En. Gwen immediately added. I hope you will be better and become better and better. But, you just said that girls like this kind of man. Lin En asked funny. It doesn't matter, brother Lin En, you are the most important. Gwen said softly. Who told you to be so good? There was a helpless smile on her beautiful face. Yes, Lin En. May tried to smooth things over. The better Lin En is, the more discerning the sisters are. Her beautiful eyes were full of love. Lin En's already perfect figure is even more perfect now. May smiled and comforted. Besides, your current figure is also very manly and attractive. Lin En couldn't help laughing when she heard May's words. He knows that his current figure may surprise others. But he also began to gradually accept this new self. Lin En is a very outstanding person. He has achieved outstanding results in both career and strength. However, he always felt that something was missing in himself, making him feel incomplete. Until one day, he met Gwen and May, two very beautiful and smart girls. Gwen and May like Lin En very much, because he is not only smart and talented, but also very kind and considerate. As time goes by, Lin En gradually gets better and better. He found that his body became healthier and stronger. In the end, Lin En, Gwen and May became his partners. They spent many wonderful times together, sharing each other's happiness and difficulties. In the process, Lin En gradually understood a truth. True beauty and attractiveness do not lie in physical perfection, but it lies in the inner confidence and determination. Since then, Lin En has become better and stronger. He is also increasingly appreciated and respected by the people around him, especially beauties. When you see Lin En, you will be impressed by Lin En's charm. This dim charm has nowhere to go. Okay, brother Lin En is fine, Gwen said happily. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin En. Can we choose a movie to watch together? Gwen asked playfully. Definitely. Lin En said thoughtfully. I just don't know what kind of movies everyone likes to watch. Miming Sonia on the side was a little helpless. If she had known earlier, she should have left earlier. That way we won't be reduced to eating dog food here. There are so many beauties around Lin En. Now even the cold and arrogant Lorna has fallen under Lin En's charm. But I have to admit that Lin En is a good representative of Chien. He also deserves to have so many beauties. Miming shook her head and threw these thoughts away. OMG, what was I thinking just now? Miming was speechless inside. Mei Meng was startled by her own thoughts. She was just trying to excuse Lin En's flirtation. See, you must be crazy. Even if he is not crazy, he is still somewhat abnormal. It seems that people are divided into groups, it is true. Miming took a deep breath. Forget it, I'd better leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Miming thought to herself. Lin En felt a little funny when she heard this. This sweet dream is actually kind of cute. Lin En thought secretly. I'm going to the Mutant Brotherhood to wish everyone a good time. Miming said calmly. I have to go out for a while. Otherwise, what would Lorna do? I really hope Lorna can successfully overcome her heart. 043 Are you in such a hurry to leave? Mei asked with concern. Miming nodded. Yes. There's something urgent over there. Miming once again expressed her thoughts. Okay. Mei Meng said seriously. There was no more persuasion. Okay, come on, Miss Dream, Gwen encouraged. Thank you, Sister Gwen. Miming expressed her gratitude to Gwen. Goodbye, sweet dream. Lin En said calmly. Miming saw Lin En's expression. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She doesn't know why. I have been paying attention to Lin En lately, consciously or unconsciously. This also made Miming's heart in confusion. Maybe it's because of Lorna. Miming thought in her heart. Because good sister Lorna likes Lin En. However, Miming also knows that she cannot care too much about this matter. After all, he and Lin En are just good friends, and Lorna is not his girlfriend. Mei Meng cannot let his heart become confused because of this incident. Because of Lorna's relationship, I also started to pay attention to Lin En. So I also paid attention to Lin En. Yes, that must be the case. Her heart is full of this kind of self-affirmation. Miming decided not to let her mind be in turmoil and to stop paying attention to Lin En's every move. She must respect Lorna's feelings and believe that Lorna and Lin En will have their own stories. Miming decided to focus on her career and growth, and pursue her dreams and goals. She should face life with a positive attitude and not let emotional entanglements interfere with her progress. Miming felt firm in her heart. She believed that this was the only way. Only by yourself can you truly find your own happiness and satisfaction. After saying hello, Miming turned around and left the room, heading to the Mutant Brotherhood's headquarters. While she was on her way to the Mutant Brotherhood, but in the heart of Mei Meng, there are thousands of thoughts. She thought a lot about Lorna and Lin En. I hope Lorna can face this relationship. Miming thought to herself. She sighed. Miming decided to let go of this matter and continue to maintain a good relationship with Lin En. I and Lin En still get along as before, without any change. However, Miming found that it became increasingly difficult to control her emotions. She began to care about Lin En's every move, began to wonder what he was doing, and began to care about his life. This feeling confused Mei Meng. Miming looks at Lin En and Gwen, the scene of loving each other. There was actually a trace of envy in her heart. Miming doesn't know what happened to her and why she became like this. Congratulations on gaining the loyalty of Sweet Dream Sonia. Loyalty level, plus. Lin En is chatting with Gwen. Suddenly the system beep sounded. It's strange, doesn't Miming dislike herself? She even dislikes herself a little. Why are you so loyal all of a sudden? This made Lin En a little curious. Therefore, he was baffled by the system's sudden appearance of loyalty to Dream Sonia. Although loyalty is very low, for him, it is better than nothing. What else do you ask for? Anyway, if you have a little bit, you can hope to accept a beautiful change. Lin En has always been an open-minded person. Whoever you have trouble with, never have trouble with yourself. Lin En always thinks so. He always strives to maintain an open mind, respect, and understand each other's different opinions and feelings. Not sure the reason for the loyalty though. For Lin En, it is important to be able to maintain good interpersonal relationships and teamwork. He believes that as long as he is himself, he constantly strives to be fair, honest, and respectful. You can live in harmony with others and achieve common goals together. Lin En adheres to his own principles and believes that positive interaction and cooperation can create a more positive and friendly environment. His open mind enables him to deal with contradictions and conflicts in interpersonal relationships and maintain inner peace and balance. I'll make peace with it now, Lin En thought to himself. Since Mei Meng has become loyal to herself, then he doesn't mind and accepts the dream. After all, it's a sweet dream, that real body. But it's a rare and exquisite product? I believe no man can refuse. Lin En is no exception. People look forward to beautiful things. This is normal. Lin En doesn't give himself any label of integrity. The main thing is a truth. Heart of beauty in everyone. 0. Please give me flowers. Although Miming is usually a little indifferent to herself, this does not prevent them from becoming friends. Lin En has always disliked and couldn't get along with others, let alone his good friends. So, Lin En decided that in the future, she could talk to Mei Meng. He knows that Mei Meng is currently on a mission. So I decided that it would not be too late to talk about the task in Mei Meng after I completed it. Lin En believes that with the dream of loyalty, not far from being together. Right now, it's just a matter of time. Lin En, what are you thinking about? Mei asked curiously. So serious? I have to admit that Lin En has a handsome face when he thinks seriously. It seems more charming. She couldn't help but feel infatuated. Lin En's thoughts were brought back to reality by Mei's voice. Nothing. Lin En said calmly. Brother Lin En, aren't you thinking about sweet dreams? Gwen asked doubtfully. Since saying goodbye to the sweet dream, Lin En has been a little absent-minded. This made Gwen have to become suspicious. Come to think of it, my dream is also a beautiful girl. Miming's figure that stands out from the crowd can be noticed at a glance. Don't tell me that men like it. Women are also very envious, okay? Gwen is one of them, very envious. And Miming has a devilish figure. Her face is also extremely beautiful. 937 is as beautiful as an angel, which adds to her charm. It makes people envious and jealous. I'm just a little worried about my dream. Lin En said very considerately. My dear, there shouldn't be anything wrong with this excuse. It can be said to be impeccable, and everyone thinks that worry is normal. Yes, it's already night after all. May also showed a worried look. A beautiful woman like Miming goes out alone. Is it going to be dangerous? Gwen also asked worriedly. She now knows that Lin En is a kind and considerate man. After they got to know Lin En, they found that he was a kind and attentive man. Everyone agrees that Miming is such an attractive woman. Going out alone does come with certain dangers. Everyone's concern reflect their friendliness and willingness to protect the dream. Lin En has good intentions, and he knows that as a friend, he should care about and take care of the safety of Mei Meng. This kind of care and consideration makes their friendship stronger. Lin En, like everyone else, hopes to protect the safety and happiness of her dream. Everyone knows that Lin En is kind and careful. It's indeed a bit dangerous. After all, Miming has the ability to make people lustful. Lin En said thoughtfully. Joke. What man can say no? It's a dream to possess the devilish figure of a young woman, plus the contrast of Angel's face. This kind of chance is simply a once-in-a-lifetime chance. When Gwen heard Lin En's words, she nodded in agreement. Yes, Mei Meng's strength cannot be ignored, she said with some envy. She looked down at her. Gwen sighed. It's really annoying to compare people to each other, Gwen said to herself. In fact, Gwen's bust is not too small. The bust is already larger than most women from the lighthouse country, but compared with the sweet dream, it is really nothing. Looking at May's, Gwen didn't want to talk, they were both older than her. Needless to say, Wanda. After looking around, I found the best one. Sort by file size, mine is at the top. Gwen has been a top student since she was a child, but she didn't expect. One day, I will win the first place in terms of figure. It's okay not to be the first one like this. 1.1.013310102 Fila 0623111111. What should we do? May asked with concern. Of all of you here, she is the only one who is an ordinary person. Even after I got together with Lin En recently, I feel that I have indeed become much stronger, but he is just a little stronger than the normal human body. On par with normal human males. But if you meet a mutant, you can't do anything about it. Maybe she's gone and I can only throw myself into my arms. While May was thinking, a sweet voice sounded, and there was no need to think about it. The day was definitely in the wrong zone. I'll protect the dream. Gwen volunteered. As she spoke, she puffed up her breasts proudly. What's so great? You don't need my protection, Gwen was very proud in her heart. 02 Lin En was listening on the sidelines, somewhat dumbfounded. May looked at Gwen with envy. She knows that Gwen and Lin En are the same. They are all mutants, possessing powerful mutant abilities. And I can't do anything to help. This girl is so cute. Lin En thought to herself. There has been some instability recently. I'm afraid that if you go, you won't be 100% safe. Lin En said truthfully. Lin En's words made Gwen a little dissatisfied. She pouted her lips and said coquettishly, but I really want to protect the dream. I can protect myself. Lin En, aren't you going to discuss the Nucleic Acid Commission with Lorna later? May reminded. She suddenly remembered this. Lin En frowned, looking a little embarrassed. I just agreed to Lorna's offer. Lorna's loyalty has reached the point where it can be pushed to the limit. As long as Lin En thinks about it, he can succeed in minutes. But on the other side of the dream, maybe it can increase loyalty? You can strike while the iron is hot. But, since Gwen wants to show off, let her go. Anyway, one of Lorna and my men cannot escape. Lin En was thinking in his mind. In that case, why not push Lorna first? This is also a good opportunity. Lin En looked at Gwen, then nodded. Okay, since you insist on going, then I'll let you go. When May saw this, she felt a little envious. She knows that she does not have mutant ability, so she cannot protect the dream like Gwen and Lin En. I can help you all. When Gwen heard Lin En's answer, she jumped up happily. Don't worry Lin En, I will definitely protect the sweet dream. Gwen said happily. However, if you encounter danger, you must retreat immediately. Lin En said seriously. At this time, he looked like a domineering president. People have to surrender under his momentum. Gwen wasn't afraid either. Okay, I will also protect myself. Gwen patted her chest and assured Lin En. After 467 said that, Gwen turned and left, walking in the direction of Mei Meng. May looked at Gwen's back and sighed in her heart. She knew the gap between herself and Gwen. But she will not give up, she will continue to work hard and do her best for herself and the people around her. Lin En looked at Gwen's back and felt a little emotional. This little girl has grown up and can take care of herself. He knew that Gwen had always been a brave and strong girl. But he also knew it clearly. Gwen still has a long way to go before she can become a true hero. After Gwen left, May looked at her back and felt a warm current in her heart. She knows that in this world, everyone has their own mission and responsibility. Although I can't have the mutant ability like Gwen and Mei Meng, but she has a firm heart and a heart that is willing to pay for others. Lin En looked at Gwen's leaving figure, feeling proud and moved in her heart. As Gwen's good brother, he saw Gwen's growth and progress and felt particularly gratified. This little girl has gone from being naive and ignorant in the past to being firm and confident now, have learned to share responsibilities for themselves and others. This is a big step forward in her growth path, and it also indicates that she already has a certain ability to take on responsibilities. Gwen's determination and actions undoubtedly reflect her responsible side. She is willing to work hard for herself and others, also willing to protect oneself and the safety and interests of others. Lin En saw such a rare quality in Gwen, and he was deeply gratified. However, Lin En also warned Gwen. He reminded Gwen to retreat in time when facing danger, out of concern and protection for her. After all, Gwen is his woman, and the dream is still to be determined. Lin En knows what is important and what is important. Gwen, you must be careful, Mei said to Gwen, and Yuan phased back. His tone was full of concern. Okay, I will pay attention, Gwen promised again. Her voice came from far away until it disappeared. Lin En, can Gwen do it? Mei asked with concern. As for Gwen, the two have been getting along for a while. Mei had a very good impression of her. Not only was she smart, but she was also a kind-hearted girl. It's no problem, Lin En comforted. Gwen is the famous Spider Woman. Ability is certainly beyond doubt. That's good. Mei breathed a sigh of relief. I felt relieved too, since Lin En said so. Then there must be no problem. When Gwen goes out, she relies on her powerful spider telepathy. Soon I found the approximate location of the dream. Among the crowd, you can spot it at a glance. An excellent dream. Have to admit, sweet dreams really stand out. Gwen also smacked her lips. The other party didn't notice her. Gwen was a little curious. Miming wanders in the bustling commercial street. In the huge Chinatown, I am having a wonderful dream, tasting the delicacies of the Dragon Kingdom. Gwen was confused. Good guy, Miming is out shopping? Is this the urgent mission she was talking about? Gwen was speechless. Zhao Hao, she thought she was here to be the flower protector today. Seeing Miming show off her delicious food, Gwen also wanted to join in. Just do it. So Gwen immediately took action. She used cobweb to get a set of clothes without anyone noticing. Then she changed her clothes, went to the store, and paid the money. Then quickly go to the place where the sweet dream is. Sonia. Gwen came to the vicinity of Mei Meng. In my dream, I heard someone calling my name. The voice is still a bit familiar. She immediately looked around, looking for the source of the sound, until Mei Meng discovered a familiar figure not far away. Gwen, Miming said in surprise. Gwen comes to meet her sweet dreams. Why are you here? Miming asked doubtfully. I'm here to be the flower protector, Gwen said confidently. He looked confident. Thank you, Gwen, Miming said gratefully, feeling warm in her heart. 227 You're welcome, we are all friends. Gwen waved her hand, indicating that you're welcome. Miming looked at the confident Gwen in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Although she and Gwen have known each other for a long time, but the relationship between them has always been weak. However, at this moment, seeing Gwen caring so much about herself, a warmth could not help but surge up in Mei Meng's heart. Gwen, you are so kind. Miming expressed her gratitude again. Brother Lin En asked me to come. Gwen answered truthfully. Is it Lin En? The dream is a bit inexplicable. Why did Lin En suddenly become concerned about herself? Yes, Brother Lin En said that it is not safe for a big beauty like you to walk at night. Gwen said thoughtfully. But, now it seems that you, Ming Meng, are not in any danger. Gwen was a little helpless. If there is danger in sweet dreams, it must be the danger from calories. Miming felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. It turns out that everyone cares about themselves. This moved Mei Meng a little. Except for Lorna, she had never felt this kind of feeling of being cared for by a friend. Miming's impression of Lin En has also changed. That's so kind of you, Gwen, dreams continued. Congratulations on gaining the loyalty of Sweet Dream Sonia. Loyalty level, 20. Lin En heard the system beep. Dream loyalty has increased again. It seemed that it was Gwen who said something to her. Definitely this is a good thing. Lin En looked thoughtful. Now Lorna and Miming can't run away. Lin En thought to himself. Take both together. What a joy. Actually, I have always thought that you are a very good person. And your dream is something I admire very much. So I thought, as your friend, I should do something for you. Gwen replied with a smile. Thank you, Gwen. I really appreciate you. Miming expressed her gratitude again. You're welcome, this is what friends should do. Moreover, I also hope to get to know you better through this time. Gwen said happily. Okay, Miming said with a smile. If you really want to thank me, then go thank Brother Lin En. Gwen said thoughtfully. Brother Lin En asked me to come. The two began to show off their food and chat at the same time. Gradually, the distance between them gradually narrowed. Gwen, do you know? In fact, I have always thought you are excellent. Miming suddenly said what was in her heart. Actually, I am like that too. I feel like the relationship between us. It has always been indifferent, so I have never thought about taking the initiative to communicate with you. Gwen said helplessly. In fact, she also knew that Miming was a person with a good personality. Then can we be good friends in the future? Miming asked with a smile. Definitely. Gwen also laughed. Gwen and Miming here are getting along very happily. And Lorna's side. Wanda's conversation with her has ended. Wanda did not directly tell Lorna what to do, but let her think for herself. She told Lorna that love is a very beautiful feeling. But it also brings a lot of pain and struggle. If Lorna really likes Lin En, then she needs to be brave enough to face her feelings and admit it. After listening to Wanda's words, Lorna began to think seriously about her feelings. She remembered that when she was with Lin En, that feeling was so beautiful and happy. However, she also knows that if she admits her feelings for Lin En, then she must accept the pain and difficulties she may face. She began to feel helpless, but she also knew that if she didn't face it, her feelings would be gone. Then she will never be able to get true happiness. Finally, Lorna made a decision. She admitted to Wanda her feelings for Lin En, and expressed his willingness to face his heart. She turned and walked out of Wanda's room. Lorna looked at Lin En, who was chatting with May on the sofa, with a complicated expression. Every move this man makes seems to attract his attention. I can't help but miss him. Lorna just wanted to scold herself for being useless at this moment. But love is something that comes as soon as it comes. It can't be stopped. She took a deep breath. In the end, Lorna decided to confess her love to Lin En. 0, please give me flowers. She walked slowly towards where Lin En was. Lin En, I think we need to have a good discussion about the commission. Lorna said calmly. She plans to confess her feelings to Lin En alone. The exact commission was not determined at the time. She continued. Okay. Lin En nodded thoughtfully. For Lin En to agree so readily, Lorna was actually a little happy in her heart. But she tried her best not to let anything else appear on her face. She looked at Lin En's beautiful eyes with brilliance. Although Lorna is a little nervous. Then let's hurry up. Lorna said. Lin En looked at her thoughtfully. What do you mean? May asked curiously. Did Lorna want to temporarily increase the price? May thought to herself. The look she looked at Lorna was a little unfamiliar. I want to talk to Lin En alone. Lorna gritted her teeth and said.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.